国内外来宾及地热专家、能源领域的重要推手，欢迎大家莅临2024年台湾国际地热论坛。
Distinguished guests, geothermal experts, and pioneers in the energy industry from Taiwan across the globe, welcome to the Taiwan International Geothermal Conference 2024.
感谢经济部及各位的热情，促成今日的盛会。在此，仅代表大会筹办团队及台湾地热资源发展协会，向在座各位嘉宾致上我们最诚挚的欢迎。特别感谢纽西兰商工办事处、台湾中油股份有限公司及台湾电力公司的大力支持。
We thank the Ministry of Economic Affairs, New Zealand Commerce and Industry Office, Taiwan CPC, Taipower for making today's conference possible. On behalf of the organizers and the Taiwan Geothermal Association, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We would like to invite our international guests to put on their translation headsets.
首先，行政院陈建仁院长为今日活动录制了开幕致辞。
Next, we have a special video message recorded by Premier of Taiwan, Dr. Chen Jianren. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Dr. Chen's video.
MOEA Minister Wang Meihua, Deputy Minister Zheng Wensheng, CPC Taiwan Chairman Li Shunqing, distinguished guests, friends from the media, good morning. Under the 2025 Energy Transition Plan in Taiwan, we continue to expand the development of renewable energy to provide more green energy for industries, thus helping to fulfill global supply chain carbon neutrality requirements. Our ultimate goal is to steadily progress toward achieving net zero carbon emissions by the year 2050 through comprehensive energy transition. Geothermal energy possesses stable power generation characteristics, not only reducing our reliance on conventional fossil fuels, but also serving as a source for baseload power generation. Its clean, sustainable, and cyclically replenishing characteristics align closely with those of wind and solar energy, making it a pivotal component of Taiwan's forthcoming energy landscape. Last year, we hosted the first International Geothermal Conference, fostering meaningful engagements with esteemed international companies and establishing collaborations with prominent Taiwan enterprises. Taiwan remains firmly committed to actively engaging with the global community as a responsible global citizen, addressing the pressing issue of climate change. Taiwan is located in the Pacific Rim of Fire, with diverse geological conditions such as volcanoes, rifts, and metamorphic rocks, which have endowed Taiwan with abundant geothermal potential. Nearby countries are also actively developing geothermal energy. In terms of promotion, Taiwan has achieved an overall thermal capacity of 7.29 megawatts, thanks to the close collaboration between state-owned enterprises and private companies, which have laid a solid foundation for further advancement in our geothermal expertise and capacities. It is expected that geothermal capacity may reach the 1 gigawatt in Taiwan in the future. This year marks the second year of Taiwan hosting the International Geothermal Conference. There were more than 40 foreign companies and over 400 participants from academia, government, and industry, both from domestic and international sectors, participated in the last year's conference. This year, the New Zealand Commerce and Industry Office, Taipei, has actively co-organized the event. In total, there were 43 foreign companies participating, and the number of attendees has reached a record high, with over 500 domestic and international experts joining us on site, along with many others watching the live stream. Carbon reduction has evolved beyond being solely an environmental concern, particularly with the implementation of carbon border taxes. It has now emerged as a critical determinant of a nation's competitive edge. In recent years, the government has been proactively advancing energy transformation initiatives to safeguard the international competitiveness of domestic companies participating in the global supply chain. Taiwan completed amendments to the Renewable Energy Development Act last year, which includes specific administrative procedures for geothermal development. These procedures encompass a collaborative evaluation process involving both central and local governments aimed at streamlining administrative procedures. Moreover, the amendment mandates post-generation geothermal reinjection ratios to ensure the long-term sustainability of local natural resources. Additionally, operators are obligated to engage in consultative processes with indigenous communities, fostering improved social communication and collaboration. While our commitment to promoting traditional geothermal energy remained steadfast, it is noteworthy that significant advancements in advanced geothermal technologies have been made on the global stage. With this conference, our objective is to expedite Taiwan's geothermal development by facilitating the exchange of cutting-edge insights from leading foreign companies in geothermal technology. For Taiwan to achieve its 2050 net zero emission target, geothermal energy generation plays an indispensable role in this endeavor. Through this International Geothermal Conference, we have invited leading international geothermal industry experts to engage in exchanges on the latest geothermal technologies and development trends. We also intend to showcase Taiwan's achievement in geothermal promotion over the past year, enhancing Taiwan's visibility in the international geothermal energy community. Through concrete policy support and the creation of a conducive development environment, the government believes that it can drive Taiwan's geothermal industry to unprecedented growth in the future. This will help enhance Taiwan's green energy supply chain, ensuring that our country has the opportunity and capacity for large-scale carbon reduction, gradually achieving our energy transition goals. Finally, I would like to extend my best wishes for the smooth and fruitful outcome of today's event. I also wish good health and every success to all the attendees and distinguished guests today. Thank you very much.
谢谢陈院长的。
Thank you once again to Premier Chen. We will now invite the organizer, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Zeng Wensheng, to say a few words.
We would like to invite our international guests to put on their translation headsets.
All of the representatives and ambassadors in Taiwan, and also Chairman Li Shunqing, President Li Zhaoxing, President Liu Wenxiong. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In the interest of time, we know that if we choose one word to describe renewable energy, that keyword is fast. So we need to be fast, fast, and fast. That is why I will very briefly give my remarks and be fast. So first of all, if this is your second time participating in the International Geothermal Conference in Taiwan, I'd like to welcome you once again. For those of you that are first comers, again, a warm welcome. To Taiwan, renewable energy and development is an indispensable part to achieving net zero in 2050. So the presidential election that just occurred, or that just took place, all the parties, they saw energy transition as one of the most important issues for Taiwan. So we are working on wind energy and solar energy, and now going forward, we will be developing geothermal energy. Geothermal energy is a baseload power that is not affected by climate change. So it plays a key role for Taiwan in the energy transformation process, and it is a very important source of renewable energy. And currently, Taiwan has 24 geothermal energy sites and fields that are already being developed or in operation, including the Datun Mountain area, Yilan's Qingshui, Renzhe, and Tuchang, Ruisui and Hualien, and also Hongye, Zhiben, Jinglun in Taidong. So this total planned capacity is approximately 60 megawatts. And I'd like to especially tell you that after discussion with the Energy Administration, we hope that going forward by 2050, we'll be able to achieve 6 gigawatts for geothermal energy. And we hope that by 2025, out of the 60 megawatts that we talked about or we planned out, we hope to reach 20 megawatts by 2025. And by 2030, within 5 years, we hope the 20 megawatts can be multiplied and become 200 megawatts. And by 2040, we hope to have another 10 times growth to achieve 2 gigawatts, which is 2,000 megawatts. And by 2050, we hope to achieve 6 gigawatts. So to achieve those goals, we need to focus on exploration in the early stage. Technology, capital, and government support all are important factors that play crucial roles. However, I'd especially like to highlight to the international friends that are here today, in geothermal energy development, Taiwan is quite different from other countries, and that is our land use. We have very high density in terms of land use. So if we exclude the mountainous and the mountainous areas, the land that can be used is only 1/3 of the area. So how do we carry out effective land use management is the crucial factor. And we hope that for geothermal energy can be like PV or be like offshore wind energy. We hope to have vertical utilization instead of just horizontal management. So in terms of PV, we focused on hydroponics, and in the future, we hope to work with those in agriculture to provide multiple use for land. So geothermal energy has a lot of the facilities underground rather than on land, so it does not impact land use. So how do we use regulations and to have these underground wells be more convenient and to be conducive to renewable energy through legislation? How do we expedite the entire process will be the key going forward in the next parliamentary session. And that will be the key focus for the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So we will be focusing on compensation measures for land use, and we'll be working with different agencies to streamline the regulatory process to make it easier for geothermal energy to be developed. And we hope to adopt a tiered pricing system so that businesses can be compensated for the investments that they make. And also, we hope to set up a single window service agency. We see that geothermal energy and its current achievements can be also made known to the general public. At the same time, for Taiwan's geothermal power energy to reach 2 gigawatts or 6 gigawatts, technology advancement and technology upgrades will be the key. And so the MOEA has designated 2 state-owned enterprises to lend their full support to geothermal development. So first of all, for CPC, Chairman Lee is here, and they are the host of this venue. And CPC is going to also play an indispensable role in geothermal development in Taiwan. Technologies, drilling. We hope to build a platform today here so that we can exchange with businesses at home and also abroad. We also hope to provide relevant services. And for Thai Power Company, they are the role of the grid. So we know that in the earlier stage, a lot of the sites are not located where they are that accessible to the grid. So how do we make that easier? I think Thai Power Company will play also a very crucial role in assisting businesses. And as I said in the beginning, in the opening, this is the 2nd edition of the International Geothermal Conference. And we have more than 40 businesses and 600 participants that are present here today. So this is an occasion for exchange. And in a lot of the meetings prior to this conference, we know that this is a very important event. So we need to make use of our time together. So I hope that, be it in this venue, listening to the keynotes, or exchanging with each other outside the conference room, I'm sure you'll be able to take a lot away from this conference. And we hope to take geothermal energy in Taiwan to the next level. Thank you all and all the best. I'd like to wish this conference every success, and I hope you find this conference fruitful and also helpful. And all the best to you. Happiness and health to you all. Thank you.
For remarks.
感谢曾次长。接着，我们邀请台湾中油公司李顺清董事长上台致辞。
Now, please welcome Chairman of Taiwan CPC, Mr. Li Shunqing, for his remark. Let's welcome Mr. Li.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. All the officials from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, particularly Deputy Minister Zeng, and we also like to welcome the Director of the Energy Administration under the Ministry of Economic Affairs. My sincere welcome goes to all of you who have traveled great distances to join us this morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I would like to apologize because my voice sounds a little bit scratchy because I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today, so my sincere apologies. This conference is being held in this building, which is owned and operated by CPC Corporation. We are extremely honored to be hosting and to be one of the co-organizers of this year's Taiwan International Geothermal Conference 2024. Welcome to the Guoguang Auditorium. We also apologize that you might have had to stay in a long line to get into this auditorium this morning. This shows that this conference is very warmly received. We have attendees exceeding 600 participants this morning, over 40 different companies from Taiwan and abroad are joining us today. During the pre-recorded congratulatory remarks and the opening speech by the Deputy Minister Zhang, based on these two remarks, we understand that Taiwan is committed to achieving its net zero policy goals. And we align ourselves with these goals actively. In 2016, the Taiwanese government announced a new policy, energy policy direction, which is to expand the use of green energy and reduce carbon emission. This means to increase the portfolio of renewable energy generation in Taiwan's overall energy generation. As CPC, we focus on geothermal energy and hydrogen energy generation, and we play a leading role in this regard in Taiwan. CPC Corporation has EMP, is the only entity in Taiwan that has EMP here in Taiwan. Therefore, in the field of geothermal exploration and development, we can and we hope to continue to play a leading role. We have a vast professional team, expertise, equipment, necessary technologies and techniques to achieve our predetermined goals. I would also like to note that over the past few years, we have collaborated with many international companies who are movers and shakers in the geothermal industry. We have signed memorandums of understanding with many leading international geothermal operators and companies. SLB is one. And we have also signed a memorandum of understanding with Baseload. We have also formed partnerships within the Industrial Technology Research Institute's Green Energy Division, Taiwan Cement Corporation, Academia Sinica. These are all leading institutions here in Taiwan. In the past few years, we have engaged in the development of many projects. In the eastern coast, we have Hongye, and we have also drilled 3 wells there in collaboration with Taiwan Cement Corporation in the eastern part of Taiwan. In Hualien, we work in Wanlong and Ruishui with Baseload. We have engaged in several projects there in terms of drilling to develop geothermal energy. We work with ITRI on Yilan Plain in eastern Taiwan to conduct technology pilot studies in deep drilling. So from shallow to deep level drilling, we are engaged in many projects, and we have also engaged in discussions of ESG enhanced system with many international leading companies as well. It is our sincere hope that this 2-day geothermal conference will create more opportunities for Taiwanese companies like CPC to explore different ways of collaborating with international leading companies in terms of geothermal development and technology upgrade. We have aligned ourselves with the government's net zero emission policy. We have introduced 3 major strategies. 1, from exploration to power generation. This is embodied by our collaboration project in Renzhe, which we have worked over the years with Taipower. It's about 0.84 megawatt pilot study, and it was commissioned officially in October last year. The location was in Renzhe. So this reflects our first policy, from exploration to power generation. The second policy is from independent investment to joint ventures. The third policy is from research and development to pilot production. Our goal is to accelerate the development of Taiwan geothermal resources with a very clear roadmap. In addition to the Renzhe geothermal field, which kicked off last year, I have more news to share with you. at the end of this year, April this year, our geothermal exploration well in Yilan, Tuchang will be commissioned. It marks the completion of our self-operated 4 megawatt geothermal power plant, and next year there will be another 5 megawatt power generation pilot project there also in Tuchang, and we hope to achieve 20 megawatt by 2050. And to achieve this goal, our role is to complete the second and third phase of geothermal power generation projects in Yilan, Tuchang. In addition, we are looking forward to helping the government achieve its net zero transition by 2050. So this means that Taiwan will be eventually achieving geothermal energy power generation up to 3 to 6 gigawatts by 2050. So we are fully committed to helping the government achieve its net zero goal and energy transition roadmap, pioneering new horizons for our company and our country's green energy development, and making even greater contributions to Taiwan's net zero and sustainable future. Lastly, I wish for the complete success for this conference today and tomorrow. I also wish good health and happiness to you all. Thank you.
请您留步。接下来我们要邀请贵宾上台合照，有请经济部曾文生次长。 中油公司李顺清董事长，能源署尤正伟署长，地矿中心邵平华副主任，纽西兰商工办事处 Mrs. Tina Wilson 处长，工研院刘文雄院长，日本台湾交流协会福部崇副代表，台湾地热资源发展协会李昭新理事长，野江花公民协会陈雪梨理事长。
Now we're going to have a group photo. We would like to welcome Mr. Andrew Pei, GNS, Geothermal Exploration Geologist. Mr. John O. Sullivan, University of Auckland, Co-Director. American Institute in Taiwan, Mr. Nicholas Dwyer. Baker Hughes, Mr. Hamad Delali, Asia Pacific Sales and Commercial Director. Ormet, Mr. Rami Shavit, Director. MB Sentry, Mr. Greg Thompson, CEO. Baseload Power Taiwan, Mr. Simon Westerland, Investment Manager. SLB GeothermExAnn, Mrs. Ann Robertson-Tait, President. Geothermal Rising, Dr. Brian Jones, Executive Director. To the stage for a group photo.
好，大家用笑容来展现我们对地热的热情。
Please show your passion for geothermal with a big smile. Please move closer to the middle.
好，请看摄影师。
Please put your thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you.
好，非常谢谢各位，再次热烈掌声，感谢各位贵宾的莅临，请各位贵宾回到您的座位，我们接下来要拍团体的大合照。
Thank you all distinguished guests, and please return to your seats. We are about to take a group photo.
好，请工作人员准备一下我们活动的看板。 好，请台下的观众来看向我们摄影师。
So please look at the
Photos. For the first one, please look at the photographer on the stage.
好，请各位将你的赞比在你的胸前，谢谢。
Okay, thumbs up again.
接下来我们有个动态的，来举起你的大拇指哦。 好，接下来我们有个动态的短影片，
Okay, we'll now have another short video.
来举起你的大拇指，再一次。
Okay, please put your thumbs up in front of your chest and wave it to the camera.
好，谢谢各位，我们非常感谢现场将近800位的贵宾们，你们今日莅临，为今天活动添加许多的风采，再次掌声。
Thank you all our esteemed guests. Once again, let's give a round of applause.
今年是第2届的台湾国际第2论坛，台湾政府已经宣告2050的净零谈判目标及12项战略路径。 第2是其中前瞻能源的重中之重。今日开场主题要让大家了解目前台湾的地热发展状况。
Welcome to the second Taiwan International Geothermal Forum. The Taiwanese government has officially announced its goal for net zero carbon emissions by 2050, along with 12 strategic pathways. Geothermal energy takes center stage as a forward-looking source. Our first session for today's discussion in Taiwan Geothermal updates.
首先，我们欢迎经济部能源署林文信组长介绍台湾地热发电推动现况。
Next on, please welcome Energy Administration, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Director Lin will discuss the policies and strategies of geothermal energy in Taiwan. Please put on your translation headsets.
在座的
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As the Deputy Minister said in the beginning, we need to be fast in developing renewable energy. And we need to be fast because we are behind schedule already. So very quickly, let me talk about how geothermal energy is quite important in Taiwan's 12 strategic energy sources. So we want to achieve net zero by 2050. And geothermal energy is a part of innovative energy. However, compared to other sources, geothermal energy has advantages. Our Deputy Minister holds a meeting every 2 weeks to focus on it because it is not affected by climate conditions and it is quite stable. So it can be a baseload power supply. And compared to PV or offshore wind, geothermal power needs less land. And as the Deputy Minister said in the beginning, going forward, this is the pathway for geothermal energy. So we want to accelerate exploration and also to expand the establishment of geothermal power plants. And of course, we need to introduce international cooperation for technology. So from 2021, in the first phase, we provided incentives and helped businesses in exploration. We also worked with local governments to promote investment. And last year, we also completed the renewable energy ordinance. And there was a geothermal section in the ordinance. And we will further complete the ordinance. And by 2030, we hope to be able to achieve 200 megawatts. And going forward to 2040 to achieve 2 gigawatts and 2050 6 gigawatts, we need to go further and to develop sources of deep heat. So we hope to introduce technology from overseas to be able to achieve those goals. And so this is the current status in Taiwan. So starting from the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the hidden sources in terms of potential. We have approximately 40 gigawatts of potential for 3 to 6 kilometers of depth. And so we hope to focus on that going forward. And at the moment, because Taiwan is situated in the Pacific Ring of Fire, so we are characterized by active volcanic and orogenic activities with abundant geothermal resources. And in Yilan, you see that there's the rift type of geothermal power, and in Taidong, Jinglun, and because of metamorphic rock type. So we do have geothermal power in place as well. So as of last year, when we held the first International Geothermal Conference, we are actually building up our industry. So you can see from the graph here that we are looking forward to have more players join in the industry, and so that the industry can gradually take shape. And this page shows you the promotion strategies for geothermal power. How are we building the environment? First of all, we are accelerating geothermal prospecting. So the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Geological Survey, and Mining Management Agency conducts geothermal prospecting in 9 areas, and we hope to complete this quite soon. And for CPC Corporation and also Thai Power, they play important roles in Taiwan. For Thai Power Company, in 2023, they completed grid operation and integration and operation of the Renze geothermal power plant. And there are plans for other sites underway. And when it comes to streamlining administrative procedures, in 2023, there were amendments made to the Renewable Energy Development Act with a geothermal specific regulation announced last year. And also there's pre-announcement of the geothermal subsidiary law in January 2024 that is standardizing application procedures for geothermal energy generation. And also we need to focus on strengthening international cooperation. So we hope to be able to introduce international geothermal technologies to Taiwan. And also we will establish a single service window so that businesses can come to this window to be able to deal with coordination issues between government agencies, and for issues that cannot be dealt with by the service window, then it can go up to the deputy minister, because our deputy minister holds a biweekly meeting on these issues. And aside from what we just talked about, we need to provide financial incentives, and I know that this is very important. So for the Renewable Energy Act, in the beginning, we had a fixed feed-in tariff rate. However, we know that geothermal development is quite risky. So to be able to speed up the return process, so we adopted a tiered program. So in the first 10 years, we provide a higher feed-in tariff rate, and the second 10 year will provide a lower rate to be able to help businesses recover. So aside from financial incentives, starting from 2020, in terms of geological exploration survey, there is a 50% reward, and there is also a 50% subsidy for the well drilling costs. On top of that, in terms of the regulatory aspect, there were amendments made to the Renewable Energy Development Act last year to address the absence of specific legislation governing geothermal development in the past. So because before there were no specific content in the Renewable Energy Development Act targeting geothermal power, so a lot of the regulations followed the regulations for hot springs. But after the amendment, the legislation already covers a geothermal development. And for power licenses, they have a expiration date of 20 years. However, this does not apply to geothermal power. So we have amendment to the law to make tailwater reinjection reaching over 90%. And so we've made a lot of changes to streamline the entire development process. So in terms of implementation of the Renewable Energy Development Act, we added more details to implementation. So in terms of geothermal field development, we require different sites to be within specific distances with each other. And in terms of tailwater reinjection, we ask the businesses to provide reports on a regular basis. And last but not least, we discover that we did not resolve all the problems. As the Deputy Minister said, Taiwan has a very important issue of land use or land management. So if we were to develop geothermal power and that passes through private land, what are ways we can use to deal with these issues? For example, there's the Land Zoning Act, there's the Urban Development Act, there's a Forestry Act in Taiwan that has different regulations or different requirements for land use. So we need to be able to consolidate or to be able to loosen regulations on underground spaces so that we can have the access to geothermal fields. So right now, we are already communicating across different ministries and agencies. However, we also hope to form consensus among different stakeholders so that we can make the necessary legislative amendments. So we talked about the economic incentives and also the regulatory environment. So going forward, we will continue to lay out exploration and also verification of potential geothermal resource areas and to provide businesses opportunities to accelerate geothermal development. And through introducing new technologies, we hope that by 2030, we'll be able to go more in-depth. And also through your participation and also your support, we are confident that we'll be able to reach 6 gigawatts by 2050. Thank you for listening.
调查及矿业管理中心陈勉明副组长介绍台湾地热潜能探勘进展。
Next on, please welcome Geological Survey and Mining Management Agency, Ministry of Economic Affairs. Mr. Chen will discuss progress in geothermal exploration of Taiwan.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all of you from Taiwan and around the world. I represent the Geological Survey and Mining Management Agency. I will give you a report on our recent progress in geothermal exploration in the Taiwan region, particularly in the last 3 years. Renewable energy generation has become a topical issue here in Taiwan. Taiwan has been focusing actively on wind and solar power generation, but in recent years, there is another strong focus, which is geothermal resource exploration. So in the short span of time, there has been a lot of attention being drawn to the exploration of possible geothermal development sites here in Taiwan. Back in 2022, specifically in September, in that year, we have worked with the academia and the industry to establish a geothermal platform, a communication platform for geothermal exploration, bringing together talents, technology, and information. Researchers from universities, research teams from different research institutions have all joined us. In the past, a lot of Taiwanese researchers study geology in Taiwan to prevent natural disasters such as debris flow or landslides. However, today there is the scope of their research is further expanded, and they are very interested in exploring geothermal resources. In January last year, we attended the first geothermal conference in Taiwan, and we published this chart, which shows you the geothermal resource potential assessments between 3 to 6 kilometers underground. These are scattered around Taiwan in 10 potential areas. The potential generation capacity could reach 40 gigawatt in total. In our exploration, we also discovered that shallow level geothermal energy exploration is also another target area. It is great for pilot study, and it's great for revitalizing as a topic to discuss with the local community for community development, and it's easier to explore, and its potential cannot be overlooked. So we are looking at the entire or the full spectrum of different depth, and this also is reflected in our communication with the local communities, particularly the indigenous communities that most likely own the land, which is the target of our exploration. This is a chart that shows you the geological framework of Taiwan. Many speakers, including Deputy Minister, have also mentioned that Taiwan is located in the Pacific Rim of Fire. Taiwan is located in between these two plates. The collision between these two plates have created an arc, which is situated right here. It consists of submetamorphic and metamorphic rock, and the green arrow shows you the location of the sedimentary rock. So we have a apatite fission prism, and ages in the Yuli belt. So in the Yuli belt, which is located in the Huadong Valley, the apatite fission track ages is determined to be around 0.9 to 0.4 MegaAnn, suggesting exhumation rates of 3 to 12 millimeter per year, much higher than those of the metamorphic rocks to the west or the unmetamorphosized volcanic arc to the east. So to the east of the Central Range, we have higher exhumation. So this really goes to show that the Yuli Belt or the eastern Taiwan region is an ideal location for further geothermal exploration. This slide shows you the schematic diagram of rock formation, kinematic trajectories, and geothermal properties in Taiwan. As you could see, to your left-hand side, we have the rock formations of the accretionary prism along the continental margin. It underwent a process of being subducted during collisional orogeny. Subsequently, these formations were uplifted, and this is the 300 degrees temperature line to the western foothills, rock formations here experienced shallow burial and maintained lower temperatures. However, on the contrary, the metamorphic rocks in the Central Mountain Range, CR, were buried to depth exceeding 10 kilometers, reaching high temperatures exceeding 300 degrees Celsius. Consequently, the geothermal gradient in this region, namely the Central Mountain region, was notably elevated. That's why this site or this region is more ideal for exploration. Here is an overview of our current exploration efforts. We start from the more informationally dense area, namely the eastern region of Taiwan in Hualien and Taidong counties. Here, there's a lot of potential. And we decided to start here because the research and development efforts here are relatively lacking. So we began our research efforts in the beginning and in Reiver and Yanping, number 3 on the map. And then we gradually expanded to these project sites to these 5 project regions in Western Taiwan. We have made great efforts in the eastern region of Taiwan. You could see that our efforts have expanded from areas marked as number 3 to number 2. We have finished exploration, and drilling will begin here quickly. And here we're making great progress. In Yanping and in Reiver, we have discovered high temperatures. And in Datun Mountain, number 3, we were able to detect at the depth of between 900 meter to 1100 meter at depth. At this level, we are able to detect the maximum temperature of 245 degrees Celsius. So we have learned over the years that there are 3 major categories of rock formations in Taiwan. Here is a diagram that shows you the heat source and hydrothermal pathways. They are the volcanic rock region, metamorphic rock region in eastern Taiwan, and the sedimentary rock region in western Taiwan. In terms of heat source, here we are looking at you can compare the 3 different categories. The geothermal gradient acts as a source of the geothermal source, energy source. And then this green region shows the magmatic or thermal fluid or dipothermal fluid as the heat source. To the right, in the gray area, we look at the reservoir or the pathway. We're looking at fracture or faults for the Datun Mountain volcanic rock region, or fractures or faults for the eastern Taiwan metamorphic rock region. This is less porous, and the hot fluid is stored in fractures or faults. In western Taiwan, in the sedimentary rock region, we have a more porous sedimentary situation. So the target of our exploration efforts for the volcanic rock region is to look for clay cap, particularly for the Datun Mountain region. And under the clay cap, there is most likely a heat source. And we're also looking for less strong or weak acid fluid. These are the targets of our discovery. And for the eastern Taiwan metamorphic rock region, we're looking for upflow or fractured zones. And for the sedimentary rock region in western Taiwan, we are looking for structural high conditions. So that we're looking for the exhumation of previously buried formations. So I have given you an overview of our heat source and thermal pathway analysis. Now, let's look at the geothermal conceptual model of Datun Mountain region. The legends here, towards the bottom, shows the ground truth data, or the results of our interpretive reports. So with the geothermal or geological drilling, we're able to look at the sedimentary rock and the different interfaces between different rock formations. And magmatic chamber depth can be determined. Its range can be determined as well. And the microseismic activities due to the steam activities can also be detected. The hot spring reservoirs and the sea reservoirs are also analyzed. And the electric resistance of the clay cap can also be detected. Here, we look at the geothermal conceptual map of Yanping. We look at the fractures here, especially during the in the interfaces. This could be the upward going upflow, where the upflow occurs, and the source of the water could be from the nearby meteoric water, and which is then engaged in deep circulation. Then it enters the upward flow. So we are able to determine whether we're drilling at the upflow zone or the outflow zone. The outcrop of hot spring at the surface is only a shallow indication, because the hot spring, a water source, could expand and could go everywhere. So we need to be able to make this specific determination in order to be precise with our exploration. Here we show you the geothermal conceptual model of Guanziling. The core of folding structure is early Miocene. It can be linked to a low resistivity zone by MT. So we've been working with Taiwan CPC. We discovered we are using its KTL well. We determined that at a depth of 2,500 meters, we have the heat source. It could exceed 150 degrees Celsius. And the CPC KTL well had encountered a higher geopressure in the shallow depth. So going into the future, we will be releasing more exploration results in an effort to promote geothermal development. We will continue to expand to different regions, not just the hot spring regions. We usually cover about 100 square kilometers around the hot spring area. So we've been able to discover a wide range of reservoirs. And this year, we will be verifying all these results, and hopefully we'll be able to share good news with you in the coming month. Thank you.
台湾中油股份有限公司陈秉成副处长分享中油公司地热推动与技术提升现况及策略。
Next on, please welcome the state-owned Chen will discuss progress and strategy of geothermal energy development and technology improvement in CPC.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here to introduce you the strategy and current status of CPC in geothermal development. Okay, first I will introduce you that why CPC is investing in geothermal, and secondly I will introduce you the current progress of geothermal exploration and development. And third, I will introduce you the current status of bringing in new technology and new equipment into Taiwan. Okay, CPC is the largest energy company in Taiwan, and for decades we have focusing on domestic oil and gas productions. And why we are shifting from oil and gas production and exploration into geothermal, it's because that we believe that it could improve our domestic energy security, and it could also address global climate change issues and create new business opportunities. Okay, the strategy of geothermal development of CPC is that we will start from shallow reservoirs such as at Yilan and Renze and Tuchang geothermal fields, and then we will go into deep geothermal fields such as in the Yilan Plain and to the Datun volcano. Apart from finding new reservoirs, new geothermal fields, we also eager to bring in new geothermal development technologies such as EGS or AGS that are suitable for Taiwan, and also bring in new equipments. And later, we think that we would hope to establish joint ventures for geothermal because we believe that could be accelerate the geothermal development into a larger scale. Okay. In 2023 till now, we already executed several exploration and development projects. For example, in the Yilan Plain, in 2023, we finished the seismic survey and MT survey, and then we found several deep geothermal prospects. And in this year, we will try to find one most promising prospect to drill a deep academic research pilot well. And the well would be about 4,500 meters in depth. And apart from exploration, from 2023 to now, we are actively constructed our Tuchang geothermal power plant. And now we are speeding up at civil works and the installation of the units. And this power plant will start to operate since this year. When we are developing the Renze and Tuchang geothermal fields, we conducted extensive production tests and fluid chemistry analysis. We believe that this data we collected would be very helpful for our future reservoir management and the power plant management. In addition, we also established our own study method about the local geological characteristics related to geothermal, because we believe that in addition to the new technologies from abroad, the local geological knowledges are also very important. And the Datun volcano is believed to be one of the most important geothermal area in Taiwan. So we continuously to do geological studies in this area. For example, the degree of alteration of clay minerals. Based on this kinds of researches, we believe that we can map out the distribution and depth of the promising reservoir areas, and it could be very helpful in lowering our drilling risk in the future. And when we conducting the projects I mentioned before, we cooperated with a lot of good reputation institutions and companies, and we hope we could continue to operate with institutes and companies with good reputations. And now I would like to try to introduce the technologies we have been evaluated. We believe that before we go into deep geothermal areas in Taiwan, I believe that we will encounter tight reservoirs. So the stimulation methods would be required. So we already evaluated the EGS technology in 2023. In the near future, we will send our staff to the overseas operated EGS sites to learn how to do the pilot test in Taiwan. In addition to EGS, we also evaluated the closed-loop AGS production system in Taiwan. We used several abandoned gas wells and several geothermal wells data of Taiwan to evaluate this technology. And now we already have preliminary knowledge of this kind of technology, and we will try to find a well that is with suitable settings to do an on-site pilot test. We are also procuring new equipment for geothermal development such as ESP pump and new MT survey equipment. And we are also shifting our oil and gas research staff into learning geothermal research such as geomechanics and dynamic reservoir simulations. And we are on the progress of purchasing new rigs. These new rigs will be used in different settings and different depth targets. In addition to purchasing new rigs, we are also upgrading our existing drilling rigs accessories such as power tone systems and top drive systems. And also, based on the knowledge and experience we learned in the past few years, based on the geological setting of Taiwan, we are purchasing new downhole motors and new bits that would be suitable for Taiwan. So this is my presentation today. All in all, CPC is putting more and more staff and budgets into geothermal. And we already finished several projects, and we will continue on geothermal development. And we hope that we can have all support from you and companies and our institutions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
感谢中油公司精彩的分享。接下来进入地热开发的深水区，关键在于进一步降低风险及成本。我们邀请国际一流专家分享地热开发纵论，让我们欢迎资深的地热先进 Mrs. Ann Robertson-Tait。
Next on, we'll discuss geothermal development and consideration. Please welcome President of SLB GeothermExAnn, Mrs. Ann Robertson-Tait, who will discuss support mechanism to accelerate geothermal development. Let's welcome her.
Thank you. Very good. Good morning, everyone. And it's so great to see you here and to hear the preliminary presentations that speak to very good progress for Taiwan and its geothermal journey. So thanks to the previous speakers. They were really, really helpful. So here's the clicker. We've already heard about supports for geothermal energy, but I wanted to give a little context in the global geothermal realm of what's really helped advance geothermal projects forward. So our company, part of SLB, we focus on reducing risk. And the risk that we look to reduce the most is the inability to drill a successful well. So how to target a well. And you know that in oil and gas, we have wonderful 3D seismic that gives us all kinds of information about where to drill and why. And how deep and where the resource is, the oil or gas is. And in geothermal, we're doing things a little bit more on inference. So what we try to do is pick the best technologies that will get to the answer of where is that best place to drill as quickly as possible. But just before, and this is a slide about where we work and what we do and things like that. But let me go to the next one, because it's a famous slide. Let's see, there we go. A famous slide from the World Bank, from the USMAP, and it's used many times. This is a slightly modified version that we made a few years ago with colleagues at the World Bank when we were looking at which kind of incentives really work best for geothermal. And you can see kind of the average spend as you go across the process of developing a resource, and how much risk gets reduced. But obviously, when you get to the point of finishing your exploration, and thank you very much to the Geologic Survey, that was an excellent presentation on what you're doing and why, to de-risk the early part of the program. And so that was just fantastic. But now what happens is you'll see as soon as you drill the first well, and ideally it's a successful well, but you have a drilling campaign, maybe 1, 2, 3 wells, and you hope that at least one of them is successful. And as soon as you drill that deep well, you have so much more information than you had even from the best geology, the best geophysics, the best geochemistry. So this is what we're trying to do, is bring that risk down by certain strategies that might work. And one of them you have already talked about, and you even referenced the famous USGS circular that sort of compiled all information about geothermal resources in the United States across the entire country, basically, and estimated what their capacities might be using a certain probabilistic method of calculating that. So heat in place estimates, this is good. Drilling provides the proof. And so we can't know exactly if we are going to get a commercially productive geothermal well. And by the way, I should comment here that I'm speaking of conventional geothermal, not EGS or AGS. So this is the conventional scene that I'm trying to set here. So how did this happen in the United States? If you look at the graph on the right, you will see that we started out kind of slowly at the geysers in 1960, a dry steam field, still the largest known geothermal field as far as I know. But there was a change in energy policy, and that was PURPA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Policy Act of 1978. And this allowed independent producers to come in, and it required that the operating electricity utilities allowed this and provided a bonus, an incentive for sustained capacity. That was a 10-year bonus that was provided. And so in other words, you get paid more for the first 10 years, and then at the end of that period, you go back to the normal pricing that might be what's called the avoided cost. So this is actually a really interesting start to our journey, and you'll see what happened with the curve there when that was implemented. And I came into GeothermEx in 1985, just when that was peaking. So we were sort of not having the incentives anymore after that. But you see, there was still a slow growth. We have state-related renewable portfolio standards. Every state gets to choose their own or legislate their own. That sort of resulted in some more. Then we've got other incentives coming in, but one of the most significant ones that's happening today is the Inflation Reduction Act, which is really an energy bill. And that one is really driving forward geothermal development in the United States because it provides tax credits that can escalate depending on the condition of your project. So if you have a tax bill to pay, you get that forfeited. And like the other incentives that were mentioned this morning, the idea is to have these risk mitigation measures so that the developers are willing to take the risk. So this is really the purpose of incentives, in my view, is to enable risk-taking by geothermal operators. So we know that the developing countries, of which Taiwan is not one, have a lot of interesting risk mitigation schemes. I'm not going to go through all of these. You can just look at the words if you like, because I think we're a little behind schedule, Basalt. But anyway, they have lots of opportunities through the development finance institutions to get support, whether it's direct support or drilling support or sort of economic transactional advisory agreements. For example, many international companies, they want to have a state-owned system like we do here, but we also have independent power producers. And the state-owned entity might want to sort of branch out into geothermal, and then they need a way to engage with geothermal operators if they want to sort of drive into the public sector, the private sector from the public sector. So leaving those aside, we focus here on drilling risks. At least I am focusing here on drilling risk, but there's more things that happen. So there's other support mechanisms that have come in to, fix legislation, to other things that will guide geothermal operators and geothermal projects to their successful outcome, hopefully. But I would say that, just let me go to the next slide. Come on, clicker. Okay. The support that we see being most successful is when the objectives for geothermal are clear by the government, which we've seen today, and there's some mechanisms to support them, which you have here in Taiwan. And the other thing is when you give those incentives, you want to have them be given in a timely way. So they have to be lean, they have to be very well planned. And the clear processes that we have in these incentives really enable more success in geothermal. When we talk about subsidies, and the Renewable Energy Act mentions these quite a bit, the funds in some risk mitigation funds, for example, those done by development banks, they are pretty difficult for operators. So if we can disperse funds based on milestones rather than payments after the fact, you'll see the pace of geothermal development accelerating. Then, we have to maintain flexibilities on what we will support with mechanisms, because we can't know at the beginning of an exploration project, we can't know before we start to drill deep wells how it's going to come out or exactly what the resource is like. So flexibility is good. And a shameless plug, and GeothermEx has been in the business for 50 years, and we try our very hardest to help people not make the same mistakes that were made before, and give you sort of the best solution that you can get. Back to the clicker. Okay, and what would work best for you? I thought about this quite a bit. I think that, when we have a cost-sharing mechanism for drilling, which can take different forms and you can sort of tailor it your own way, we see that the country or the state or the government and the operator are sharing the risk of getting to that first successful well in the project and maybe the next one or two wells in the program. So that, in the United States, we had a cost-shared drilling program that discovered quite a lot of capacity, but the most famous one is in Japan. And Japan cost-shared not only exploration wells, but also production and injection wells. So I think the interesting solutions that we have on this slide is that you can not just give the money away, but say, all right, we'll fund half of your drilling cost, let's say, and we will then say, okay, that's a grant to you. Or they could say, if the project is successful, you have to pay that back. So you have a revolving fund. So things like that can really help. And it's not only about the drilling itself. There's a lot of infrastructure, especially here in Taiwan, where the terrain is steep. Yilan Plain being a very nice counter to that, very flat and easy to work in. So if you have to spend a lot of money drilling roads just to get to the place where you want to drill, that could be something that could be subsidized. So just ideas for this. If we do, say, the first few wells and there's a cost share program there, you can just get to the point where you can say, okay, I have a project here and I'm going to develop it. So getting to that point is the hardest hurdle of every conventional geothermal project. So this is what I'm trying to focus on here. So once you get that, with help from the government, you get private sector funding to fund your project. So it's a nice solution there. Just a little bit about how this can take, and I mentioned this before, you could share between the public and private sectors. You could have the government actually do the drilling, as is happening here in Taiwan. You're drilling wells between maybe 500 and 800 meters. kind of probing the subsurface where there's been nothing before. And this is very good, and then that leads to more people getting into the geothermal sector. And you have very ambitious goals for geothermal, which I really like, and it's important for Taiwan and for the world. So this solution can work well. And as I mentioned, very successful, particularly in Japan. And I say that it's really most effective when there's a policy in place for it, which it seems you have for the exploratory phase of drilling, but maybe not for when you have to drill a few thousand meters deeper. So that is one of the characteristics that really help when you have a policy that does this, that allows this, and the rules are clear. If the government doesn't have a lot of capacity, and that is, again, not the case here, but it is in many countries, then you must have to mobilize some from private sector expertise, or research institution expertise, or government, department expertise. But I think the important thing is that if you do decide you're going to cost share deep exploration wells, that you have it all sorted out in advance, and that the criteria for success, for failure are very clear. If you're going to have a payback scheme, if it's not just 100% grant funding for that. And the other thing that happened in the United States, and I think this is really important, is that you had to commit to actually doing the project yourself. You couldn't just sell it off to another investor. So they want the operator who is working on it together with the government to continue and develop the project. Insurance is always something that we talk about, and as we've talked about it for many years. Well productivity, well, there's insurance in drilling, we have well construction and blowout prevention, and these issues get covered by insurance routinely in the drilling industry. But the productivity of the well doesn't. So this type of topic has been mostly promoted by a company called Munich Re. It's a reinsurance agency, although others have been sort of getting involved with it, and governments have put together, for example, in Europe, insurance to prevent or to cover some of the risk of drilling a dry hole. But I'll just say that the reason Munich Re was very interested was because of the high feed-in tariffs in Germany. They're very high. And by the way, your feed-in tariffs, I think, are excellent. Around that, close to maybe 15 to 20 cents per kilowatt hour is something that should be pretty manageable here. But anyway, it hasn't really gone very far in other markets, although it's been tried. But, and if you want to go that route, you can. But it can't be your first deep well, maybe not even your first 3 deep wells. It would have to be somewhere beyond that, because insurers just can't take that kind of a risk. Just concluding quickly, and we can certainly talk more. I love the agenda for geothermal here. It's one of the reasons I returned to this conference this year after the last one, which was very excellent. I think we have to be open and transparent about what we're facing when we drill our first deep geothermal wells and how important they are, and really get good advice on what the data mean. That MT data, you can interpret it in different ways. A big red part doesn't always mean a reservoir. In fact, it often doesn't. The red part is usually the low resistivity, which is something that is not very permeable. We're looking for the stuff that isn't. So I would say that, because this kind of drilling is very expensive, de-risking it with that excellence, getting some experts to review, do a peer review of your model, of your assessment of your field, this is something that will really benefit everybody. And I would say that, we're going to move faster in the journey that we're on, the more we can get a little bit of cost sharing going into that drilling project. So I'll just, when we were talking about insurance, even after you've drilled those first few wells, you can get dry holes. You probably know that. And so that's when that's what they really want to ensure is the ones that come after. That's it for me. Thanks again, and let's have a great conference.
Thanks for Mrs. Ann Robertson-Tait's wonderful speech.
感谢精彩演说，希望对于我们的能源政策带来正面影响。接下来，我们透过美国德州积极发展独立机载的地热发电技术，我们见贤思齐，如何创造合作机会。让我们欢迎 Dr. King Wisian。
Next on, please welcome University of Texas at Austin, our Associate Director, Dr. Ken Wisian, who will discuss the future of geothermal in Texas and beyond. Let's welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and speak with y'all today. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I'm going to talk about developments that are occurring very fast in Texas and hopefully generate some interest. This will be very quick, so follow-up discussions during the breaks are encouraged. Also, tomorrow afternoon, I'll be going into more detail on one of our projects during the workshop sessions in one led by Eddie Wang. So, I'm part of the Bureau of Economic Geology. For those of you who may not be familiar with us, we're a major research organization at the University of Texas, over 150 people, half of which are PhDs and professors. We work in applied science, and we're also the Geologic Survey of Texas with a major funding backing. We've been involved in geothermal energy research since the 70s and 80s when it first really boomed in the United States. And then, of course, it slacked off for a while, and now we're back in a major way. Some of our recent work I want to talk about and go into a little more detail on. First, in the bottom right there, you'll see this is a free download report. It's a big report. It's about 400 pages, but I assure you it has a good executive summary that's worth reading before you get into more detail. And we wrote about half that, but it's a major survey of policy, law, economics, along with the geology and the engineering, looking at the peninsula of Texas. And Texas does have a wide variety of terrains and geologic setting. What we don't have is active volcanism, and so that's driving our focus into the geothermal anywhere idea. So EGS, AGS, closed loop, whatever terms you want to apply, the variations on geothermal anywhere. Now, some of the work we've been doing, quite a bit, has actually been focused on military applications. I'm a retired general. I've advocated within the U.S. military to adopt geothermal, and this past year they jumped in a big way with what I think is the largest single call for geothermal power plants in history, with a call for plants at 6 bases around the country. There are major advantages to both critical infrastructure and the military to being the first in line for geothermal anywhere, and I'll get into a little more detail on that in a minute. We've also been doing a fair amount of basic resource assessment. As a geologist and geophysicist, I'm very heartened to find that even with the newest technology, one thing you really need is a lot of good old-fashioned geologic detective work. You still have to know what the rocks are no matter how good your engineering ideas are, and so there's good employment down the road for us in the geosciences. We also do induced seismicity monitoring. We've monitored the active test well that's been drilled in Texas for a geothermal anywhere approach. And we are involved in a variety of other things, including a lot of machine learning-based applications. So that's enough on the Bureau and where I'm coming from. What are we looking at now? Well, in the United States, the geothermal industry has been very, very slow growth for several decades. But in the past few years, the excitement, the number of projects kicking off, and so on, has really skyrocketed. And that's because we're about to break the paradigm that's existed in geothermal right now to the present day of having to go where Mother Nature concentrates the heat in water or steam in the ground. And that's been a major restriction on the growth. In the United States, all the hot ground, the volcanically and tectonically active area, is west of the Rockies. And that's been the restriction until now. And so now, multiple lines of work are converging to put us onto a new paradigm. The most important of which is the oil and gas technology improvements, mostly in the drilling field, but other supporting topics. We can't do geothermal anywhere without the expertise of the oil and gas industry, as we see here. But particularly the ability to drill faster, cheaper, accurately has really made a difference in the last 10, 15 years. Add to that improvements in the conversion of heat to electricity, which are ongoing. You know, the first 80 years of geothermal was mostly water. Then binary systems came on with lower temperature resources where you transfer the heat into a refrigerant. And now the leading edge of research is with supercritical CO2, either in your complete system or through an exchange process. And Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio, Texas is a real leader in that area, but it promises better efficiency at the lower and medium temperature ranges. So all that comes together now to make it economically viable to do geothermal almost anywhere. It's getting there. Eventually it would be anywhere, but right now over a much wider range of locations. So here's a heat map of the United States, but I look at it as a priority map. As the technology advances to drill wherever you want to do geothermal, you kind of work through the priorities from the hottest ground to the coolest ground. And in the United States, as I mentioned already, all the existing geothermal installations are west of the Rocky Mountains. East, nothing yet. But, and that's why I'm here talking about Texas, Texas has a substantial number, if not the majority, of the new projects that are brewing to do the geothermal anywhere. And we have reasonably hot ground, we just don't have the extremes that generate a hydrothermal system typically. But as this technology improves, potentially even cold areas like the white areas in this map would eventually become economically viable. And we all know, if you're in this room, you already know the potential and how much heat is stored in the upper crust of the earth. So, very, very briefly, there are many approaches that are being tried to how to harvest the heat in a dry rock situation, not using formation fluids, but using your own engineered system. And the picture of what works and what doesn't at what price point is clarifying very rapidly right now. From now through the next year or two, we will get substantially increased understanding of what works in EGS, AGS, and other systems, because most of the companies, primarily startups, are testing their ideas right now, or will test in the near future, with prototype projects, with first commercial projects and such. So it's a particularly exciting time to see right now what works, and it's changing on a month-by-month basis. The main approaches, as you're probably already familiar with, a more traditional system where you have a doublet well. There's variations that do singlet wells where you have coaxial flow up and down that uses a fracture system, and I'll talk more tomorrow on a variation of that. Or you drill very long laterals and essentially create a radiator pattern in the ground. And there's variations on all these too. So what are the advantages of doing geothermal anywhere? Why, particularly, is it good for critical infrastructure for defense and such? Well, of course, as we all know, geothermal is baseload. It has a very good in-commission time or uptime rate. It's already fairly price competitive with most other energy sources. That's with conventional geothermal. But every indication is that geothermal anywhere will enter that competitive market in a quick rate also. It is low to zero carbon, potentially lower than conventional geothermal, but it can even be, technically, slightly negative carbon if you're using CO2 in a closed loop below small volume of CO2 gets trapped there. The key thing, though, in my mind, is installing the power where you need it. Taiwan has a tremendous amount of hot ground, even surrounding the hydrothermal areas that may or may not have fluid, may be a dry hole from a conventional geothermal perspective. But if you can figure out how to tap that heat from the rock itself with your own engineered system, then you have the ability to drill where you need. So if you needed to power a hospital, a university campus, you drill right there. In our studies for the military bases, the idea is that you drill right in the center of the base and distribute the power through a small microgrid. But you're drilling in the base where you can protect your power source. You're not dependent on outside lines. You're not dependent on a logistics system to keep you going. And if you have a mission critical need for unbreakable power, it can justify, particularly in the prototype stages, a little bit of a price premium. And don't forget the direct use of heating and cooling. It doesn't get nearly as much attention, but more efficient use of the heat is to generate your cooling, the heat for industrial processes and such. Some of the issues that do come up, though, particularly when I'm talking to public forums, the two issues that always come up: what will you do to my aquifers, and what about induced seismicity? And both of those can be addressed. As many of you are familiar, we drill through aquifers on a regular basis. Texas has at least 1 million penetrations in its ground, and as long as you follow industry best practices, not a problem. Induced seismicity, potentially less of a problem than with the oil and gas industry. One of my other research groups does the induced seismicity monitoring for Texas, and we monitored a test well drilled by Sage Geosystems a year and a half ago, where they created a 1 kilometer tall vertical fracture and then produced that. No induced seismicity at all. And as has already been mentioned, a small surface footprint. Okay, and that's the risk. This curve kind of summarizes for me where we are in this process. So conventional hydrothermal geothermal has been around for 100 years now. Although it's still improving at an astonishing rate, it's a mature technology to a large degree. Geothermal Anywhere is right here. It is right at the inflection point this year, where the takeoff potentially will happen as soon as the first successful commercial projects come online. And also, that's giving you an idea, a little bit of an idea of the potential scale up. You talk about very ambitious goals of gigawatts of capacity. Geothermal Anywhere is what really offers a fast scale up. When your limiting factor is drilling the wells and you don't have to worry about, missing your target. The risk picture changes too, but what are you drilling for with Geothermal Anywhere? You're drilling for the temperature, for the heat. You're not going to miss. It's straight down. The problem may be, what's your estimate of the temperatures? Are you going to have to drill 100 meters deeper or 100 meters less? And will you be in the rock formation you want when you reach the temperature? But you're not having to worry about missing the permeable zone or the fracture that you're going to produce from. So it significantly changes the risk picture. There's still a lot of work to be done on clarifying that, and that will also come with the prototype projects coming online. It is also, particularly Texas is of interest in this, it's a great pivot for the whole oil and gas industry's workforce and knowledge, and that's a major political issue for us. So, rapid acceleration in all this. Just a little bit more of a zoom in on Texas. You can see that we've got some fairly hot ground. Don't worry about the temperatures or it's more the scale of this. But there are projects now. There's a completed design study for Ellington Field on the south side of Houston for the military. There's a multi-year project right now in feasibility study phase for San Antonio, Texas military base. And then ourselves and Sage Geosystems just got a contract to do a design study for Fort Bliss in West Texas. And then there are also multiple private ventures that are brewing. Those are all generally still in stealth mode, so there's not much public information on them, but there's multiple other things growing. One interesting note, I think, is the interest from intense energy consumers. Think data server farms, Bitcoin miners, and what can geothermal do for them, because the grid suppliers are getting a little tired of those intense power drains. So, doing okay on time. Business case, other people have talked about this and y'all are already familiar, high upfront cost, but the backside is really good. And as Ann mentioned, the tax incentives and other things that are kicking in the United States are only increasing what's an already intense interest in development and bringing more private capital into the market. There's also rapidly increasing interest in the energy storage alternative, which is a variation on this geothermal anywhere, where you store energy thermally or thermomechanically in the ground, bring it out when you want. A test well, again in South Texas, showed a better than 80% energy out versus energy in, which is not bad for a battery, especially when you consider the alternative of a massive lithium battery bank. So that's an area using the ground as your energy storage method, which is very rapidly increasing in interest. And then I've already mentioned the direct use case. And I've also talked a little bit about the risk, but again, this is an interesting question. That different risk picture that you're gonna get with geothermal anywhere versus conventional hydrothermal. We have formed an industrial research consortium at the university. Its kickoff meeting is next month. And that builds in these research areas here. We've got a broad team established and relationships with others. In total, there's well over a dozen professors at the university in engineering and geoscience that are fully into geothermal research at this point. So a substantial, if not one of the larger university efforts in geothermal in the United States. And our initial membership is, SLB got left off, but Shell, Chesapeake, SLB, and the Environmental Defense Fund are our founding members of our research consortium. But we draw on a wide range. We also have a world-leading carbon sequestration group in my department that we work with to understand reservoir management, our induced seismicity group, and others. So we bring a wide range of expertise. Remember, 150 to 200, if you include students, of scientists and researchers in our organization. And here's our team at this time. So 6 professors plus support and technical assistance for our research team. We're looking forward to collaborating with the academic institutions and the corporations here. I think there's a lot of win-win for both our university and Taiwan for collaborative research. I think a lot of it will transfer well. I think the strengths that we bring to the table and that Taiwan has in place are very complementary. So I'm really looking forward to continuing and building cooperation in that regard. And then I'll actually save a little bit of time here and finish off with, by the way, there's geothermal in space. So as we move out, there's resource there. I've done some work on moon-based variation on geothermal and others. So if anyone wants to get far out, you're welcome to ask me about that later. Thank you very much.
感谢 Dr. Kim Wilson 的精彩演说，拉近台湾与德州的距离。接下来，另外资历超过40年的钻井技术专家，Mr. Tony Pink 和 Mr. Kevin Gray， 他们带来台湾需要的地热钻井知识，让我们欢迎。
Next on, please welcome Director of Black River Consulting, Mr. Tony Pink and Mr. Kevin Gray will discuss making geothermal work for Taiwan, learning the lessons from the Global Geothermal Community.
Good morning, everybody. I've got one message for you. Drilling performance is king. If you want to reach any of the goals that you've set here this morning, drilling performance is king. You have got to embrace new technology. You've got to be brave. Because it's deep, because it's hot, it doesn't mean it's not drillable. If I'd stood here 10 years ago and talked about drilling 1 kilometer of hard rock, we'd be looking at 7 or 10 days of work. If I'd stood here 2 years ago and talked about drilling 1 kilometer of hot, dry rock, we'd have been looking at a week's work, maybe 3 or 4 days of work. As I stand here now, drilling 1 kilometer of hot, dry rock is just over a day's work. Just over a day for another 40 degrees of temperature. So all of these systems, AGS, EGS, what the IADC are going to call reservoir-independent geothermal resources. Reservoir-independent. We get rid of the risks of the shallower hydrothermal systems. We get rid of the exploration risks, because as Ken said in the previous presentation, we're simply drilling through the geothermal gradient. So we've got a very powerful message here. We've got a message that says we've got to focus here in Taiwan on bringing drilling expertise into the country. We've got to focus on bringing the right equipment and training the right teams. If we're going to deliver these very aggressive gains and aims that we have here for Taiwan, we need the right people and we need the right equipment. And I'm going to go further than the statement of bringing equipment to the country. We together, we're currently working on projects with some of the major rig design companies. You should start building the rigs that are going to fuel the geothermal revolution of the world. You are ideally placed in an industrial point of view. You're ideally placed in a physical point of view in terms of your geography to actually undertake that work. So, as was mentioned in the previous presentation, what we should really be focusing on now to deliver rapid gains in order to match these aggressive targets is the new technologies. The technologies that have been enabled by drilling performance. 10 years ago, if we wanted to put some of these AGS loops in the ground, the cost implication of those would have been unbelievably high, and nobody would want to invest in them. But now we have proof of concept on a number of projects worldwide. If we look at the potential in Taiwan, it's been mentioned on a number of previous presentations already, we've got great thermal gradient here, but we don't have to concentrate our efforts in the areas where the thermal gradient is higher. With geothermal anywhere, or reservoir-independent geothermal, we can put a geothermal power plant anywhere on the island. That makes the logistics a lot easier and a lot simpler. But as has been mentioned, geothermal is fantastic baseload power. In fact, we've got people from baseload power here today. Thank you. Particularly for industries that are extremely sensitive to power fluctuations. The semiconductor industry is extremely sensitive to any fluctuations in the power supply to the crystal forges. So anything that has a good, reliable baseload capacity is to be encouraged. So the problem that we've got here in Taiwan at the minute is that we actually need quite a large investment. We need a large investment, not just internally, but from external sources. And what we've been working with in the last few, probably 8 to 10 months, is large green investment funds who are desperate to put money into investments that have the right environmental profile. We're seeing hundreds of millions of dollars sitting in funds waiting to be invested in projects with the correct environmental profile. And actually, what we're seeing here in Taiwan fits those profiles perfectly. So what we should be looking at is encouraging this investment from overseas, and I think that's why our colleagues are here. You've got a very small drilling community here. You don't have sufficiently big drilling community. You don't have the competencies in the right areas within the drilling community to really push drilling performance. We need to start to build that capacity now, right now. We need to make the the moves to actually start training and recruiting the right people and putting them into place. We need to start committing to buying more rigs, and thank you for the investment that's already been made, but we need to probably triple or quadruple the investment, and we need fit-for-purpose rigs. The rigs that exist globally are not fit for purpose for geothermal projects in urban areas. We need to completely redesign the rigs that we're going to use in the future for geothermal projects. You don't have a former large oil and gas drilling community that you can draw on, like we can maybe in the United Kingdom. And historically, your hard rock, your metamorphic, and your igneous rocks would have been an inhibition to people wanting to drill in those areas because of drilling performance issues. So when we first set up in partnership between Tony and myself, we looked at the performance of geothermal drilling in a worldwide scale. And we saw that actually for the same profile of well in similar formations, our geothermal drilling performance was terrible. Typically, it was 3.5 to 5 times more expensive to drill the same well in the geothermal community than it was in the oil and gas community. And we actually came up with a number of reasons for that problem. We had a lot of single well clients. A lot of clients who were drilling their first well, they had no competency in drilling, and they were receiving government money. Government-funded projects are another problem in a lot of areas of the world because government-funded money comes for free. Anything that comes from the government's for free, yeah? We don't need to perform if the government's paying our wages. Unfortunately, in a lot of countries, that's the case, and it drives poor performance at the rig site. There's a lot of poor contracting strategy out there. We've got a lot of clients who are still buying roller cone bits from the vendor because that's what they've always done. They've always bought the wrong bit type and they've always bought it rather than leased it. We need better contracting strategies. Remember, as you're a drilling contractor, you want mediocre to poor performance on the project because you're probably contracted on a day rate contract. So we need to look at contracting strategies for performance. We need to look at cost and value in the supply chain. Just because something is cheaper doesn't mean it's better value for your project. A lot of geothermal projects have zero peer review. They don't have an internal peer review process. They don't have an external peer review process where they're going to get some external expert to come and look at what they're going to do. Might say, I wouldn't do that. That's not worked anywhere else in the world. Why is it going to work here? And there's very little control of the drilling process. The really big message that we've got for Taiwan is you've got to own the drilling process. Don't expect others to do it for you. You've got to, as a country, start to say, we are going to be the best drilling contractor. We're going to be the best drilling country in the world. We're going to put our level of expertise where our level of expertise for semiconductor manufacture is. We can do that if we start now. I think I'll hand over at this point to Tony, who's a more calm presenter.
So thank you, Kevin, for scaring the hell out of the room.
Yeah.
But the fantastic thing is for Taiwan is that you've invited us here, you've invited everybody, and the room is absolutely packed. So what is the story? The story is fantastic because, as many of the presenters already have shown you this morning, is that these challenges are already being cracked out there in the world. So we just need to steal them in Taiwan. We need to borrow that from everybody else. So what are those big technology breakthroughs? So the first one is ROP generation. So when people think about the speed of drilling, let's put it in a kilometer term, as sort of Kevin said. So at the moment, on a recent granite drilling well in the United States, which has gone from a government project to commercial well around it. A company just published some data. They're drilling 1,000 meters of granite in 20 hours. So that pretty well makes the whole of Taiwan, you know, a couple of weeks' work. Fantastic, per well. Temperature management. So if I'd said to everybody a couple of years ago, oh, well, let's drill 350, 400 degrees C, everyone certainly in the oil and gas community would just say, well, I'll run the tools in there and they'll be fried. But now, through R&D, through coatings, insulated pipe, we will be able to deliver 150 degrees C fluid in the bottom of a well that is at 400 degrees C. So that temperature management problem, that's gone away. Casing and cementing. I was really nervous about casing and cementing until I started a project for the Department of Energy and the Clean Air Task Force last year. And you start to look at new formulations of cement from different materials, from using silica flour, using the excess materials from steel manufacturing, and we can cement casing 350 degrees C. Completions. So if we pumped really cool fluid all the way to the bottom of the well, we can pretty well cool the well down, so maybe it gives us a temperature window to get some more advanced completion into the well. And then about the rig. Let's get the right rigs in here. Let's get green, environmentally friendly rigs in here and drill these wells where we have the minimum amount of footprint, we move the rig quickly. But one of the biggest things is only a little thing that we've seen that's been lacking in most of the geothermal community is the use of really good data, yeah? You know, it only costs about $500 a day to capture really good data on your rig, yeah? And then today, there's automation systems that can come out there. There's robotics that can keep your people safe while you're on the location so they're not handling hot tools. And then the automated equipment makes those connections really fast so that we stay on bottom drilling really quickly. So let's look at that first one. Let's look at the ROP generation. You can see on this slide, you can see the journey the world has taken. We've gone from roller cones, which crush the rock, to PDCs, which shear the rock. Now, PDCs had a real problem in being fragile, in making those boundary changes between different metamorphic rocks, different igneous rocks, formations of different hardness. But you can see on the bottom of the image there of the PDCs, all the different shaped diamond. We're making diamond now nearly 4 millimeters thick. We're making them into shapes that look much more like teeth. And we can push those teeth into those igneous rocks and really generate a rate of penetration. And then you see on the far side of the slide, you see a very funky looking bit with two different sizes on it. That was a bit that was recently run in New Zealand. The New Zealanders have been pioneering large hole sizes with PDC bits and delivering exceptional performance. Drilling a section, pulling it out, and the bit was so green that they ran it on the next section as well. And then the very right-hand side bit is particle impact drilling. So that's thinking about combining PDC with particles to drill as fast as we can. And how that performance translated in the United States on the Forge project is you see there from number 1 to number 5, the time in hours along the bottom. That is an exceptional jump in time there. You know, the well's now down to TD of only to 11,000 feet in only 100 hours. Yeah? And that performance, Taiwan's going to adopt that technology, and that's going to be your starting point. So you're going to be moving from the blue line down. How you drive that, let's go back one, is not just technology. It is training the people, developing a culture of optimization, yeah? Embracing that new knowledge and not accepting mediocrity. Never accept mediocrity. We want to push things every day. So the process is as important as the technology. So every day on this project, we meet in the mid-afternoon and we look at what was limiting us yesterday and we fix it. What can we fix? What do we need to fix that's still in the hole? So next time we come out and we go back in and we fix that problem. And we just keep taking that continuous improvement process and we drive performance. When we look at those drill bits, the key to this is we were drilling like a slinky that was all compressed. But if you think about it, if you open that slinky and you drill a spiral like that, each one of those cutters travels a much shorter distance and it doesn't heat up so much, and so it cuts so much more rock. So we really remove that rock quickly. Temperature management. There are so many jumps in temperature management going on at the moment. High temperature tools are pushing up towards 210, 225 degrees C. That's not going to get us to 400, but if we cool the fluid, we have a rig with plenty of pump pressure. We have high velocity fluid coming down the well. We have low heat coefficient coatings in the pipe at the top of the hole, which is a cheap way of keeping your pipe cool. We then have insulated pipe at the bottom where we take a pipe inside a pipe and we put an insulative layer of rubber in between that so we can keep that nice cool fluid and we reduce that drilling risk. And we enable those insurance companies to bet on us early, those investors to feel that their investment is more secure for the future. Completions. Completions has been a challenge in geothermal wells because completions generally need to have some sort of sealing material in it. But if we think about doing it slightly differently, we have metal on metal locks in the system. We cool the borehole down, we run the completion in, we do our completion activity, and then we fry the completion. It doesn't matter. We've locked everything together with metal and the rubber seals become irrelevant. So we pull that together, and what we need is the right rig with the right contract. Get that technology out there, but the right technology. We don't need to waste money on technology, but we want the right technology for geothermal in the right place where the neighbors are not going to be complaining about us drilling in the back of a hospital car park. So we can do that. So to wrap up, Taiwan has a fantastic opportunity. I mean, all the presentations I saw for the first 2 hours this morning just gave me even more excitement about what this country has of both heat and population and a willingness to make geothermal successful. The government have ambitious plans, and I'm really excited, yeah? So learn from global success. Just steal all that success out of there and start your performance up here. Don't restrict yourself to traditional hydrothermal. You have everything possible in this country from heat, EGS, AGS, hydrothermal. The whole gambit is in a very small location. As Kevin said, own the drilling process, train the team, and multi-well is really important because, as you saw on the Forge project, that was a government-sponsored project, but over 6 wells, how much learning was there? If it had just been 1 well, you know, and then we go on to the next place and the next location, we would have lost all of that 6 wells learning. So when I had a conversation with the director of the Department of Energy for geothermal a couple of years ago, the first thing I said to Susan then was, Susan, you're missing a 0 on the end of the number. And that's what we have to think about in this business, is when you go to ask for money, add a 0 on the end of it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
感谢Mr. Tony Pink and Kevin Gray 的演说。那明天的 workshop Tony 还有2个小时的分享。那由于时间关系，我们接下来会直接进到中场休息。若各位有什么问题需要交流的，也欢迎在会后进行交流提问。
If you come up with any question afterwards, please feel free to talk to the speakers or our partners after the seminar for the further discussion.
好，接下来我们预计在11点25分回到场内继续我们接下来的演讲。那接下来就休息时间，我们在外面准备的茶点，请各位贵宾享用。还没有换到这个识别证的来宾，也请到外面去兑换。那因为我们使用 QR code 来中午的餐点。 所以麻烦您各位都要凭着 QR code 取用餐点。那场内是禁止饮食的。那外面也有多家摊位展示，欢迎各位来宾参观，跟相关专家学者交流。下午商务的交流，各位可以扫描待会荧幕上出现的 QR code 查询媒合厂商。 有兴趣的来宾，请把握机会到场外进行登记，并依媒合的时段抵达现场。谢谢。
We will now have a 10-minute break. The refreshments are served outside. Please be back at 11:25 for the next session. And if you haven't attended the ID badge, please scan the QR code outside at the counter. Thank you.
专家以及地热资源评估模拟的专家。没有，等一下。接下来议程我们要准备开始，请大家尽数回座。接下来纽西兰的专家会为我们带来更精彩的分享。纽西兰在近期成功突破的1个 gigawatt， 那接下来他们仍然快速的增进他们的地热发电的装置容量。接下来的讲者是在其中扮演很重要的推手，所以我们请大家尽快入座，谢谢。请各位来宾尽数入座。接下来我们要讨论的是地热电厂的开发实务发展。让我们欢迎纽西兰奥克兰大学的地热研究所 Mr. John O'Sullivan.
Next on, we'll discuss geothermal power plant development. Please welcome University of Auckland co-director Mr. John O'Sullivan, who will discuss the Geothermal Institute recent experiences supporting geothermal globally.
No airani me haina o okutupuna, ko Sullivan toku whānau, ko Waipapa taumatarau toku hapori, e noho ana au ki ngā whenua, me ngā waitapu o ngā tīwhātua. Tēnei ka mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, I'm John O'Sullivan. I'm the co-director of the Geothermal Institute at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. I've just introduced myself in Te Reo Māori, the indigenous language of New Zealand, which tells you my place in the world in Auckland, New Zealand, and also about my ancestors who came originally from Ireland and China. Today I'm going to talk to you about the Geothermal Institute and our recent experiences supporting geothermal development globally. The Geothermal Institute, I'm going to come out from behind there. The Geothermal Institute was founded in 1978, so it's 4 years younger than me. I turn 50 next month, and Geothermal Institute turns 50 in 4 years. But we focus on training, knowledge transfer, education, research and consulting for the geothermal industry. And we're part of the University of Auckland, and we do training in New Zealand and internationally. It's led by myself and Associate Professor Sadiq Zarouk, and we've had many, many years of collaboration with partners around the world. And it's a real focus on education, knowledge transfer, and capacity building. We've got over 1,800 graduates, it's nearly 2,000 now, and some of them are really senior members of the geothermal community now in countries all around the world, particularly Indonesia, the Philippines. One of the things that I've talked a little bit about, we really focus on building enduring relationships. New Zealand is a really strong, believes in strong partnerships and long-term intergenerational relationships. We're really firmly committed to sustainable development in that really long-term intergenerational sense, not just from a resource perspective, but also from economic, environmental, social and cultural perspective. And these are some of the world-leading geothermal partners that we work with around the world. Of course, there's geothermal energy providers in New Zealand, Contact Energy and Mercury, the Philippines and EDC and Pertamina Geothermal in Indonesia. And we work really closely with Berkeley a national lab in the US, along with, of course, GNS, who there's people here as well, and our friends at Jacobs and Sequent and Eastern Geothermal. So we teach degree courses, so you can come in and do higher education, which is obviously very important as well, and we've been doing that for a long time. There's various formats, masters and PhDs. But we also do a lot of work in terms of short-term upskilling for the geothermal community and the industry, and we do that in short courses both in New Zealand and in country. And we also do mentoring and learning by doing, sharing that knowledge together. We found really effective, so it's something that we look forward to partnering with people. And there's some of our students down in Wairaki looking at some of the geothermal steam field. Here we are. That's my colleagues. That's actually Professor Juliet Newson with one of my colleagues, Michael Gravatt in Iceland, doing some geothermal training. I realise everyone in these pictures has beer, but that's an important part of geothermal. And so there we are with our colleagues when we were here. We had a great time working on a short course training at Eitri, and that was a wonderful experience last year. This year as well, we've been running a partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade in New Zealand around capacity building, and we've had African scholars coming to New Zealand and East African scholars that are actually there at the moment in a short course in New Zealand as well. And we take them, this was in Indonesian and Filipino and ASEAN countries, again supported by the New Zealand government, and we take them around New Zealand as a field trip as well as doing all of the formal training, and they get to experience also the relationship with our Indigenous people who are key stakeholders in the geothermal industry. Okay, so moving on from capacity building, we offer a full range of consultancy services and research into all of these fields. It's been a fantastic morning, and my esteemed colleagues that presented before me pointed out that we need to do things fast, so I'm not going to talk about all of these. I'm just going to focus on my specialisation of my team, which is in reservoir modelling and resource assessment. But we do the full range of services in the Geothermal Institute. So the Geothermal Modelling Group was founded by my father, Mike O'Sullivan. So he's been doing geothermal work. He worked with Berkeley in the 1980s. So he's been doing geothermal modelling for 35, 40 years. And we think we've got one of the largest dedicated geothermal modelling groups in the world. In the modelling, it's all about, like our colleagues were talking about this morning, it's all about de-risking investment. And so the geothermal modelling is all about understanding the resource, understanding how it's going to behave so that you can make, support these major investment decisions which Taiwan is facing and all of our other partners are already facing. So I'll just touch through some of the things that we've been doing. We've been working with Contact Energy. I mentioned our enduring relationships. This is as an example. We've been working with them now for over 30 years with the geothermal reservoir modelling. This is an image of the geothermal plume underneath Taupo, and these are estimates of the thermodynamic conditions in the subsurface that are really important for understanding how to manage that resource. And that gets used for permitting, for the plant's continued production, but also Wairaki Tauhara is undergoing an expansion. So there's a new power plant that's just being commissioned in Tauhara, and the reservoir modelling, geothermal reservoir modelling, is really important for supporting that expansion. And another exciting thing we're working with Contact on now is on how to effectively re-inject CO2 so that we can really make sure that the geothermal projects are carbon neutral. With our colleagues in Indonesia at Pertamina Geothermal Energy, we've done a lot of projects with them in the last 2 years, and many of these projects are bankable. We supported their resource assessment of Lahandong and Kamajang for their IPO process. So this is really, these are our models on the right, sorry, the geological models and the numerical models for La Hindong and Kamajang, where what we're looking at is understanding the resource potential so we can advise their board of directors as part of that IPO process. And we've got an ongoing relationship with them now, so we've been helping them to model the resources for several other fields this year. A key part of this is also that we're doing is the knowledge transfer to the PGE team so that they're able to carry on that modelling work with our support, but they have full ownership of those projects. I'll just talk really quickly. This is quite a technical slide, but we've been doing a lot of work in the last few years around geothermal resource assessment. This is a really exciting new technology around modelling technology. With the advances in cloud computing and the efficiencies of new computational power, we can run thousands and thousands of numerical models to estimate what's happening in the subsurface. And that has the potential then to, we choose only those models that match the geoscientific exploration data. So we had some nice talks this morning where the speakers said, you know, we still are going to need clever geoscientists doing good, solid geoscientific work. The technological, engineering, computational advances isn't going to solve everything. And we use their input to say, well, which of these models, of the thousands of models, are likely to be representative of the resource? And then we can forecast forward using all of those models. And this is only possible in the last 2 or 3 years that we're able to do. This is something that our colleagues in oil and gas have been doing for many years. But computationally, it's been beyond the capability of geothermal until very recently. And so this is exciting stuff. We can make realistic estimates of the resource potential based on really solid physics, geoscience, and modeling technology. And this isn't prototype. We've been doing this in commercial projects for PGE last year. So these are production projects. Another really exciting thing, I think Kevin mentioned it, was around the use of heat, and that's going to be very important here in Taiwan as well. And so we've been partnering with our colleagues in France, looking at low temperature geothermal models and understanding how those doublets interact, because we do want this to be a long-term intergenerational resource. So how multiple doublets, and this is all from France as well. A lot of people don't know that 25% of the heating in Paris is made from geothermal energy. And so we've been modelling the Paris Basin, trying to understand the long-term sustainability of that low-temperature resource. We do a lot of work also for a project in Lahire. This is a very complex model where they're actually mining on the top of our geothermal model. But it just goes to show, I put this in because this shows how we're now able to support operations on a short-term basis. We give Newmont quarterly forecasts of their temperature resource, which leads into their funding and investment. So these modelling tools that we use at the Geothermal Institute can be used for operational decision-making as well. The last example I put in, this is very exciting. This is work we're doing with Berkeley National Lab, and this is around the idea of extracting minerals from the geothermal fluid. And so that makes the economics of geothermal very exciting if there's something other than energy that you can also extract. And in the case of lithium, it's very valuable, and it can also give you security of that lithium supply. So we've been working with the Berkeley National Lab in the US, and we've got a continuing grant from the Department of Energy in the US covering that. And the numbers are big. When you look at it, we run these geothermal reservoir models to understand, okay, there's a lot of lithium in the fluid, but how much can you actually get out? And the answer is a lot. And there is also, we're working with them now to look at how we can optimize well placement to extract as much lithium out of the reservoir over the next 20 years. But it's in the order of, we published this at Stanford just last week, and it's of the order of 300 million kgs of lithium over the next 20 years. And lastly, a really important thing, so I've talked a lot about enduring relationships. This is my first time in Taiwan. I'm really excited to be here. Sorry, first time in Taipei. I was in first time in Taipei. I'm very excited to be at the conference for the first time. And we're here to make relationships. We want to see you often and work together. And we'd like to invite you all to the New Zealand Geothermal Workshop that we hold this year again in Auckland. It was fantastic to see some of you come down last year. If you look closely, you can probably see some of yourselves. So, and you know, it's a wonderful place to visit, and we will look after you if you can come down and join us. Tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora, thank you very much.
Thanks for Dr. John Sullivan's wonderful speech, and thanks for the New Zealand community for the extraordinary devotion.
我们谢谢纽西兰地热团队对全球地热发展及科学的卓越贡献。那接下来我们是欢迎台湾第一家投资地热的外商企业，我们希望从他们的跨国经验给予我们许多建言。我们欢迎 Mr. Simon 跟 Mrs. Eva。
Next on, please welcome Baseload Power Taiwan Investment Manager, Mr. Simon Westerland, and Geologist, Mrs. Eva In, who will discuss the global perspectives on geothermal energy investments and exploration experiences in Taiwan. Welcome.
欢迎。
Hello, and wow, I'm so happy to see so many people here today to talk about my favorite topic, geothermal. And maybe some of you think that, is geothermal really Simon's favorite topic? And yes, it's true, and I will show you why. This is the house where I grew up in the northern part of Sweden. And what you can't see in this picture is that we actually had a shallow well and a heat pump installed. So geothermal energy has literally kept me alive during the cold winters in the northern part of Sweden. We get up to -40, so I'm very thankful to geothermal energy, and I'm very happy that I'm working with that today. Sweden is not so famous for geothermal electricity production, but if you look at direct use and heat, we are actually in the top countries. So Baseload has a lot of experience, and that's where we have our headquarters. And since Baseload was started in 2018, we have invested into projects in 4 different markets: US, Iceland, Japan, and Taiwan. And in 3 out of those markets, we have operational power plants. And we are working very hard every day to make sure that Taiwan will be number 4th, where we have a power plant online. So Baseload, we are working in a very interesting position where we are in the intersection between the project development and the investors, the capital. So what I briefly wanted to talk with you today is our perspective, what we see on the capital market from an investment perspective. So if you talk about investment into geothermal projects, it's really not that different from any other kind of investment. So investors, they will look for 2 things, right? They will look at what's the risk and what's my potential return. So if we use that framework of thinking, risk and return, we have a couple of key components or drivers that we at Baseload see is really pushing the growth of geothermal. So if we look at globally today, we haven't really seen a big acceleration of addition of megawatts in geothermal power, but as I believe many of you in this room and what we've seen in previous presentations is that I feel that we are really in the beginning of a big wave of geothermal power being installed. So one of the key components that we see is the market demand. So everyone is talking about we should become 100% renewable, and if we want to do that, we can't solve everything with intermittent energy sources like wind and solar. I still believe that maybe the 5–10% has to come from base load power such as geothermal. So then the question is, what will be the price for our base load power 10 years from now? And what we see is that we're already seeing that the private market is putting it into two different categories, where they say that, okay, geothermal is actually a category by itself, and it should be valued higher, since it is this base load, stable, renewable power. So this higher pricing, of course, helps the return and the profitability of the projects. Many of the presentations today has been talking about new technologies, and what we firmly believe is that, if you want to see that geothermal power should really make a dent in the global energy mix, then you have to be able to develop not only the high temp resources, but also the low and medium. So we have a lot of good technologies here in the room today, such as ORCAN, ORC, or Green Fire Loop. And what I wanted to say today is that all of these systems will soon be commercialized, and then there will be economies of scale, and we will see that the price will go down on these technologies. So that's also something, of course, that is very positive and affects the returns of the projects in a positive way. Another thing that I also wanted to briefly mention on this is that we talk about the ecosystem around the geothermal power plant. So with partnerships, the power plants does not only include electricity production, you also have direct use, as some of the people have been talking about today, but you also see combined geothermal with, for example, solar or fish farms. As you mentioned here, lastly also mineral extraction, which makes also that there can be several revenue streams in a geothermal project, which increases the profitability. This morning, the Taiwanese government talked about their new policy. So I think that this is really a big trend that we see globally, that a lot of countries are now enhancing and improving the regulatory framework to enable geothermal development. And Taiwan is a really good example. And from an investment perspective, what we really see that investors look at is that they have to be able to predict the future returns. If they want to put down the big money in the beginning, then they have to be able to predict the returns. So regulatory policies that enhances resource rights and developer protection is really important if you want to see private capital coming in to geothermal projects. And then also, of course, as we also been discussing here earlier today, support initiatives, especially for the early stage exploration, really helps the development of projects. Oil and gas sector step into geothermal. We see that CPC is doing it. We also see on a global level, we have companies like Baker Hughes and Chevron are putting more and more efforts into geothermal. And of course, they have a lot of knowledge and resources. But what we also need to learn from the oil and gas industry, if we want to attract investments, is the portfolio thinking. So if an investor looks at only a one single risk project, maybe the risk is too high. But if you can bundle projects together,
then the risk goes down. And you can also lower your cost of capital, and you can attract these larger infrastructure funds that usually, have huge amounts of capital and want to deploy it and spread the risk over several projects. Lastly, but very important, is also high quality data. So we believe that the capital markets are becoming more and more educated, and if they are going to put down the big money in the early stages of drilling, which is the highest risk and the most capital incentive, then there has to be very high quality data in place for them to be able to make that investment. So that's the way that we've been working here in Taiwan right now, where we use global best practices to do our own exploration, to really make sure that we have a good understanding of the subsurface before we put the drill bit in the ground. So I'm going to hand it over to my dear colleague Eva, who's going to talk a little bit more about what we have done here in Taiwan.
Yeah, thank you.
Here you go.
So, hi everybody. I'm Eva, represent from Basel Park, Taiwan. So I'm going to share more the development side. So you don't need to switch your headset. I will use in English because I think I have lots of chance to share our exploration work in Chinese locally. So I will go this in English. So there's a lot of presentation talking about the risk and about the risk, reduce the risk. So how we work as a developer is also to do the risk project. But I'm not telling you what we did for what's the process or any detail, because like Anne already shared a lot and there's lots of presentation is talking a lot. So I'm going to share more about our projects, our two projects. One is called Lushan and the other is Ruisui. So we did the exploration work last year, and so what we did these two areas is about the 3G work, about the geology, geochemistry, geophysics, and also the existing well data. We collect some existing well data to improve our conception model. So I cannot share too much about our results because it's more confidential. I think that we will share those more when we has a power plant online. But I can share you one maps. It is a Ruisui map showing that where is our geophysics survey location. So we want to show you that our survey is very high resolution can let us know more accuracy about the subsurface. And besides that, this is what we found in the field, a steam vent. And also there are some photos. So we do the geology structural mapping and also the alteration surface alteration mapping. So we found lots of things and conduct the gravity survey and the MT survey. And the one is I mentioned, the existing well static PT logging data. So this data is very useful to guide us to have the subsurface isocene, and it could build up a really good conception model. So according to our conception model to those two projects, we do have, we use a power density method to estimate the power capacity. So for Ruisui and Lushan, for example, we do have 10 megawatt for P50 number, and the P90 is about 4 megawatt, and P10 is like 23 to 24 megawatt. So we are very positive for these two projects, and we believe that at least we will have 4 megawatt in each area to build up the power plant soon. And right now we are seeking the truth teller, which is rig and drilling, to tell us is that anything we can provide or we can deliver on the Ruisui and Lushan area. So this is a really good opportunity for us to join this conference, to seeking lots of different technology company or drilling companies that could provide those options and opportunity to work with you. And besides that, so thanks for EA sharing. That's one of the slides showing that Basal Power Taiwan actually is the only one international developer in Taiwan right now. So I do want to share one more thing about how we work globally in Taiwan. So we are not just work with the international experienced vendors. For example, there are some Geological, there are the really good geothermal consultant company. They help us to do lots of data review, the peer review for our exploration work. And also the Quantec, CGG, McGee, they provide a lot of different exploration service. I forgot to put the GNS. GNS also help a lot for the chemical lab analysis. Besides that, we also have some local partners to support us. For example, the local community and some research entity, E3, and the academia, so some universities. So we work closely with the international vendors. We share the experience to local, to the academic, to the research entity in locals. Besides that, the local community, we inviting them to work together with us during the exploration work. What's the benefit of this is they truly understand what the geothermal it is, and they understand how we work closely and really focus on what's happened in their land. So through this process with the local community, they understand that what is a geothermal and what the geothermal is benefit for their land and for their life. So we are really thanks for those international vendors, experience expertise, and also really thanks for the local community and every local partners. The earth has the power, so let's switch it on together.
Thanks for Mr. Simon Westerland and Mrs. Eva In's wonderful speech.
感谢两位精彩的演说。接下来，让我们欢迎38年前就在台湾设置第一台地热 ORC 的世界最大地热集团 OMAT，the Dr. Remy Salvet.
Next on, please welcome Director of ORMAT, Mr. Ramy Salvet, who will discuss renewing Earth's energy future with advanced technology and new power plants COD. Let's welcome him.
掌声欢迎。
I was planning to say good morning, but it looked like 15 minutes drift of good noon. I'm very excited and honored to be here. This is my second time, and I would like to use this opportunity and to thanks to the organizer for the fascinating event, professional one, and really contributing to all of us to promote Taiwan geothermal power plant. Last year I we discussed how we can convert greenfield to energy. Today I'm going to discuss about why and what geothermal developer can benefit from OMAT's extensive experience and advanced technology. OMAT is a leading renewable, this is the why, OMAT is the leading renewable energy provider with a proven track record of more than 55 years above the ground and below the ground, with more than 1.2 gigawatt owned and operated by OMAT. So you may consider OMAT as an electrical power company. We have three main pillars, or I should say our business segment is electricity, product, and energy storage. Today I'm going to concentrate about the electricity and the product related to geothermal. You can see that the electricity mainly based on geothermal, this is 84% of our revenue. So you may consider OMAT like electrical power company. I will dive into the electricity segment. You can see that 73% of our install base is in US, We're 27 rest of the world, with 1.1 gigawatt installed, 92% capacity factor, and average of power purchase agreement is 15 years. So we are a very stable company, which we can forecast our revenue stream for the next 15 years. So I'm still in the why Ormat? So Ormat is the only vertical integrated vendor technology in the world. We are covering all the aspects of geothermal power plant. So we are coming here and cherishing this know-how and experience. In the electricity, we are the power plant that we own and operate. We are covering from A to Z. The development, exploration, drilling, engineering, manufacturing, construction, and operation. For the product that we are selling to the developer, we are able to offer our engineering, manufacturing, construction. You have to bear in mind that our technology is not off the shelf, it's tailor-made. It's tailored according to the given heat source in order to reach the highest performance and highest efficiency of conversion of the heat to electricity. So till now, this is why Ormat experience, okay? What we are bringing to the table, to our client table, to the developer of the geothermal. We are bringing all our experience and know-how beside the technology that they can rely on. Because in the end of the day, our main objective and interest is to have a successful project, not just to sell technology. So you can see that we are covering the exploration, the quality. Since we are the one who operate our own power plant fleet, okay? So we continuously improving the technology from the eyes of the operation in order to reach to the highest performance, the highest availability today is 98%, low operation and maintenance cost, which is the major objective of any geothermal developer. Just to give you a quick glance about what we did last year, developing exploration and drilling, we drilled 24 wells. We explore worldwide in USA, in California, Nevada, and Hawaii. Lately, we reached to the ultimate capacity in Pune, which was covered by the eruption a few years ago, and now we bring back the power plant to the highest capacity. Kenya, Guadeloupe, Indonesia, we operate in 8 rigs, own and operate by ourselves. Our plan for 2024 is to drill at least 19 wells additionally, to operate up to 5 rigs continuously with our research and development, and supporting our fleet of 1.107 megawatt. From the innovation perspective, what we did, this is a quick glance about what is developed and innovate under Ormat roof. This is only the selected. In early 90, we developed the 4 megawatt based on 2 stages. This is the turbine, binary turbine, 4 megawatt, 2 stage in early 90. Currently, we are developing the 50 megawatt binary turbine, okay, based on 5 stages. So we are better compete with other technology like steam, and more economically, we are able to improve the performance of the power plants, to reduce the cost of the project. This is one of the advantage, or 2 or 3 of advantage that I'm encountering now about developing a large binary turbine. More and more we encounter with requirement by the regulation for net emission, zero net emission, okay? And we are develop the non-condensable gases injection, so we are able to obtain 0 emission with our technology and power plant. Wind guide vane, this is another technology that we are improving the performance of our air cooler. As I said, since we are operating our own fleet, we are continuously improving the performance of the power plant, which is very important feedback, not only from us, from our side, also from our customer side. It's not a kind of selling technology and that's all. We are partnering with our customer, carrying a long-ship relationship, and their feedback is very important for our technology improvement. This is a typo, it should be 2022, what we inserted recently to the grid. So far explained about why Ormat and what Ormat bring to the table. And now I would like to show you what we insert to the grid in the last 2 years, 2022 and 2023. We have 8 power plants that insert to the grid. Toonstang in Mountain Complex in US, it's owned and operated by Ormat. This is 42 megawatt, which is the second stage was reached to the 42 megawatt this year, last year, sorry. CD4 in California, 30 megawatt in 2022. This is owned and operated by Ormat. We add additional 8 megawatt this year, last year, sorry, 2023, to Reiver complex. Dixie Valley, 64 megawatt in 2 stages. North Valley in US, 25 megawatt. You see that our main fleet is really in United States, developed and owned by Ormat. And it's important to mention that we are client of our own technology. So of course we are cherishing all what we are achieving with our client here. This is San Jacinto, 11.5 megawatt, accomplished 2023, inserted to the grid. This is supply for third party in Nicaragua. And here we have Shuangzepin, 1.2 megawatt, which inserted to the grid last year and inaugurated at the end of last year, supplied to Fabulous. By the way, we signed with cooperation agreement with Fabulous to help them develop 20 megawatt by 2025. This is Mori in Japan. This is our 4th power plant in Japan, and coming more project in Japan. This is 2 megawatt, which was supplied to third party, Hokkaido. This is a local utility in the North Island of Japan. Speaking about news about Ormat, we acquired a facility or asset of $271 million from NL in United States. This is about 150 megawatts. The majority of it is geothermal power plant that we are going to modify and expand. This is tremendous achievement of the last year. And the end, I just want to highlight the technology, the advantages of the binary system. It's not only for low temperature, it's also for highest temperature, high enthalpy, able to compete with steam technology. We are delivering the physical, the heat. We are actually operating 2 different cycles. In the binary, there is no contact between the geothermal fluid and our turbine. Therefore, we are reaching to very low operation maintenance cost and very efficient. Air cool or water cool, we are very flexible according to the given heat source and the condition and the, let's say, the footprint of the power plant. Flexible to change. We are able to follow any change of the reservoir during the project lifetime. So whatever the geothermal heat will be given, we are able to convert it to electricity. low auxiliary, low operation and maintenance costs, as I mentioned, fast delivery in construction, which is very important. All what I show you, the COD delivery was 12 months, even less than that. And enabling to modular growth, we are able to increase the investment in modular way that according to behavior of the ground and the heat source, we're able to expand the above the ground power plant with minimum risk from the investor perspective. I would like to thank you, and the picture here is our own operate power plant, 150 megawatt in Olkaria, Kenya. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thanks for Mr. Ramin Shavett's wonderful speech.
感谢欧玛带来精彩演说。接下来，我们欢迎从油服公司转换为清洁能源的能源公司的 Baker Hughes 的代表为我们带来演说。
Next on, please welcome Geothermal Advisor of Baker Hughes, Mr. Krzysztof Simatupon, who will discuss geothermal full-spectrum solutions to optimize geothermal resources in Taiwan. Let's welcome him. With a round of applause.
掌声欢迎。
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Since the beginning of this morning today, the Deputy Minister and the CPC Chairman set the bar real high by explaining to everyone what the Taiwan aspiration is to geothermal production in Taiwan. We talked a lot about risks that we see, but at the same time, the massive opportunity that we see in front of us. And in this session right now, we're going to talk about how Baker Hughes is positioned to de-risk the risks that we see and how to impact the Taiwan geothermal environment. So in the spirit of collaboration, and I think this is one of the main reasons of this seminar, is to make sure that not only do we have local players and local entities here in the seminar, but also various foreign and international players who are here. And this is why collaboration is going to be a big key factor in for us overcoming the geothermal challenge that we see right now and how to de-risk it. So it starts with us. So when you look at Baker Hughes, we've been committed to ensure that we are a prominent player in the geothermal industry, and to do so, we cannot do it by ourselves. We had to go ahead and ensure that we have strategic partnerships to position ourselves as a prominent player. So when you look at how we're positioned in Taiwan, number one, we have a local partner called Taitec, who is our eyes and ears in the Taiwan market. Number two, Baker Hughes decided to do two strategic investments. Number one was in a company called Greenfire. And as you know, when we talk about risk, we overcome risk through technology as well as other various things. And Greenfire is considered an innovator in advanced geothermal systems to help us in accelerating and de-risking the challenges that we have whenever we produce from geothermal. The second strategic partnership was in baseload as well. And for you who, our colleagues talked a little bit about baseload, but baseload is the only international geothermal operator right now in Taiwan. And how is it relevant? It's relevant because when we're talking about impacting the geothermal business in Taiwan, and we want to talk about regulation and how to impact the regulation, one part of it is to talk about benchmarking and how others are doing it, but the other part is to actually see what are the real challenges that geothermal operators face whenever they are in the geothermal business in Taiwan, so that all the recommendations that are made are ones which make sense and are ones which are impactful. And the key point here is, one thing you've noticed is that the aspirations are very high, and what we need to do is to act now. I think one of the main reasons for this conference is to see what collaborations, what partnerships can actually be formed for us to impact the Taiwan geothermal industry now. So when we look at Baker Hughes, and I think this is a bit busy slide, so I'll just talk to it. In Baker Hughes, we start from the beginning with regulation and policy making. So Baker Hughes has a company called Gaffney Klein, which is an independent energy advisor that helps government set policies and regulations. And this is where you start out, even before talking about drilling a well, you start out from the policy making phase. Next, Baker Hughes has oilfield services, which have been supplying equipment with our partner CBC for a while. But at the same time, it's making sure that we can actually lower the well cost by drilling more effectively, planning wells more effectively and efficiently. But it doesn't just stop at there. Baker Hughes also extends to surface where we manufacture our own steam turbines to ensure that not only do we work on policy making, not only do we work on technical consultant in terms of reservoir and subsurface modeling, not only do we provide oilfield services to ensure that we drill the wells in a more efficient way to lower the cost, but also we can handle the facilities part as well. So when we look at it as an oilfield services company or an energy technology partner, we have specific technologies which are tailored for geothermal that cut across all the lifespan of the well, as well as the facilities part. And in addition to that, cutting edge technologies, because at the end, how do we de-risk your geothermal? Geothermal, and if we look at it, will continuously be evolving just like a regular oil and gas industry is evolving. So Baker Hughes is committed, and this is what we've been doing, in investing in cutting edge technologies that are going to be pioneered in Taiwan as well to prove that yes, these cutting edge technologies can actually lower the cost of geothermal and make it into a much more economic level, right? But the main message here is that Baker Hughes has tailor-made solutions for geothermal that cut across the well construction phase, as well as the surface phase in terms of power generation, but also extremely tailored technologies that are custom for geothermal that my peers will talk about later in the Green Fire session. I'd like to pass it on to Christoph right now.
Sorry, this part is under me. I'm William Tan, coming from Green Power Solution. So as Hamad have mentioned that not only because we done for the subsurface, we also do have a geothermal surface solution. So as you know, actually Baker Hughes, we're taking over the legacy of GE oil and gas, and our geothermal surface solution is coming from Italy. As you may know, Baker Hughes, we have manufactured a gas turbine that can burn 100% hydrogen. We also can do centrifugal compressors, pumps, and actually steam turbine is also one of them. And nowadays, we can manufacture for geothermal steam turbine from 5 megawatt up to 80 megawatt for single unit. And for ORC cycle or the binary cycle, we can also manufacture the turbo expander from 5 to 15 megawatt. And not only that, we can also do the engineering for the geothermal power plant, and we also can do the optimization. As you can see in the latest slide, okay, so since we have the subsurface technology, so for the surface team, we can already have integration with subsurface from a very early stage of the exploration, or even when you do the exploration. And we can decide how many wells and how deep the wells we can drill, and to achieve what kind of power, and we can decide, let's say on the steam turbine, what kind of the flash pressure that is the most optimized, depending on the well's characteristics. And these are one of the examples that you can see on the slide. Yeah, that let's say for the ORC plant, I mean, on the certain location, you can decide, maybe you can drill for 5 wells to achieve that kind of power, but maybe you can drill deeper for 1 well. So we can do this kind of configuration right at the early stage. And for example, if you need to do a reinjection for the NCG, so we also manufacture the NCG compressor. So also we can talk to the subsurface team that we can minimize the NCG compression power at the early stage. So we can really do this optimization during the early stage, so we can cut short the time frame for the project. Yeah, I think this is my part, and I should pass to Christovic.
Now, you can see that we walk the talk. So we collaborate internally in delivering the message to you. So as you can see here, before we move on to the next slide, so when we talk about the optimization for the full resource use, then we also not to talk about the megawatt resource that we are going to generate, but we're going to talk about how we anticipate the scaling risk. Because here, as you can see over here, when we talk about the megawatt generation, probably we're going to optimize the resource by installing all the technologies like double flash, ORC. But in the same time, when we do that, there is a high risk for us to experience scaling problem. So that's why in this case, we are going to provide you a solution where we are going to talk about the optimum megawatt generation, but in the same time, we want to anticipate the scaling risk. So now I'm going to deliver a bit about several examples from our projects around the world. So this one is from Indonesia, where we provide support in the 3D modeling in Wayang Windu, our client Star Energy. So by providing support Star Energy in integrating the geomechanical approach in the 3D model, then we'll be able to provide them support to increase their generation about 20%. And in the same time, we also be able to identify several drilling risks related with unstable formation. And we try to integrate those kind of information in the 3D model. So when the subsurface team try to target the well, they also anticipate the risk related with this kind of unstable formation, and we can mitigate it in advance. So by having all of this kind of approach, Baker Hughes, we are able to provide support for them to really optimize their resource. And another example is that when we talk about drilling, I think from the previous speaker, Tony Ping, if I'm mistaken, mentioned about the importance of having a good drilling operation. So here, drilling, if we can optimize the drilling cost, then it will also contribute a lot to the geothermal project itself. So as we can see over here, this is one of the examples that we had in Japan. So in the plant, because it is in the winter season, they already anticipate this kind of long drilling process. So they estimate around 80 days for all of the 2 wells. But in this case, with the help of our drill bit, now they'll be able to speed up all the drilling processes. Then they can now complete the well almost 50% faster than the estimated days. And I think we would like also to introduce our strategic partner, Greenfire, which I believe it will be elaborated. Yeah, you want to come up, please? So, yeah, about the recent test that we have in Koso geothermal field. One slide.
How do I do this? How do I do this?
Only one.
I'm sorry? Okay, just this one? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me in this conference. I really appreciate it. My name is Sam Senju. I'm the Vice President of Greenfire in finance and business development. So I'm based in Washington, D.C. I have a, believe it or not, I have a degree in computer science. What do I know about geothermal? I know nothing about geothermal. I know enough to be very, very dangerous. So bear with me, please. And where is my slide here? Do you have the slide? Oh, just slide? So I joined Greenfire about a year ago. Our company is based in San Francisco, California, but I am in Washington, D.C. And like I said, I have a degree in computer science. I also am a professor of computer science, adjunct professor of computer science at George Mason University in Washington, D.C. But Greenfire is my full-time job. I travel around the world, so we have Greenfire has this unique technology, and I was very, very fascinated with this. I have been doing project finance for over 25 plus years. Previously, mostly in hydropower. And then last 3 years, I've been doing geothermal. This is extremely fascinating in a field of energy. And I've been fully immersed in this one. And so Greenfire has this unique technology called green loop system. It is an advanced geothermal, unlike conventional geothermal and EGS. So we, instead of mining steam, we typically mine heat. You are not dealing with steam. We are mining heat. What we do is we go after generally abandoned wells, idle wells, or underutilized well. And we try to retrofit those wells and make it work. So we started with one particular project in coastal geothermal back in 2019, funded by California Energy Commission. And we completed that project very successfully. And that was just, was in operation briefly for about 4 or 5 months or something like that. And then project was tested by Lawrence Berkeley Lab. We worked closely with them. So after that, we did another project in Japan, one small project. And then we also did a project in the Philippines with EDC. And we got recently a grant to do pilot project in the Philippines as well with EDC. We are about to start that project. So we have a number of projects going on around the world. So we raised Series A funding from Baker Hughes, Valoric, and H&P. They are our principal funders. So we, let me actually go back to my slide in here. How do I move this slide? Okay. So generally generally geothermal, so last, in the history of geothermal, it's been about 100 plus years of geothermal history. So if you count, all the installed capacity of geothermal resources, geothermal energy, we've only had about 16 gigawatt of total installed capacity in last 100 years. In the United States alone, we have roughly about 1.3 terawatt of installed capacity. We have only about 4 gigawatt of energy from geothermal. We have a lot to go, lot far to go in this geothermal, right? So it is challenging. It is extremely challenging because it comes with a lot of risks. There are so many risks involved, right? Especially drilling risks. So when you drill, it's not 100%, it's not a slam dunk that you can put a power plant together and make it use. Very, very difficult to do this, and that's why while you are doing oil and gas or geothermal, you have so many abandoned wells. And our main focus right now in Greenfire, we go after underutilized wells or abandoned wells or underperforming wells, and then we typically retrofit that. So we have this unique technology. So I don't know if I can play this video in here. This is a PDF, right? It's not an animation. Okay, so I have a video here, but I don't think it can play. But typically, actually it does play. Wonderful. So this is exactly our system. So all we do is, so that one is an existing, so that's an existing abandoned well. And then we retrofit our system, right? And then all we do is, it's a complete closed loop system. We send some sort of like a supercritical carbon dioxide or hydrocarbon or even water, right? Instead of having like 2 different wells, typically conventional geothermal, you would need an injector well, you would need a producer well. In our case, all we need is 1 well. We work with 1 well. So, and then what we do is we send supercritical carbon dioxide through a vacuum insulated tube, and then by method of convection, so it transfers heat through the tube to the surface, right? All we are doing is harnessing heat. We're not bringing steam. All we're doing is harnessing heat, and we can convert that heat into electricity or direct use for the purpose of heating or even cooling and other industrial purposes. Right? So that's the big difference between us and any other conventional geothermal or EGS or something like that, right? So this is our COSO project. So we completed that a long time ago, back in 2019. And then, let me make it quick short. I want to continue to go. So our leverage is, again, like I said, right? So we are not drilling. We go normally after existing infrastructure to make it work. So we have a project in Kenya. We're working with a company called Kengen. It's a government-owned entity. And in the process, while they have roughly about 800, 900 megawatt of installed capacity from geothermal resources. And then in that process, while they were developing geothermal in last 30, 40 years, they have many, many abandoned wells. You drill, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. They shut down, they move on, right? So we approached them, and then we said, okay, we can make actually one of your abandoned dead asset and make it active. We can do that. And so we did an intensive modeling on that, one of the wells they gave to us. And then with the modeling, we can tell that we can do roughly about 2 to 3 megawatt from that particular data asset. So imagine, so they have roughly about 300 plus abandoned wells in Olkaria region alone. So if we can harness at least about a couple megawatt from one well, imagine, right? So 300 plus wells, you're looking at 300, 400, 500 megawatt of easy energy, cheap source of electricity. We are not drilling. So by doing that, we are avoiding drilling risks. Not by drilling, we save a lot of money. Not by drilling injector well, we are saving a lot of money. So we really don't need 2 wells to make it work. We only need 1 well, right? So we save tremendous, tremendous amount of money. So our tariff rate can be as low as 7 cents per kilowatt hour to make it financially feasible, something like 17, 18, 20% return. Of course, it depends on a lot of other factors as well, but generally, we can provide roughly about 17, 18, up to 20% return with 7 cents for a feed-in tariff. So incredible opportunity. So like I said, drilling is very, very risky. When you drill, you're not 100% sure. It's not a slam dunk that you can put a power plant together, right? You need permeability, you need heat, you need lots of water, you need a lot of pressure. To find all those ingredients in one place, it is extremely challenging, very, very challenging. In our case, we're not doing any of those. As long as we have source of heat, right? Since we are only mining heat by method of convection, we are bringing the heat at the surface level and use that to generate power or use for heating system or cooling system, right? You are avoiding tremendous amount of risks. The risks are off the table. We don't need permeability of rocks, right? You don't need a lot of water. We can work with supercritical carbon dioxide or other form of hydrocarbons or some sort of a refrigerant. And we keep recycling that within the system over and over again. And since we don't necessarily, the working fluid that we use, it does not come in contact with the geothermal resources directly, and we are mining heat, that natural resource, that heat, source of heat, will last for a very, very long time, unlike conventional geothermal. And that's the beauty of our system. There's a tremendous, tremendous potential. So even if normally we don't try to, we don't want to drill. We want to go after dead asset. We want to retrofit existing infrastructure, make it work. Even if we are to drill, again, we are avoiding almost like 80% of the risks because we don't care about permeability. We don't care about water. We don't care about pressure. All those things that are absolutely, absolutely necessary to make geothermal work, right? And those are the challenges. I have dealt with many, many investors, and that's my job in the company, right? So they don't even want to, when I talk to investors about geothermal, they fear geothermal. They have been burned. And that is the reason you have not seen a whole lot of investment gone into geothermal. It's a problem. We have to be very realistic. We have to be honest with each other, right? How do we make it work? We have to come up with solutions, different kind of solutions. And AGS, this green loop system, is one of them. It's very secure, very reliable. In Kenya, we're looking at least about 300 plus megawatt of energy. After we do this one particular well, we want to scale that up to 300 plus. Same thing, we're looking at Indonesia. We're looking at a project in the Philippines. We're working with Calpine, which is one of the largest geothermal operators in the United States, in Geyser's geothermal side. So that's our company. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer in the breakout season. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the wonderful speech by Baker Hughes and Greenfire.
好，谢谢，非常。接下来我们是到中午的休息时间。那我们主办单位呢，已经准备了餐盒，请各位贵宾凭你们报到时领取的识别证，依照工作人员指示往5楼餐厅用餐领取餐盒。
We will now have a lunch break until 1:30 p.m. Lunch is served on the fifth floor. So please follow the direction signs and the staff to the restaurant with your badges.
提醒各位，场内禁止饮食，敬请各位来宾在场外享用完再进入会场。
Please be reminded that eating and drinking is not allowed inside the venue, so we kindly ask all guests to finish their refreshments in the lobby before entering the hall. Thank you.
请各位在1点半回到会场。 准时入座。
Welcome back to the conference.
在下午的议程开始前，我们邀请到赛德克族的伙伴带来精彩的表演。
Before we begin the afternoon session, we are delighted to have our partner from the Sidek tribe present the traditional performance for our opening.
让我们掌声欢迎
Please welcome with a round of applause.
Oh, Malaiwa, Mia Tahene, Uyas Nudan Miao, Solaiwa, Mi Solai. Oh, Malaiwa, Mia Tahene. Uyas Nudan Mia Balaiwa Balai Wataya miri sauto taani parupi pakong na mi sejeto taani anapi berelabang nakito taani we watasa wataya miri sauto taani parupi pakong na mi sejeto taani anapi berelabang nakito taani we watasa wataya miri sauto taani parupi pakong na mi sejeto taani anapi berelabang nakito taani we li 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 supo tapi mengkalata karena ida menswai tutui ta tutui karena risau karena ulah supo ta lementah supo tapi mengkalata karena itani supo tapi mengkalata karena itani supo tapi karena risau karena warna tiang sayang supo tapi mengkalata karena itani supo tapi mengkalata karena itani
感谢他们精彩的演讲的表演，谢谢赛德克族的朋友们带来精彩的表演。接下来我们将进入钻井技术及专案管理主题。
Our next speakers will present for drilling engineering and the importance of matching the resource to the geothermal system. Front-end engineering design. Please welcome CEO of MB Century, Mr. Greg Thompson. Let's welcome with a round of applause.
G'day, and thank you for having me at this wonderful conference. Really great to be part of Taiwan's story and how they can see and develop geothermal energy over here. I'd just like to introduce MB Century. We're a Māori-owned organisation and owned by Tuarapaki Trust, who have really taken on innovation and actually used the land and, more importantly, harness their resource below their feet to actually build an enterprise today which stretches well beyond just farming, but also into commercial use. And one of the great stories of circular economy in New Zealand, where they actually use geothermal not just for tourists and warm bars, but also how can they use that to harness energy, generate electricity, but also take that next steps and using it for process heat. They have 11 hectares of glass houses. They've got a milk drying factory, but also a 111 megawatt power station on their resource. Back in 2015, Tuarapaki Trust actually acquired MB Century. MB Century is a long-standing partner in the industry of geothermal. We've deep roots with the likes of Indonesia and Philippines, helping them develop geothermal through the years, and really keen to be part of Taiwan's story and helping people get access to that wonderful resource that you have here in Taiwan. Just talking about our history, we've gone from the 1950s, where we actually had tripled rigs and very traditional type of rigs back in that day. So we were part of the government organisation that was established, and that was to build the world's second geothermal power station in the world, and that was the Wairaki site. One of the early rigs that we had, Rig 1, we're now on the right-hand side where we've got Rig 32. And we heard earlier about developing that rigs for the right process, and we actually worked with DrillMech back then to actually design and specify the rig to what we have today on Rig 32. Fantastic piece of equipment, and is actually just a rock-eating machine as we drill for geothermal these days. Some of the services go a little bit beyond our engineering services, but drilling-wise, we provide geothermal with both our drilling services, with the rig, but also beyond that, how do we actually design wells and how do we target those permeable areas that we heard so much about today to actually help de-risk some of the challenges that geothermal development has. Integrated project management, we've got well workovers, well maintenance, but also helping people acquire rigs and making sure that you get the right specifications. Some of the advances that we've actually achieved over the last few years, and that's really around efficiencies. So making sure that we've got very low non-productive time. One of the things is where you have flat spots drilling during your drilling program, and that's through breakdowns of rigs. So ensuring that you maintain your rig, look after it, but also then increasing those efficiencies. And we heard a little bit earlier today about driving some of those efficiencies and how actually might we get drilling rates up. We heard through drill bits, we've heard through getting the right technology, but also training and culture of the people working on those rigs. Roughly in New Zealand, and this is very geology specific. So we drill about 2,300 meters in about 40 days. We're able to complete a well, we're able to get out of there and move on to the next one. Moving the rigs, so we've gone from, as I said, we're very much triple rigs to having about 8 people on our rig floor, which used to be quite dangerous, to where we are now with our super single. And that's for automating our drill pipe handling. We've also automated our roughneck, so that's really making up your joints and bringing the pipes in. And that's really created a lot of efficiencies through our process, including shorter connection times. We've also engaged air drilling, and air drilling has been a really great advance for us, and not just water or mud drilling, but air drilling plays a big part of that. We heard around cyber components, so automating rigs. Do not be afraid to actually move away from your very traditional rigs and very mechanical rigs to automating some of the processes. We now have roughly about 2 or 3 people on our rig floor, which means that we've got far less safety incidences and risk to people working on our site. Rig 32, extremely quiet when it's drilling, so the ability to drill in urban areas has really helped us over the last few years. And then rig moves, so ensuring that we were able to move the rig from one location to the next. Rigs like Rig 32, there's roughly about 98 loads that we have to move from one site to the next. So making sure that we can do that in about 9 or 10 days and then be back drilling is a great assistance to our clients. Some of the softer skills around drilling, not just drill bits and drilling equipment, being a leader in health and safety is something that we really pride ourselves on. And taking health and safety management systems has been a key part of that. Part of specifying Rig 32 or our cyber rig was actually reducing the number of people that were exposed to moving components, dropped objects. So really driving that and ensuring that we have the appropriate accreditation. One of the things that we've done over the years as well is actually upgrading our rigs with a skidding system. And what a skidding system actually allows the rig to do, it allows it to crawl from one well that we've just completed onto the next well. So really reducing that rig moving time. And having a skidding system allows us to complete one well and then skid the rig into about 2 or 3 days, and then we're back drilling again for the clients. Comprehensive maintenance and asset management. So really looking after that rig, making sure that it is a valuable asset and that you're actually maintaining it and reinvesting in that rig is one of those things that have led us to having below the industry standard of non-productive times through rig maintenance. And I think we've spent over the last decade, we've spent quite a bit of money advancing and actually increasing the technology on that rig as we get to upgrades. Innovation, just around how do we lay out the rig to make sure that we are optimal in terms of working and minimal movements, reducing the double handling, to actually really speed up some of those rig innovations. And then, as mentioned, making sure that we do have those rig modifications that make it safer, not only for our workers, but for our counterparts as well. Innovation at MB Century. This has become an absolutely core value for us, is how do we take these advances? And we do spend quite a lot of money on research and development. We've heard some of the PDC bits that's been run in New Zealand, and that's been run with Rig 32 as we drilled on the Tauhara project and part of the GeoFutures project in New Zealand. And what that has actually allowed us to do is actually try and innovate with our clients, that they are prepared to take some risk to get some improvements. And that risk has actually really paid off for them as we've drilled some of those bigger bore wells and really try to drive that innovation and actually really look for those gains and where can we get those gains. So really having some dedication to R&D as you look to develop your geothermal fields allow for some development, allow for some innovation going forward, which is really key. Having a roadmap to that and mapping that out early on really helps with the investment decisions as you move forward. Looking for key partners, and I think partners with experience and partners with the understanding of the local economy, but the geology as well, has really paved a way forward for us. We've actually looked in the recent years to actually drive some of these partnerships that actually, how do we coexist in that organisation, and how do we coexist in the environment to actually leverage each other's strengths and actually get a best result for our clients. As well as for part of our drilling, what we've done there is something quite unique in the industry, and I just want to take 2 minutes just to talk about that, and that's really around developing a culture. So what we did, we took the operator, our drilling crew, we also took our third parties providers, and that at the time it was Halliburton and General Compression who provided our air drilling services. We actually put them in a room for about 2 weeks and really worked on the culture and went, right, what do we actually want to achieve? How can we do this together? But also, what do we want to be known as when we get out at the back end of this? And for us, it's really been about being part of that organisation that actually enhances geothermal for New Zealand. And it's something that the drilling crew, the operator, but also the third-party services who kind of had been seen at them just coming in, delivering a service and then moving out, all of a sudden they were part of this much bigger goal for the organisation, but also a bigger story for New Zealand's geothermal development. And what that then's actually happened is, as you've got a big group of people, they all see things differently, and how might they drive those enhancers and that innovation. But it also created an environment where they felt safe, that they could raise these innovative ideas. We had a client, and MB Century as the drilling contractor, who were prepared to back those innovative decisions or innovative ideas. And actually, let's give them a trial. Let's do it on paper. And if it was really successful with that, we were then able to take it and do it in the real world. And this is where that culture development and having the ability to stop, pause, how can we do things better, is actually really advanced MB Century, but also New Zealand's way of working in the geothermal space. Reservoir engineering, some of the things that we pride ourselves on, and I'm doing a talk tomorrow just around the tools that we design and build and actually run to give the people, once they've taken the risk to actually drill the well, providing that data to the next step and really looking for those truth seekers, as mentioned earlier. How do we actually validate the wonderful work that people have done, and you've heard so much about it today, confirming that resource and actually proving it that it is a viable resource that we can exploit, that we can harness, and that we can put to positive use, but not only for today, but for generations to come. And I think at the core belief, we are just guardians of our resource, and we have to develop it for the future generations, not just for today. All right, if you've got any questions, I'll be outside. Please come up, introduce yourself, and more than happy to help you with a few conversations and give you some insights.
Thanks for Mr. Greg Thompson's wonderful speech.
好，感谢纽西兰原住民的毛利企业 MB Century 的带来的精彩演说。接下来我们欢迎来自美国 NOV 这个很著名的钻井设备公司 Mr. Alexis Garcia.
Our next speaker will present for Full Potential of Geothermal Technologies. Please welcome Director of NOV Incorp, Mr. Alexis Garcia.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here sharing this with you and getting to discuss all the geothermal possibilities that we have. So my topic is full potential. How do we get the full potential with the drilling technologies out there? How do we make it happen? How do we make it happen in terms of cost reduction, increasing efficiencies, and also de-risking the process of drilling? So let's go ahead and start. So on the challenges side, we know we have thin margins, costs are high. Normally when you talk about geothermal operation, the dynamics of the finance is different and the ROI is different than oil and gas. We have to bear in mind that there are always thin margins while drilling a well. Hard rock, we've been talking about hard rock and the challenges associated with drilling hard rock, something that we have to overcome as an industry. We're getting there. I think we are there, but I think we have a little bit more work to be done on the ROP generation that Tony and Kevin mentioned earlier today. And of course, the high temperature. How do we deal with the high temperature? Now, this de-risking of the holes, of the hole drilling, takes even more significance when we drill deeper wells. So how do we deal with that high temperature? So let's go ahead with some example on thin margins. As you can see here, there is the potential of growing 90 times the US electricity production via geothermal by 2050. This is taking into account the success and growth of EGS and AGS projects. Right now they're being tested. Some of them are a little bit more advanced than others, but I believe that once those are tested, the potential is just huge to expand globally. How do we really measure the ROI properly after these projects have taken place? So on the hard rock side, how do we make sure to drill those hard rocks as efficiently and as quickly as possible? So one thing that we need to bear in mind is how to get deeper cheaper. It's how do we reduce the cost of the well, how do we increase safety and increase efficiency, so those economics play in the long term for the benefit of the whole project. What we know right now is we can increase 400% rate of penetration or speed of drilling in granite. We know that. And we know that we can increase the longevity of the drill bit by 2 times at least. We've been doing it, we've proven it, and we're still extending those limits, extending those boundaries that previously we're limiting ourselves as far as drilling granite. Drilling granite, we may find granite here in Taiwan, we may not, but there's a lot of volcanic rocks. We can translate exactly the same procedures and the same step process to drill granite or hard rock or basalt or volcanics using the same approach. As it was mentioned earlier, what we did, we increased the rate of penetration by iteration. What I mean by iteration is we studied the rock intimately. We made sure that we had tests in the lab to do single-cut tests with our PDC bits. PDC bits were not typically used in geothermal wells in the past, as we know, and this was an initial perceived risk to how to drill that granite the most efficient way. So by well number 1, we didn't really have a lot of experience in drilling the granite. Now by the well number 5, we were able to show that we can increase ROP by 4 times and increasing longevity of the bits by at least 2 times. So by reducing the on-bottom time from 500 hours to about 110 hours, we were able to prove that, yes, it can be done. We're not there yet as far as ROP, because there might be other variables to consider for ROP generation. This is just one of them. You have to look at stability. You have to look at how to make sure the trips coming out of the hole are safe, are quick, how to make sure that the rig crews are safe as well by doing it. So we have to make sure that we take this holistic approach. One thing that I'd like to highlight on this special graph is you see the ROP generated from the first well, about 52 feet an hour. We, in the last campaign, we had 75 feet an hour drilling granite. And we increased weight on bit up to levels that we never imagined before in oil and gas. So I wouldn't say why oil and gas can still learn from geothermal from that aspect, is to be able to push the limits and push the technology using a physics-based approach. In other words, what I mean is we have to study how to operate the equipment, and then talent, and then competencies come into play for making sure that the teams are doing the right procedures, they follow the right procedures and the right steps to make sure everything's done properly. And that's through training, competencies, and of course, a talented crew. Just to show, in different areas of the world, ROP is not going to be as high as 400%, just because the way rocks are layered, the way geology is layered. but we can, via iteration, work in different, with different end users to make sure we have the right bit designs and the right BHA designs. We work with directional drilling companies. We work with different end users to make sure we have the right capabilities. And this one flip. One key aspect of the geology side is to make sure we understand the rock and make sure that geologists understand the rock better. And through that, we have coring services. We do mostly coring services in fractured rock, in geothermal wells, and therefore the geologists have a better vision and a better understanding on how the rock behaves and how the rock, if it's permeable, if it's not permeable, what's the porosity, you know, all the studies that are done through a core. That's why it's so important, the recovery factor. If you have a recovery factor above 95%, then you will be able to assure a great integrity for that core to be analyzed and then to be you know, further evaluated for production. And on the drilling side, this is a recent example on how we iterated different designs to make sure we had the right ROP and the right durability on the bit. If you look at the dual grade, it's 1-1 after drilling the surface, pretty much all the surface hole. That is something that we learned working with the operator and also working with the different lab teams inside our company to make sure that we formulate the right cutter grade in PDC or polycrystalline diamond compact, and also the right body material of the bit to make sure we have higher ROPs. We have, as Tony described earlier today, particle drilling technologies is kind of in between the newer generation drilling scenario that you have right now and maybe the future one, which would be anything between plasma drilling or millimeter wave drilling, you name it. I guess this is a little something in between where we tested this technology in Utah Forge, and what it does is basically it hydraulically blasts the rock almost at 500 feet a second, around 500 feet a second at about 12 million times per minute. What it does is that it creates this sandblasting effect in the rock that lets rock being failed very, very efficiently, mostly if it's hard rock. You know, we designed this for mainly granite, so it can work in, you know, harder rocks that go from maybe 25 to 35 KSI compressive strength. This is a technology in development. Still, we made another iteration. We know what to do with the bit design. We know what the problem was on the bit via the last test that we did, and we're ready for another test. So we're open to talk with anybody interested in testing that technology further. Now, on the heat side is a little bit a different animal because we have to make sure to increase the longevity of the BHA. And remember that BHA has different elements to it. Not everything's electronics, not everything's elastomers, but we have to take care of the longevity of the BHA because you want to minimize bit trips, you want to minimize BHA trips, any trip that doesn't really have anything to do with a planned scenario, we really want to avoid it. So how do we do it? We take care of the elements in the BHA. So this is the dilemma. Do we lower the temperatures in the well, or do we design for higher temperature tools, which is a little bit long in the long term, because there are some elements that are rated to 175 degrees C in electronics, going to maybe 200, and some of them withstand 215 degrees C, but we're not up there to withstand 300, 350, and even going to the super hot rock, which will be about 450, you know, plus degrees C. What do? In the meantime, we just control the temperature. So what we do is we reduce the temperature or the thermal conductivity by 4 times. So this gives us the ability to run the fluids at lower temperatures and at the same time assuring better longevity for the tools. The coatings that we have also decrease the temperature and decrease that heat coefficient factor by about 10 degrees centigrade or about 50 degrees Fahrenheit within the drill pipe. So by doing that, you're assuring that the flow is at a lower temperature, and at the same time, you're taking care of the elements within the BHA. One thing, and this is one key aspect in deep drilling, deep geothermal drilling, since we can find scenarios of maybe finding about 60 degrees Celsius per kilometer geothermal gradient, we need to cool the mud. How do we do it? We have mud chillers, but we need to have continuous circulation. So if we don't circulate continuously, the well will be heated up to a point that maybe some of the tools won't withstand that sort of environment. And the mud chillers are really key for that. So we have to assure that the mud chillers run continuously. We have continuous flow. If you stop flowing, then there's the risk of frying and cooking downhole tools. And this is one development that we're doing right now is have insulated drill pipe. So it's an insulated component within the BHA, or the drill pipe, or part of the drill pipe, at the lower part of the drill pipe, that has a double-walled technology. So it means that in an environment that is about 220 degrees C, we can lower it by 70 degrees Celsius. So we're still working on it, something in development, but it's once it's taken off, I think it's going to be key for super hard rock to again increase the life of the tools. And this is just a basic concept on how do we envision, if you keep colder temperatures inside the BHA, you can really isolate all the components with the outer temperature. That's really important. So with all these design opportunities, once we tackle them the right way, as we were speaking earlier today, how to de-risk the drilling process, we've pretty much tackled all that, and we are almost able to assure much better efficiency from a first well, knowing what the variables are, knowing what the risk is, and having a little bit more in-depth knowledge on the rocks, on the subsurface characterization. I think that's going to give us a lower risk scenario for drilling any type of well. And just to close, let's not discard the full use of geothermal. Everybody talks about, or most of us talk about electricity, but we have so many applications for it, including lithium extraction. Of course, that we talk about direct use, CO2 sequestration. There are many aspects and many different lenses to see geothermal. So let's keep on pushing. Let's have the courage to develop geothermal in Taiwan. We're ready to help you develop your projects, and we are an excellent partner for you. So thank you very much.
Thanks for Mr. Alex Garcia's wonderful speech.
感谢 NOV 的 Dacia 的精彩演说。接下来，让我们欢迎来自日本的地热伙伴、日本地热协进会的场主川先生 Hasagawa Toro。
Our next speakers will present for Risk Management of Japan Geothermal Development. Please welcome Vice President of Association of Geothermal Power Promotion, Mr. Hasagawa Toro. Let's welcome with a round of applause.
一般社団法人地熱電力推進機構の長谷川と言います。
Hello everyone, I'm from the Geothermal Power Promotion Association, 長谷川。
地球に優しいエネルギーを作る。
Creating Earth-friendly energy。
現代の環境汚染は深刻です。
Modern environmental pollution is very serious。
このままだと人類は滅亡すると言われています。
It is said that humanity will be destroyed if this continues.
そのために環境に配慮したエネルギーが必要です。
So we need environmental friendly energy.
地球が生み出すエネルギー、熱エネルギーを使って私たちは CO2 が出ない持続可能な電気を作ります。
Using the geothermal energy generated by Earth, we produce sustainable electricity that does not emit CO2.
私たちと挑戦してください。地域と地球の未来のために。
Challenge with us for the environment and the future of this planet.
球温暖化や資源枯渇、接続可能な開発目標の早急な対策、対応が求められている現在、
ここまで行きましょう。
あ、そうですね。世界各国はグリーンで再生可能なエネルギー、自然エネルギーを積極的に利用しようとしています。
At a time when urgently required to take measure to global warming, resource depletion, and achieving sustainable development, countries around the world are actively taking advantage of clean, renewable energy.
多くの火山を有する我が国は、世界有数の地熱資源大国であり、古くから地熱エネルギーを利用してきました。
Japan, which has many volcanoes, is one of the world leading countries with geothermal resources and has been using geothermal energy for a long time.
しかし国土に包蔵されている莫大な熱エネルギーに比べて利用されているものはまだわずかです。
However, compared to the amount of geothermal energy that is stored in the country, the only small amount is being utilized.
地球の利用を拡大させていくには、まだまだ研究や技術開発が必要です。
In order to expand the use of geothermal energy, there is still a need for research and technological development.
再生可能なエネルギーの考えは、
Renewable energy.
火山性の地熱地帯では、地下深度がマグマに熱せられ、高温になっています。
In volcanic geothermal area, the deep underground is heated by magma and becomes hot.
この地下深部の温度域を、地熱貯留層と言います。
This high temperature area deep underground is called geothermal reservoir.
地表面に降った雨や雪が地下深くまで浸透し、地熱貯留層まで達すると高温の流体になります。
Rain and snow that fall on the ground permeate deep underground and become high temperature liquid when it reaches to the geothermal reservoir.
この高温の流体を地熱流体と言います。
The high temperature fluid is called geothermal fluid.
地熱流体は浮力を持つため上昇します。このような地熱流体の流れは主として割れ目を通して起こります。
Geothermal fluid rise because they are buoyant. This flow of the geothermal fluid occurs mainly through the cracks.
地熱発電のために地下から蒸気や熱水を取り出すと、その分だけ地熱貯留層から地熱流体は減ります。
When steam or hot water is extracted from underground to generate geothermal power, geothermal fluid is reduced from the reservoir by that amount.
すると、その減った分に応じて周囲から地熱貯留層に向けた地下流体の流れが生じます。
Then, according to the deduction, the flow of underground fluid from surrounding area to the geothermal reservoir is generated.
また、還元位から地下に戻された熱水も地熱貯留層に戻り再び温められます。
In addition, the hot water returned underground from production well is returned to the geothermal reservoir and heated again.
このように自然が回復するサイクルに見合うように地熱発電を行えば、地熱エネルギーは永続的な利用が可能です。
If geothermal power generation is carried out in accordance with natural recovery in this way, geothermal energy can be used permanently.
純国産のエネルギーを作るには、
purely domestically produced energy.
日本、台湾はエネルギー資源である石油、天然ガス、石炭、ウランなどのエネルギー資源の大部分を輸入に頼っています。
Japan and Taiwan rely on import for most of their energy resources, such as oil, natural gas, coal, and uranium.
エネルギー自給率は2010年において原子力を国産とした場合でも 20% 以下にとどまり、 80% 以上を輸入しています。
In 2010, the energy self-sufficiency rate remains below 20%, even when nuclear power energy was counted as domestically produced energy, and more than 80% was imported.
地熱資源は世界有数の火山国である日本、台湾の地下に豊富に蓄えられており、この地産地消のエネルギーを利用することは、日本、台湾のエネルギー自給率の向上につながります。
Geothermal resources are abundant in Japan and Taiwan, which are two of the world's volcanic countries, and the use of this locally produced energy for local use will lead an increase in the energy self-sufficiency rate in Japan and Taiwan.
クリーンなエネルギー。
Clean energy.
発電所建設から運転中、発電所解体までに発生するすべての CO2 について計算した数値、発生する全 CO2 排出量を全発電量で割った数値をライフサイクル CO2 排出量と言います。
The value calculated for CO2 emission from construction of the power plant to the time of the operation and dismantling of the power plant, which is value obtained by divided the total amount of CO2 emissions generated by the total amount of power generated, is called life cycle CO2 emissions.
地熱発電はライフサイクル CO2 排出量が最も少ない発電方法の一つで、地球温暖化の軽減に効果的です。
Geothermal power generation is one of the power generation methods with the lowest life cycle CO2 emissions and is effective in reducing global warming.
安定的な電源。
Stable power source.
地熱発電は昼夜天候を問わず24時間連続して発電することができます。
Geothermal power can generate power continuously 24 hours a day, regardless of day and night and weather conditions.
これにより地熱発電は太陽光発電や風力発電と比べて設備容量は少ないものの、設備容量に対する発電電力量が多く、利用率が高い安定電源です。
As a result, also geothermal power generation has a smaller installed capacity than solar and wind power generation. It is a stable power source with high utilization rate due to the large amount of electricity generated relative to the installed capacity.
また、自然エネルギーの中では出力も安定しており、ベースロード電源として利用できます。
In addition, the opt-out is stable among natural energies, and it can be used as a base load power source.
地熱の仕組み。
Structure of geothermal energy.
地熱資源は火山性の地熱地帯でマグマの熱で高温になった地下深部、地下1000から3000メートル程度に存在します。
Geothermal resources are located in volcanic geothermal area that exists deep underground about 1,000 meters to 3,000 meters underground that have become hot due to the heat of magma.
地表面に降った雨や雪が地下深部まで浸透し、高温の流体、すなわち地熱流体となります。これがとどまっているところを地熱貯留層と言います。
Rain and snow that fall on the surface of the earth permeate deep underground and become a high temperature fluid, that is the geothermal fluid. The place where it accumulates is called geothermal reservoir.
地熱発電は地熱貯留層より地熱流体を取り出し、タービンを回転させて電気を起こしています。
Geothermal power generation extracts geothermal fluid from geothermal reservoir and rotate the turbine to generate electricity.
発電方式は複数ありますが、一般社団法人地熱電力推進協会の発電モデルであり、バイナリー発電を紹介します。
There are multiple power generation methods, but we will introduce binary power generation, which is power generation model of the Geothermal Power Promotion Association.
温泉発電
hot water power generation.
80度 C を超えるような温泉が流出する地熱地では、温泉地ではその高温の温泉をバイナリー発電の熱源として使え、熱の有効利用になります。
In hot spring area, where hot spring exceed 80 degrees Celsius, the high temperature hot spring can be used as heat source for binary power generation, making effective use of heat.
発電に利用された後の温泉は温度が下がり、浴用に適温となります。
After being used for power generation, the temperature of the hot spring drops and becomes suitable for bathing.
熱を水より沸点が低い代替フロンやアンモニアなどの媒体へ熱交換して蒸気を発生させ、その蒸気圧力によってタービンを回す発電方式です。
This is a power generation method in which heat is exchanged with alternative media such as chlorofluorocarbon and ammonia, which have a lower boiling point than water to generate steam, and the steam pressure turn turbines.
バイナリー発電
Binary power generation.
80度を超えるような高温が流出する温泉地では、その高温の温泉をバイナリー発電の熱源として使え、熱の有効利用になります。
In hot spring area, where hot spring exceeds 80 degrees Celsius for binary power generation, the high temperature hot spring can be used as a heat source for binary power generation, making effective use for heat.
発電に利用された後の温泉は温度が下がり、浴用に適温となります。
After being used for power generation, the temperature of the hot spring drops and becomes suitable for bathing.
温泉発電のメリットとは、新たなる探査、調査等のコスト負担を最小限に抑え、既存の温泉施設の有効活用と温泉街のさらなる活性化に付与できることを考えています。
We believe that hot spring power generation can minimize the cost of new exploration and surveys and contribute to the effective use of existing hot spring facilities and further revitalization of the hot spring towns.
台湾でも90カ所以上温泉があるので有効であると考えます。
There are more than 90 hot springs in Taiwan, so I think it is effective.
高温蒸気、熱水の再利用とは、
The reuse of high temperature steam and hot water.
発電に使った高温の蒸気、熱水は農業ハウスや魚の養殖、介護施設、リハビリ施設などへの応用が可能で、周辺事業として地域の活性化が図れます。
Reuse of the most high temperature steam and hot water can be applied to agriculture greenhouse, fish farming, nursing care facilities, rehabilitation facilities, and so on, and the community can be revitalized business around the region.
持続可能な再生可能エネルギー
Sustainable renewable energy.
地下の地熱エネルギーを使うため、化石燃料のように枯渇する心配がなく、長時間にわたり供給が期待されます。
Since it uses geothermal energy underground, there is no need to worry about it being depleted like fossil fuels, and it is expected to last for a long time.
昼夜問わぬ安定した発電ができます。
Generating stable power anytime.
地下に掘削した井戸は昼夜を問わず広域から天然の蒸気を噴出させるため、発電も連続して行われます。
The drill well emit natural fluid day and night, so power generation is also carried out continuously regardless of day and night.
フィット固定買取制度
Feed-in tariff system.
日本では固定買取制度があり、今でも地熱発電に関してはキロ40円と高い金額の設定がされています。
In Japan, there is a feed-in tariff system, and geothermal power generation is set at a high price of 40 yen per kilogram.
また、地球未来投資促進減税もあり、
There is also tax reduction to promote investment in the future of the region.
地熱発電設備は地域未来投資促進減税の認証を受けることができ、50% の即時償却を受けることができます。
Geothermal power generation facility can be certified under the Regional Future Investment Promotion Tax System and receive immediate depreciation of 50%.
さらに減価償却と消費税還付により損金計上を行うことができ、優れた節税案件も採用されています。
In addition, depreciation and consumption tax refund are available for excellent tax saving that can be deducted.
地熱発電事業の提案。
Proposal for geothermal power generation businesses.
250キロワットの発電を2億円投資すべて投資で年間収入2600万円以上の収入が上がっています。収益構造については国によって様々なので、省略させていただきます。
250 kilowatt of power generation for 200 million yen investment, annual revenue of more than 26 million yen by investing all facilities. The profit structure vary from country to country, so I will skip it.
温泉バイナリー発電 PC280
Hot spring binary generator PC280
新世代キュアサイクル発電システム
The new generation Pure Cycle Power Generation System Organic Ranking Cycle Power Generation System
当協会が製材委託をして販売している新世代キュアサイクル発電システムオーガニックランキンサイクル ORC 発電システムは
ORC Power Generation System, which is manufactured and sold by association consignment, has been improved for medium and low temperature, which is
米ユナイテッドテクノロジー UTC 社から導入した技術をベースとして工業企業の中低温、熱水蒸気150度未満、排気350度未満、熱源に向け改良し、設備の適合性、安定性、信頼性を高めました。
ORC Power Generation System is manufactured and sold by association on consignment, has been improved for medium and low temperature, which is hot steam less than 150 degrees Celsius, exhaust emission less than 350 degrees Celsius. Heat source of industry enterprise based on the technology introduced by United Technology in the United States and has improved compatibility, stability, and reliability of the equipment.
最新シリーズの ORC 発電システムとして、その経済的価値や省エネ価値を十分に発揮できる製品になっています。
As the latest series of ORC power generation system, it is a product that can fully demonstrate its economic value and energy saving values.
最新シリーズの OR システムとして、これ違うね。ラインナップとしては1000キロワット、250キロワットとなり、大型発電所の場合は並列に接続してリモート監視、発電工程、モデルセンターにて安全かつコストカットを目指し、点検が発電機を一度に止めることなく容易に行えるものとしています。
The lineup consists of 1000 kilowatt and 250 kilowatt, and in case of large power plant, they are connected in parallel to remotely monitor the power generation process at the model center, aiming for safety and cost reduction, and inspection can be easily performed without stopping the generator at all once.
高い信頼性、
High reliability.
タービンと発電機を一体化し、作動媒体の漏洩なし、制御システムは何重にも保護され、 故障率の低さを誇ります。
Integrated turbine and generator, no leakage of working fluid. The control system is protected by multiple layers and boost of low failure rate.
モジュール化組み立て。
Module assembly.
熱源が十分な時は複数の装置を並列接続してシステムの発電率をアップします。多様な並列方法で熱を十分利用すると同時にスペースを節約します。
When the heat source is sufficient, multiple devices can be connected in parallel to increase the power generation of the system. A variety of the parallel method make good use of the heat and save space at the same time.
高発高効率。
High efficiency.
国際的には ORC の技術の主体はタービンであり、国内の ORC 技術はタービンとスクリューの2路線があります。
Internationally, the mainstream of ORC technology is turbine, and domestic ORC technology has two lines.
キュアサイクル発電システムは一体設計したラジアルタービン発電機にターボエキスパンダーを採用し、システム効率は日本の同種スクリュー式装置を10から 20% 以上上回る数値を発揮します。
The Pure Cycle Power Generation System uses a turbo expander in the radial turbine generator designed integrally, and the system efficiency is 10 to 20% higher than the similar screw-type equipment in Japan.
高度に統合。
The highly integrated system.
システムは統合度が高く、ワンタッチ操作が簡単に実現、コントロールパネルは使いやすさを追求したデザインです。
The system is highly integrated and easy to operate with single touch. The control panel is designed for easy to use.
電力に自動接続。
Automatic connection to the power grid.
発電機は電力系統のパラメータ、電圧周囲、周波数、位相を自動的に追跡し、電力網にすでに接続します。
The generator automatically tracks the parameter of the power system, which is voltage, frequency, and phase, and connect directly to the power grid.
リモートコントロール。
Remote control system.
インターネットまたは LAN により装置のリモート監視が可能。現場の安全性を保証します。
Remote control system is available via the internet or LAN cable, guarantee on-site safety.
当協会地熱開発予定地は
Our associations plan to develop geothermal energy locations.
日本に温泉泉源は現在3万箇所あります。
There are currently about 30,000 hot springs in Japan.
しかし95度 C 以上の熱水が出ている泉源はわずか 2% しか存在しません。
However, only 2% of springs are about 95 degrees Celsius.
さらに山の中や国立指定公園内の泉源は利用できない場合が多いのが現状です。
In addition, the current situation is that the source of the hot spring in the mountain or in the national parks are often unavailable to develop.
当協会では地熱発電に適した泉源の情報を日々集めています。
Our association collects information on hot spring sources suitable for geothermal power generation on daily basis.
現在16カ所の案件をいただき、作業に各業界の方々に協力をもらい活動中です。
Currently, we have 16 projects in Japan and are working with the cooperation of the people from various industries.
以上をもって一般社団法人地熱電力推進協会長谷川が日本での活動報告とさせていただきます。
This is activity report in Japan from the Geothermal Power Promotion Association, 長谷川。
今後、台湾での活動もガイアライツ様と契約をし、日本と同じように行う予定としております。
In the future, we will sign contracts with Gaia Light Corporation and plan to conduct activity in Taiwan in the same way as in Japan.
ぜひとも台湾、日本での連携を楽しみにしております。ありがとうございました。
I'm looking forward to collaborate Japan and Taiwan together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the speech by Mr. Hasegawa Toru.
感谢日本伙伴的精彩演说。接下来，让我们欢迎来自欧洲意大利的地热工程顾问公司 STEAM 的代表，为我们来分享他们的经验。
Next on, please welcome Lead Project Advisor of STEAM, Mr. Luca Zotto, who will discuss successful geothermal project development for efficient power production. Let's welcome Mr. Luca with a round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon. I know it's difficult. 1 hour after lunch, peak of digestion, very comfortable armchair provided by CPC. You know, I feel you, I really. And you know, you can even lay with your head down. It's fantastic, right? So don't worry. Whoever wants to have a good sleep, that's part of our services, making our customer happy, right? So that's good. So I think you have heard a lot this morning, and I will try just to see the things from a different perspective. And I hope I can do it. And I hope I can do it not just because I want you to find me funny or whatever, but just because I want to try to intercept your feelings and try to see how really things are for your projects here in Taiwan today. So, first of all, who we are, or as Rami said this morning, why STEAM? So, we are an Italian consultancy company. We are based in Pisa, where the Leaning Tower is. Trust me, we are better engineers than that, okay? So we can do better. So I'm based in Milan, otherwise. So in Italy, as you know, there are not just beautiful women and a fantastic, handsome man, but also good food, obviously, and good cars, but also geothermal. So in 1904, Mr. Ginori Conti made the first 10 kilowatt out of geothermal, and that was really the milestone, I would say, right? So that's the reason why we're in Pisa, because we want to continue that history, continue and take that heritage. So we try to do the entire span of the geothermal services. So we start with our customers shoulder to shoulder from the resource assessment, and we go through the entire project, through drilling, through pre-feasibility, feasibility, environmental assessments, engineering and construction, and O&M support. So there is no project too big for us, no project too small for us. So our biggest reference is the 160 megawatt geothermal power plant Olkaria 5 in Kenya, where we were owners engineers, and it's been running for I think 3 years now. Our smallest project maybe was 10 kilowatt, I don't know. So there is no too small, no too big. And this is a picture of last summer in July, where some of you guys were together with me and my colleague Fabio, a drilling expert. We had a fantastic week, 5 days, 8 hours, maybe sometimes 9 or 10 a day together to talk about geothermal development and how to develop successfully a geothermal project. That was a fantastic experience for me. Not because I came from Italy to teach you something. I mean, everybody can do that. We can even do that online, okay? Because geothermal, like every other discipline, needs to be lived. And we lived together your problems, your issues, your challenges of your projects. And we tried together to find solutions. And we tried to create a common basis, a common ground to work on the projects. Then, you know, over the project, you may work with some other consultant. Some of you may go to another course on drilling in these days. And I'm very happy that someone else is trying to make capacity building, trying to share experience. But the first thing is to create a common ground. So just some other couple of words on STEAM. So we have worked in more than 25 nations just in the last 8 years. I'm taking the last 8 years because when you say we are 37 years old, people think, oh, okay, it's easy to sum all the references of the last 37 years. So I just wanted to give an idea of what we have done in the last years. We have done many feasibility studies, resource assessments. In Italy, I think we have done 90% of the projects that are currently in development, starting from zero, starting from an investor coming from another sector, another industry, from real estate, from chemical industry, glass industry, and calling us and saying, hey, Steam, I think you do geothermal, right? I like geothermal. Let's try to do a project. And we started from there, from zero, and we brought them through all the permitting, which, you know, believe me, it's a headache in Italy, and through all the steps of a geothermal project. And we have worked on more than 500 megawatt just in Kenya, but you know, around the world, we have worked on many, many megawatts of projects. And today we are working in the Philippines, in Japan, in Iceland. We have worked in Nicaragua. We are working in other countries of Europe as well. So just some references to give an idea. I like the one on the top right corner. That was a very nice project. The customer called me one day, and I just started my consultancy business. Before that, I was doing more or less the same job as Rami is doing. So I was selling binary units, and I've been doing that for 10 years. And I sold 450 megawatt, and then at some point said, okay, let's go on the other side of the table. Let's start buying the plants. So in this project in Dominica, the customer called me and he said, well, Luca, I have a problem. We went out for tenders for our power plant, and the best offer is double our budget. And the reason was that the reinjection well was in the wrong place. Was in the wrong place because there was some cliff, some canyon between the plant and the well. And so what happened is that most of the cost was in that reinjection line. So we helped them retargeting the reinjection well, trying to obviously look at the interference of the wells, but at the same time, looking at the cost of the above surface facilities. And that's what we can do because we are vertically integrated. So to use engineering of the above surface together with the resource. So today I will skip the other references. I mean, I've already told you about STEAM enough. I just want to focus again on how a project is generally developed. Because this morning we heard many things. And I think that most of these things were very interesting and very fascinating and stimulating for you. But sometimes we need to get back with our feet on the ground and say, okay, that is fantastic. I will not mention any of the things we heard this morning, otherwise it seems that I'm pointing some finger. But I will just say, okay, today, what can we do today with the projects you have here in Taiwan? You developers, and most of you are developers with one project or two projects, not too many. And you have a lot of land occupation issues. You have a lot of resource exploitation issues because you are very near one to the other. So what I think is that we really need to find a common ground on how a project should be developed. So we heard a lot about the risking. And before that, I think we need to look at the timing. This is the timeline of a big project, okay? So I don't want to say that every single geothermal project should take 60 months. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say with this slide is that there are some steps that come before drilling. And as we heard this morning, they come before drilling to de-risk drilling. Because you don't want to lose millions in drilling because you're drilling in the wrong place. And it's not just being able to operate the rig in the right way. You also need to operate the rig in the right place and to target the right resource. So I think that we need to be sure that all the steps are done correctly. And someone has already talked about this graph. This is just a simplification of that. What I was saying now is that if you, point number 4, test drilling, we are here, okay? So there's where the biggest slope is. But if you do drilling here, risk doesn't go here. Risk goes here, but money goes here, okay? So what I mean is, drill when it's time to drill. So I will go quickly over the project just for anyone who's not very, very familiar with all the single steps. But let's say the reconnaissance step is what I think your friends of the National Geological Services that talked this morning are doing. So exploration where there are no data. And this is very interesting, this is very multidisciplinary. So there is a lot of geophysics, a lot of geochemistry, a lot of geology all together to understand the geothermal situation of a certain area and to target the right areas where you, private investors or public investors, will invest later for your power plants. Then there is a surface exploration. I know some of you are doing seismic, some of you are doing MT. It's not that seismic is better or worse than MT. So we need to be very clear. For each formation, for each stratigraphy, each reservoir that you are targeting, there are some steps that you can do and some others which are not needed or which are not effective. So again, you need to think a lot before spending money. And what we try to do is, we're not a service company, so we don't do the seismic, we don't do the MT, but what we try to do is we try helping you understand what you need to do and then procure it. Pre-feasibility studies. So this is where you decide what to do and you decide how much money you want to put in the project. So when you do a pre-feasibility study, you shouldn't look into it only with a group of geoscientists. Surely you don't want to do it only with a group of engineers, but you want to have both of them together. You want to have geoscientists and engineers looking at the project and saying, okay, we think we can do this, we can reach that target, and we can build this kind of plant. So let's start investing in this direction, and let's start drilling. Okay. So for drilling, we talked a lot in the last hours about drilling, so I will completely skip it. But let me just say, drilling is obviously where you see what you find. If you go in the future, when they will be commercially ready with an AGS system, obviously you will not need to find water, that's fine. But for now, for your projects today, I think most of you want to find the water, want to find the permeability. Feasibility. So feasibility is what in geothermal we call whatever comes after the first drilling. So feasibility need to integrate all the information. So the model should be updated, the targets of all the single wells to drill should be defined, and you should have a technical, economical, financial, and environmental and social feasibility assessed. And I say also environmental and social because that in Taiwan is very important as well. So most of your projects are in rural areas where there are indigenous inhabitants, and you want to work with them, not to work for them or aside them, but with them for the project. And I think you already have some good project on this point of view. The result of this phase is a bankable feasibility report. Then you have the field development, obviously more drilling, and then the power plant design and construction. Again, for the power plant, you can choose whatever technology you want. I don't want to say this technology is better than this other, but always keep in mind that your field have a long life in front of you, so you need to exploit it in the right way, and you need to have machines that can be suitable for the entire life of your system. Because maybe in 20 years you will change your power plant, you will replace it with another one, but the reservoir will still be there. And anyway, from today to 20 years from now, you need to operate it in the best possible way to get your money back. Commissioning operations, obviously all of your companies at some point will have some internal capabilities. Once you get to the commissioning operations, you will have some geoscientists and some engineers who are able to understand your reservoir. But you will need to operate it in the right way. You will need to continuously check for example, the geochemistry of the reservoir, how it changes, and all the other geothermal parameters of the reservoir, how they change, and optimize your power plant operation. Now, we still have some minutes. I want to talk about one thing that was explicitly asked to me when I was invited to this conference. I know it's a bit, let's say, disruptive compared to the rest of the things we've talked about, but I think it's an interesting example, and just to talk about something different than usual. So when I was invited to this conference, they asked me, Luca, can you please talk about that project of geothermal and biomass integration, which was done in Italy some years ago? And I think it's interesting. So Enel Green Power has done a project in the 90s and the 2000s that was called the standardization of the power plants. So Enel Green Power has 940 megawatt of geothermal power plants in two areas. One is called the Larderello Travale, and one is a bit southern, it's called Mount Amiata. So the Larderello Travale area has very, very high enthalpy dry steam reservoir, while the Mount Amiata area is a liquid-dominated reservoir, but still with quite high enthalpy. So at some point they said, okay, we want to optimize the management of the spare parts, we want to optimize the engineering of the power plants. So we asked two Italian turbine manufacturers. One was what today is Baker Hughes, that was called the Nuovo Pignone in Florence. The other one was Ansaldo in Milan. And they designed a standard 20 megawatt machine, steam turbine, that could go from 10 megawatt to 20 megawatt, from 5 bar to 20 bar inlet pressure, and different temperatures. So with the Cornea 2 power plant, what happened is that they were at the minimum conditions for that machine. So they had this machine working at 5 bar, 153 degrees, so saturated vapor, saturated steam. And they had about 12 megawatt gross of production instead of the 20 megawatt that was the total capacity. So they said, why don't we add a biomass boiler on that plant and make it more efficient? So they did it. Just to mention, it was not the first case of biomass integration. There was a case in the US, Honey Lake, and there was a study done for Rotokawa in New Zealand as well in the previous years. So in the end, what happened is that they uprated the power plant from 12 to 18 megawatt gross, and they could really make a lot of, let's say, co-development thanks to the geothermal plant. So there were already obviously the roads to transport all the biomass. There was biomass in the area because it's still an area with a lot of wood. Then they decided to go for a certain philosophy of automatic feeding, and in the end, as a result, they were able to produce 18% more power than two hypothetical separate systems. So if you look at the table, you can see that you have a standard biomass plant that can make a certain efficiency that is 20%, a standard, the geothermal plant as it was, that was making an efficiency of 13%, and the new hybrid plant would make 16.8. That was anyway 33% more efficient in terms of the consumption of biomass than it would be for an independent plant. So this is just an example. Obviously here in Taiwan, I think the biomass plants are a bit difficult because of the soil occupation and because of some other logistic reasons, but I thought it would be nice to give you a bit of an heads up on this. So this is it for me, and you can find me later at the table of OSA, that is our local partner, if you want to have any one-to-one discussion, and obviously you find me around. Thank you very much.
Thanks for Mr. Lucas all those wonderful speech.
我们谢谢来自意大利的 Sting 的精彩分享。接下来呢，欢迎来自纽西兰 GNS 的代表 Dr. Andrew Ray.
Our next speakers will present for resource management for geothermal systems of the Central Ranges. Please welcome geothermal exploration geologist of GNS, Dr. Andrew Ray. Let's welcome with round of applause.
a pleasure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I'd just like to make a few acknowledgements and thank yous before I proceed. I'd like to thank the National Cheng Kung University for supporting me to be here. I'd also like to thank New Zealand Trade and Enterprise for all the hard work they're doing, co-organising this, but also helping out with Team New Zealand that is here with Mercury and University of Auckland. Okay, and also I'd like to thank Basalt for rejecting my first talk topic and telling me this is what he'd like to hear about today. So, resource management for the geothermal systems of the Central Ranges of Taiwan. Which is quite a broad topic, and I've got one slide per each of these headings, and I'm going to go through it, and basically these are just generic for any geothermal resource, but I want to just go through each one and just give it, a lot of it's from a New Zealand perspective, but describe what needs to be in place for a resource management system of a geothermal field. And lastly, I'll come back to the geothermal systems of the Central Ranges. So the first item I have is the regulatory environment. And this is critical for sustainable geothermal utilisation. It basically defines clear rules for all the stakeholders. And it needs to be in place and well advanced before development, and that provides investment security. The regulatory environment manages whether resources are developed or conserved, and in New Zealand, the regulatory authorities have classified all the different geothermal systems and whether they can be developed or not. And if you want to hear more about that, then this is a QR code that will take you to a YouTube video of Catherine Luketina and Penny Dorman from the Waikato and Bay of Plenty Regional Councils describing the regulatory environment of New Zealand. The regulatory environment protects significant landscape features, both thermal and non-thermal, and it recognises that it's a resource available for present and future generations. It manages the public domain information and recognises that the burden of adverse effects falls on the causer. The stakeholder engagement, and Eva from Baseload gave an excellent example of the work that they've been doing with stakeholder engagement. And it's all about consultation with landowners, local communities, local government, local industry and businesses, and it sort of, will there be benefits for the communities? Is there potential for cascade developments, direct use of heat? I can't read that. Commercial enterprise, will there be commercial enterprises and employment opportunities? And indigenous cultures. Geothermal energy is an indigenous resource, so indigenous cultures will have an involvement in this resource. What are their concerns about that? Are they being heard? Is it possible that they could be involved in some sort of venture involvement? And how will they be affected? How will the environment be infected? There's a need to mitigate any undesirable effects like environmental ground and surface waters, local ecosystems. What about noise, traffic, and other matters? Data acquisition. This begins pre-development and continues at some level for the project life. And it's all about building a baseline measurements to establish natural variability in the system. And it's important for special features in local ecosystems, like in groundwater aquifers. And also you develop a data management system across all the disciplines. And this data management system is integrated into 3D and conceptual models. Baseline geothermal monitoring, it's an early establishment of the baseline state of the system to monitor changes. And its purpose is sustainability via adaptive management of the environment. And the issues addressed are listed there. Protect shallow geothermal and groundwater aquifers, subsurface fluid flow changes, induced earthquakes, gas emissions, thermal feature decline, And some of the data sets examples that need to be acquired include surface and groundwater chemistry, water levels, surface features, their aerial extent, flows, chemistry, temperature, reservoir fluid chemistry. And then once you've got all that data, it needs to be integrated into a 3D model. So the 3D modeling integrates the multidisciplinary geospatial data. And it's involved, 3D modeling is involved through all development stages. And it's a primary tool for developing the conceptual model. It's also therefore effective communication between parties. It aids decision making, it aids strategies, and it defines the conditions and parameters for your numerical model. The 3D modeling also enables data quality acquisition and validation, and it requires to be integrated with a data management system. The conceptual model development is a critical step in resource evaluation and well targeting. It's a multidisciplinary approach using geology, geochemistry, and geophysics. The conceptual model develops complexity with increasing data, and the conceptual model needs to be data-driven and not model-driven, and you need to be prepared to question any preconceived ideas and revise the model as new data comes to hand. Numerical modelling requires input from the geoscientists and reservoir engineers, and it's long-term. The numerical modelling is a part of the project lifetime. You use the numerical model to plan, sustain, and understand the resource, address broad range of questions and reservoir behaviour through a range of conditions. You use it to estimate size, extraction rate, how many wells, and how many years. You calibrate the model through natural state matching. You match it by adjusting the parameters, and you can compare it with historical data. And once that's been done, you can go through to your forecast scenarios, which predict reservoir performance, response to production and injection. You use it to test resource capacity and assess the reservoir performance, and you plan. Well targeting strategy requires 3 models. The 3D model to look at the geospatial relationships and plan well directions. The conceptual model to highlight the fluid flow drivers, the heat source location, the mixing end members, the meteoric, bicarbonate or steam heated waters, and the permeability controls. The numerical model for the reservoir capacity, you can test interwell communication, test injection and production well locations, and it requires an adaptive management approach. So you adapt the targeting strategy based on the ongoing drilling results to optimize directions depending on that new information, and you use operational and real-time geoscience to guide the drilling. So you can use ABI logging to look at the fracture networks, look at methylene blue and SWIR for the clay zones, petrography and loss zones for permeability. In terms of well and steam field management, this also requires regular data collection, well monitoring and testing. So you're measuring both physical and chemical measurements. You're underdoing your completion tests, your output tests, your tracer flow tests, and you have all this data reviewed by an experienced reservoir engineer and a geochemist. The power plant monitoring system is also continuous recording. So you're recording information from individual wells, flow rate data, operating conditions. You're reporting all this information in short annual reports that document the reservoir performance, and you include forward projections in those reports. You could consider having an independent peer review panel of international and local experts. This is quite costly, and so that would depend on the project size. And you need a reservoir engineer, a geochemist, and a reservoir modeler. But depending on the size of the development, it may be more cost-effective to contract out that expertise. For example, in New Zealand, Top Energy contract out those specialists, whereas other producers like Contact Energy and Mercury, they have that in-house expertise. So Calcite scaling mitigation, you need to minimize or avoid it, and if possible, maintain pressure to avoid boiling in the reservoir, and re-inject all your fluids back into the reservoir. So use a power cycle that enables all water to be returned. If the reservoir is less than 180 degrees, you can use a downhole pump to keep the fluid in a liquid state through the power cycle. But if it's above 180 degrees, then you need to determine the depth of boiling in the well and use an anti-scalite tubing set below the boiling depth, and then you pump anti-scalite continuously. That's a permanent tubing inserted in the well. And there's some anti-scalants. I'm not going to say them because they're complicated words. So back to the geothermal systems of the Central Ranges. The Central Ranges host, this is the map here of all the geothermal springs of Taiwan. And the Central Ranges host orogenic geothermal systems, and these geothermal systems are a result of rapid exhumation of the crust, which causes regionally high geothermal gradients. And these are fundamentally different to volcanic-hosted systems. In volcanic-hosted systems, you need to define where the heat source is and where the permeability is. In orogenic systems, the heat source is essentially the whole of the Central Ranges. And so you're needing to define permeability. For these systems, sustainable power generation has yet to be proven. The exploration geophysical methods that are being used for these systems are well used in the volcanic hosted systems, but those geophysical methods may not be as effective in orogenic systems. There's limited space in the steep-sided mountain valleys, and so well targeting strategy is critical, and it's probably going to require multiple deviated production wells from single pads. And so how are you going to minimize and avoid well interferences? This is something that needs to be think about. You need a strategy for production and versus injection separation. So how are you going to separate the production from the injection in a narrow valley? Will there be enough permeability to maintain natural recharge to the production reservoir? Is there going to be enough permeability for injected fluids to provide pressure support to the reservoir without detrimentally cooling it? And then there's the calcite scaling. That needs mitigation. And to do that, anti-scalants need to be used. Thank you very much.
Thanks for Dr. Andrew Ray sharing of how New Zealand practiced sustainability simultaneously efficient and effective.
我们谢谢纽西兰 GNS 他们兼顾了环境永续及再生能源的实践，指导我们有更有效率的方法来开发地热。接下来我们欢迎来自美国拥有许多地热钻井设备新技术的 Halliburton。Mr. Rami Saladin.
Next on, please welcome Business Development Manager of Halliburton, Mr. Rami Saladin, who will discuss integrated project management for geothermal wells drilling. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I will present on behalf of Rami. So I am a well engineer from Halliburton Project Management. So I will give a short introduction. What is Halliburton is doing, what is the expertise, what is the solutions and technologies, and how we can help develop geothermal energy in Taiwan. So the agenda for today actually is an overview of the company and some experience and what is the project management and how it's working and what is the advantage of that. So let's just start with a company overview. So yeah, Halliburton provides services for all the stages of the well construction life cycle, from exploration to the drilling, completion, and then plug and abandonment. We have multiple PSLs, product service lines, or departments who provide solutions for different problems, and especially for drilling and well construction process. Just to highlight a couple of them, the Sperry Drilling is a directional drilling company that has a big and vast experience of directional drilling and also drilling geothermal wells, especially in Philippines, Indonesia, and these regions, like these countries, are like famous for their geothermal energy. And like directional drilling was done by Sperry. The next one, the drill bit and services. So this is a department that works with the drill bits, and actually they also have a good experience with drilling geothermal wells, and especially high strength rocks, very hard rocks, again in the Vietnam. Additionally, highly fractured granite, and also Philippines and Indonesia. Volcanic, magmatic rocks, metamorphic rocks also in their portfolio. So they just visited last year, and they did some presentation of their achievements, and we also will look into details tomorrow during the workshop. What are the current achievement, the development of the PDC bits, and how they are working currently. And Baroid, so drilling fluid services, is kind of a primary, also like a primary primary question, how to drill those geothermal wells, because the losses is a big issue, and how to address that. So sometimes we are drilling just with water and also just pump from the surface, drilling blindly without return to the surface. And here the aerated or foam drilling fluids can help. But to do that, we also need to involve some experiences from oil and gas industry, where we're using managed pressure drilling or underbalance drilling, rotating control devices that we can install on the surface and allow to control the well, avoid any kick scenarios or well control situations. So had this experience also in Indonesia. So and we'll talk tomorrow about it a little bit in details. But also, so Halliburton actually started as a cementing pumping company. So more than 100 years ago, the first well was cemented. At that time, it was just cement and water. Now we have also hundreds of chemicals and additives to address certain conditions and problems, and to provide the well integrity, not just for temporary, for 1 year, but also for years and decades. Once oil gas well or geothermal wells will work. And completion tools, it's also a big advancement in technology over the last decades. High temperature tools, metal-to-metal contacts, liner hangers, and other equipment also available. So just recently, the facilities in Singapore, our workshop was upgraded, and for high temperature testing, and also for CCUS, low temperature testing of different equipments and technologies. And just to highlight project management and consulting services. So because we have multiple PSLs and departments within the company, sometimes it's just easier for operators to talk with one person who will be the project manager or dedicated person working with all the PSLs, and just challenging them and pushing them to provide the best solution that fit for purpose. Not just to provide a short-term win, in terms of commercial perspective, but really address the challenges and provide the solutions. So let's go further. And geothermal is just one of the fields that our company works. Primary up to now it was oil and gas drilling. So currently in the world, more than 70,000 wells are drilling annually, but geothermal only around less than 300. It's less than 0.5% of overall drilling worldwide. So and for geothermal, actually the same process was described. We're starting with exploration, then with the drilling, then completion, production, and also if we have not only one well, but like 10, 20, and dozens, hundreds. So we can optimize not only drilling process, but overall production and electricity generation at the latest stage. So our company works in the different countries, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing that we can use the experience and knowledge that we gained in other regions, especially in the ring of fire, and bring this experience and also sit with the customer and operator together to discuss, go through, and think and see how this knowledge and experience can help to drill wells faster and more efficiently. And as Tony mentioned today, so performance is kind of critical. If you drill one well and if it took like 100 days, it's just like the first well. We do not have enough knowledge. The lack of knowledge is like a big problem in geothermal energy, but well by well, we can increase and improve. The same already confirmed multiple times in oil and gas industry when we can observe the steep learning curve. If we have right people, right technology, training, policies, and everything together. So the first mentioning about geothermal wells, and our company was around like 70 years ago, when Halliburton already provided cementing services for geothermal wells and high temperature environment. Considering that geothermal energy currently in the development stage, we still don't have enough, don't have big scale. It's still like individual projects in some countries, but as was mentioned today as well, so this technology and geothermal energy can be scaled, and we can do it in any countries. Yeah, the question is how efficient and how deep we can drill to achieve the same temperature above 150 degrees. Yeah, different type of wells, different types of geothermal systems, and the only thing that unites all of them is like drilling. Yeah, we'll drill one well, two wells, or like injection and production wells. It could be multilateral, it could be advanced completion, yeah, with the fracturing and also with sand control sometimes, even for geothermal wells. It could be very deep drilling into the crystalline basement. So the history of deep drilling deep wells, actually we already, I think, 40 or 50 years, yeah, we know that the deepest well was drilled in Russia, Kola super deep, so 12 kilometers. And at that point of time, we didn't have enough knowledge about the wellbore stability, about geomechanics. It was like more empirical trial and errors method. But now with all the advancement in the oil and gas industry, so we can just use and adopt this knowledge and implement into geothermal. Yeah, different definitions of the high temperature conditions from different countries. So, but generally more than 300 Fahrenheit or 150 degrees Celsius considered as like high temperature. Do we have any issues to deal with such temperatures? So it's already proven. So 150, 175, 200 static bottom hole temperature. So no problems with that. Mud coolers, mud chillers could be used at the surface. So, and with a continuous, like with the circulation, we can cool down the downhole tools and like drill wells. With some equipment, if we need kind of sophisticated like formation evaluation, yeah, could be a problem. But again, we can run equipment on the drill pipes and circulate to cool down the tools. So, and geothermal solutions, so they cover all the stages, as already mentioned, from subsurface to well construction, completion, and production. And just a couple of examples, yeah, from again Indonesia and Philippines, when we drilled more than 100 wells, and project management actively participated there. So biggest problem, the low circulation, so they drilled like blindly. Couple technologies of SPERI, of directional drilling department, so electromagnetic channel was used. We cannot use the hydraulic MWD conventional system, so electromagnetic system was used. So different types of tools was tried, and even sometimes it went above the specs and expectations, and still they were successfully used in the high temperature conditions. So another issue with cementing, to provide the wellbore integrity for a long time. So currently, cementing department they have solutions for high temperature environment and also acidic environment. If CO2 comes into contact with water, so we will have carbonic acid and then degradation of the cement and also corrosive environment for the casing. So currently, there are solutions how to address these problems and issue, and the wellbore integrity could be achieved. So let's go quickly through that. One of the possible solutions is the foam cement, and one of the additional services that Halliburton can provide is also sourcing and working with the third parties, casing, long lead items, wellhead equipment, also like some civil work, production pits, well testing facilities. So it could be done, already done in Indonesia. It was presented to Petronas in Malaysia. Everybody is interested, so it doesn't mean that project management will replace anyone like in the operator stage. It's just a good help and support for the operators to work like more efficiently and in an easier manner. Logistics sometimes an issue. With the casing, long lead items could take up to like 1 year just to deliver the casing to the location and run in the well. So here are the primary regions where the company works and provide the services for geothermal wells drilling: Indonesia, New Zealand, Philippines, Japan. Go through that in more details tomorrow. And for project management, so we already have like more than 20 years of experience in different companies, different countries. Multiple projects were finished successfully. So currently, one of the latest one, I would say unique in its own type, IRDC, integrated rig drilling and completion, that is going on in Malaysia. Kind of new commercial structure, new model collaboration between the rig contractor, the service company, and operator. So it's kind of partnership when the rig contractor and the service company going together and commit to execute, to complete the wells within like certain amount of days, and also with like some financial performance incentives. So what was mentioned, it actually stimulates to drill wells more efficiently and faster. And some of the values that our company follows, and it was also confirmed and tried during the IRDC. So HSE performance is a critical, yes, and everyone highlights, everyone understands that. So to build high performance team that with a high safety standards, it's not easy. It took almost like 1 year to change the perception of everyone from the recruit to the management and through the like different parties, and to remove the fear, eliminate the fear, and everyone currently is like ready to speak up. If any issues, if any problem, they can stop the job, they can highlight, they also suggest improvements in the process. And that's really nice to see, except that it took like a long time. It like took half a year or 1 year to reduce the friction between the companies, to understand how we're going to work together. In geothermal, it's even more important because not sufficient data, and usually we are not drilling like 100 wells. It's like not factory drilling. It's usually 1, 2 wells. We can sustain the team if we can put some wells in the pipeline, so it will be beneficial for everyone. Yeah, and doing that, yeah, all the services with the project management, so HSE, currently we have like 0 incidents over the last year. Good performance that highlighted that drilling the wells in like the first and second quartile, and facilitating the production. Yeah, for oil and gas industry, it's important. For geothermal, it could be important as well. Yeah, the faster we drill, the faster we can achieve all the commitments that we set in front of us. So I will skip a couple of the slides, and again, so there are different models, commercial models, and how to integrate all the services and drilling rig and operator, how to work together. And so our company ready to discuss, ready to sit together, and also share some experience that we had just recently. And so currently we are drilling one of the most difficult wells in Malaysia. So it's not geothermal, but some of those learnings, especially not like technology level, but more soft skills, how to build the teams, and like planning and preparation steps is like critical. And we really we are ready to share and ready to talk about that. So yeah, and some of the case studies that I already mentioned. So integrated project management for geothermal development. So Indonesia, one of the primary country where we provide like integrated service, directional drilling, beads, fluids. So it was challenging initially, but now, so they're drilling wells like usual wells, oil and gas. So they accumulated the knowledge, experience. So now they just replicate the success. So some of the multiple sites, multiple fields like geothermal places in Indonesia, and also was mentioned in New Zealand. Also Halliburton participated in the drilling geothermal wells. So in general, in total, so we have couple of the projects that are kind of worthwhile to look into details and go through and see how those technologies, how those applications can be used and replicated in Taiwan. Data is critical, and how it was already mentioned, the good job was done in terms of heat resource mapping and also lithology, like rock evaluation. So this data will be like critical, especially in the first stages. How to select the bit, and the bit will be the star like of the drilling in the hard metamorphic rocks here. And our guys, they have like lots of experience in the region, and they're kind of ready to take risk as well and try PDC bits, but we cannot use just another bit from like any other country. It will be specifically designed for particular conditions and based on the data that we have. So because it's like all the wells are unique, all the geologies are different, and we cannot just like use something from another region and implement it here. So that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention, and yeah, see you tomorrow during the workshop session.
Thanks for the speech by Alex. Yes, as he mentioned, there will be exciting information sharing by Halliburton in tomorrow's workshop. So feel free to interact.
我们谢谢首次来台湾介绍地热技术的 Halliburton， 明天的 workshop 也还有他们精彩的分享。好，那接下来是我们的休息时间。那请各位可以很安心的在会场外，我们准备了茶点，请各位来宾享用。那我们的休息时间会到4点整。好，然后提醒各位场内禁止饮食，请各位来宾在场外享用，再进入会场。那我们这边会有 QR code， 事实上我们在那个交谈桌，我们有27个桌子，分别都有国内外的一些地热相关的企业，可以提供交流服务。那欢迎大家扫描 QR code 之后，待会在5点到6点的时候，就可以跟他们进行相关的交流。那现场也有许多展示摊位，欢迎各位来宾参观，以及跟摊位的专家 学者们交流。那我们预计会在3点55分，敬请各位准时回座，谢谢。
Okay, we will now have an afternoon tea break. Please be back at 4 p.m. Our next session will be started at 4 p.m. And if you want to interact with the firms, please scan for the business negotiation and matchmaking to learn about the manufacturer on the screen, and register directly at the registration office. See you at 4 p.m. Thank you.
先欢迎刚刚到我们现场的立法委员洪申翰委员，请他跟我们打声招呼，谢谢。
We would like to express our warm welcome to Legislator Hong Seng-han.
接下来我们要进行的是综合对谈，将由经济部能源署尤正伟署长主持，与各国地热专家一起到台上语谈，主题是加速台湾未来地热发展。
Next on, there will be a discussion among Taiwanese and international geothermal experts. We would like to invite Energy Administration, Ministry of Economic Affairs Director Mr. You Zhengwei and our international geothermal experts to the stage, titled Accelerating Future Development of Taiwan Geothermal Energy. Please welcome Baseload 黄天德董事长 MB Century Greg Thompson, CEO, SLB Geothermex, Mrs. Ann Robertson-Tait, President, Baker Hughes, Mr. Christopher Simatupan, Geothermal Advisor, Ormat, Mr. Rami Shavit, Director, NOV Incorp, Mr. Alexis Garcia, Director, Black Reiver Consulting, Mr. Tony Pink, Director, UT Austin, Mr. Ken Wisian, Associate Director, GR, Dr. Brian Jones, Executive Director, GRG, Mr. Sami Atele, Senior Drilling Engineer. Welcome. Okay, please have a seat and with your personal translation receiver. Channel 3 is for English translation. Thank you.
好，
I would like to welcome all the distinguished panelists to the panel discussion. We have had very fruitful meeting and exchange of expertise and experiences in the morning. We have learned a great deal from each other. We have come to an important segment of today's conference, the panel discussion. The first geothermal conference was held in January last year, and we have learned a great deal during the panel discussion. So during the past year, Taiwan has made amendments to its geothermal and renewable energy related acts and regulations. Taiwan has also provided and revised its regulations regarding incentives for geothermal exploration, and also joined us last year. And we were extremely impressed by her expertise and her recommendations. And this year, we are very honored to be joined by a panel of prestigious movers and shakers from the geothermal sector. And we look forward to further learning from your expertise and experience. We have had a long day of discussion today. We have about 1 hour for the final segment, which is an interactive panel discussion. So I would like to apologize for the limited time allocated to the panel discussion, and we will begin momentarily. I will begin with the first set of questions. Geothermal energy exploration as well as generation has become a topical issue for Taiwan and for many other countries. And Dr. Brian Jones, the Executive Director of Geothermal Rising, this year has made a special trip to Taiwan to participate in our conference. Geothermal Rising stands as the world's largest geothermal professional and trade association, bridging the gap between industry, academia, and government. I would like to ask Dr. Brian to share the international vision for geothermal development and GRC's key projects and events this year. So I would turn it over to Dr. Brian, please.
And it's really great to be here. I'm really excited.
So I'm Bryant Jones. I'm the Executive Director of Geothermal Rising. We are the trade association for the geothermal industry in North America primarily. And so what I wanted to briefly just talk about was what is Geothermal Rising, and share with you what we are doing here, both in North America and around the globe. We partner with a lot of organizations, including the Taiwan Geothermal Association, the International Geothermal Association, IRENA, Project Interspace, many other industry groups, the Society of Petroleum Engineers, American Association of Petroleum Geologists, etc. So this is just a brief history or background about myself. This is my family here, surfing in Canada. Yes, you can surf in Canada. A little bit about my background. So as the executive director, my background is I'm not a geologist. I'm not a geoscientist. I'm an energy policy person. And that one of the struggles for the geothermal industry has been policy. We know, as we've heard today from people like Ken and others, and Tony and Ann, that geothermal is a now technology. It doesn't have a technology problem. It really does have a policy problem. And so that's something that we talk a lot about at Geothermal Rising, and we try to share this information with external audiences outside of the geothermal ecosystem, if you will. There's this quote here by Al Gore that I like to share, that geothermal energy is potentially the largest and presently the most misunderstood source of energy in the United States and the world today. Al Gore, he founded the Climate Reality Project, and geothermal is just, it's a misunderstood technology. So what is Geothermal Rising? Well, we have three primary focuses. One is we are the community organizer for the geothermal industry in North America. We try to empower the geothermal industry. We have members who are universities and national labs, government agencies, environmental NGOs and climate NGOs, and also geothermal developers and industry as well. We promote all geothermal technologies and applications, everything from geothermal ground source heat pumps, direct use and thermal energy networks, all the way to the many different types of power production, which have been talked about on stage a lot today: closed loop, EGS, hydrothermal, supercritical hot rock. We, again, build and empower that geothermal community. We seek to engage communities and familiarize the public about geothermal. We shape policy that both at the federal and state levels in Canada and in the United States, and also at tribal levels, indigenous levels in North America, and also communities and municipalities at the city level. And then the other thing we do is we promote industry and academic research and conduct our own research as well as an organization. Lots of different partners, as I mentioned. This is just a sampling of organizations. There are a lot of geothermal organizations and a lot of NGOs, environmental NGOs and climate NGOs pursuing and promoting geothermal, and we partner with all of these organizations and are looking to partner with more. Again, this just goes into what we are. We are a membership organization. At the end of the day, we are the trade association, and so we speak for the industry in North America. We hold webinars and conferences, and I'll get into some of the examples of what we are hosting this year in 2024. We have student chapters in universities around the world, which we're really excited and proud of. We partner with organizations like the Women in Geothermal, which is what my pin is here. If you want to join WING, I have pins I can give you. If you sign up today, you just go to their website and you can become a member. I think it actually is the largest geothermal organization in the world is WING. So yeah, okay. But then we also have our regional interest group program. These are where we're trying to empower local communities to start to promote geothermal at the local level. So we have rigs, pun intended, in these different communities now. We might have one in Aberdeen, UK, starting up soon, and many more are in the works. So if these are very U.S.-centric, so but we are excited that these are getting off the ground. And there's budgets associated for each of these regional interest groups to promote geothermal technologies at the local level. I'm not really going to go into this. We all know that the history of geothermal is long and proven. In Tuscany, Italy is where we first turned on, lit some light bulbs with geothermal in 1906, and then in 1960s in the United States, we started using geothermal for direct use in Boise, Idaho in 1892. And as Ken has mentioned many times, or during his presentation, the military applications of geothermal are quite extensive. And we all know the impacts of geothermal. It is a now technology. It utilizes the oil and gas technology and the workforce. It's local, it creates jobs, it's stable. But what in the United States is missing? Well, more merits, we already talked about this, it's abundant and everywhere. The whole ecosystem is quite extensive. And so one of the things I talk a lot about, which everyone in this room probably knows, is what is missing, and that is the policy side of things. There just hasn't been enough focus on policy for geothermal in the United States as well as around the world. And what's so thrilling is to see the passion from the Taiwanese government promoting geothermal through their feed-in tariff program that was enacted last year, and the excitement that's going to come out of that is already palpable. So that's it for. Oh, two more things. Yep, sorry, two more things. One is we have our Thermal Energy Network Symposium in Rochester, Minnesota this year. And then we have our annual Geothermal Rising Conference in Hawaii. So please attend. It's actually a little closer to Taiwan than the last year's conference in Reno, Nevada. Also associated with GRC this year will be an Indigenous Geothermal Forum the 2 days before. So October 25th and 26th, we're bringing together indigenous populations from around the Pacific Rim, the region of fire, or the Ring of Fire, and also indigenous people from Africa and other locations to have a forum where indigenous people can share their knowledge and their experience with geothermal. So it's a conference for indigenous people by indigenous people. So be on the lookout for more information about that. So that is it from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. 我刚刚一度担心他忘了讲说今年的年会在夏威夷。
So I was worried that you would forget to mention your convention in Hawaii. I'm glad that you're able to share that piece of information with us. We will definitely sign up. Today we're joined by drilling companies and development companies, project management companies, and we're all eager to find out how they can further collaborate with companies here in Taiwan. I would like to ask the following question to Black River Consulting, GeothermEx, and Baker Hughes. Perhaps I will start with Mr. Tony Pink. Mr. Tony Pink gave an excellent presentation on drilling this morning, and he has he's a drilling expert with years and years of professional experience. According to the information available to me, that he has over 33 years of professional expertise. So, Mr. Pink, could you offer some advice on partnership models for companies looking to develop geothermal projects in Taiwan?
Fantastic question there. So, you know, from what I've seen today and what I've learned over the last few years, you know, the first thing I've seen today is the upside potential in Taiwan is absolutely fantastic. You know, I've gone around the world and looked at various countries and various, you know, the geothermal formations combined with the country's infrastructure, and I just see Taiwan in a fantastic sweet spot. So that gets me excited. I heard about government enthusiasm. So I think what Taiwan needs is good, strong public private partnership, so both the public sector and the government de-risk each other in this process. I think you need to grab as much knowledge from around the world, and you know, basically that's why you asked myself and Kevin to come here. And those of you who are not aware, we're teaching a 2-day drilling class on Thursday and Friday, which was by invitation from the Taiwan Geothermal Association, which we're very honored to teach that class. So take that knowledge and form that collaboration where you raise your knowledge so that you can take your partnerships with Western companies and Western investment and Taiwanese investment and spend that money wisely. I think you have an opportunity to start accelerating your geothermal business way ahead of many other people who've started it in the last decade. You know, you really can take their pain and their learning and drive that into your business from the get-go, but really get the right partnerships with the right people, so that you're doing things that are technology of today, not technology even of only 3 years ago. The jump is huge in the last 3 years. Thank you very much.
OK， 非常谢谢我们 Tony Pink。那同样的问题，我接下来想要来请教。
Okay, thank you, Tony. The next question goes to GeothermEx. Mr. Simmertapan, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. We understand that geothermal boasts 50 years of experience in geothermal energy development and has a track record of service in countries around the world. Could you offer some recommendations as well? Thank you.
Is this for me or is this for Kristovic? I think
Kristovic.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
Thank you. So yeah, there's a great questions. Yeah, right now, when we talk about geothermal project, it's very important to highlight the importance in connecting the subsurface and surface. In order for us to be able to succeed a geothermal project, we need really to have a good communication between subsurface and surface in advance, even in the exploration stage. So many geothermal projects that we've been witnessing around the world, if we only concentrate on specifically on the subsurface only, but we don't communicate all the information that we obtain from the subsurface to the surface when they design all the power plant, etc., then the geothermal project itself may suffer a lot. And the other way around, if we only take care only on the how we optimize the megawatt generation by installing all the surface facility technologies, in the same time, we also may suffer the subsurface itself. So we've been seeing that kind of phenomenon in this industry. So Baker Hughes really favor that kind of communication between subsurface and surface. That's why we are really into the integration between subsurface team and surface team. And here, we're not only talking about that kind of communication, but we talk about the technology itself. Here, Baker Hughes also would like to also introduce several technologies, like, for example, green loop technology. So green loop technology is not something that actually will replace the conventional one, but actually green loop technology is a technology that we can also integrate with the conventional technology that we have. So for example, if we have a bad wells during drilling because the subsurface uncertainty, then that bad wells still actually can be optimized, can be utilized by utilizing a certain technology, so we can still harness the heat out of the wells. So those kind of mitigation plan we need to have in place in advance in order for us to succeed a geothermal project and can optimize the resource itself.
Okay, thank you. I apologize to the end. The quiz topic is from the Baker Hughes, and the end is from the external EX. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. I confused about two of you. Yeah.
It's a busy day.
Okay. I think the same question is asked for the end. I think the last year you give us a very good suggestion, and we follow your instruction and we do something. So please.
Do you want me to answer the same question about the technology pathway?
How to cooperation with the Taiwan government or Taiwan company?
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for the question and for inviting me again to come to this conference. I think as I mentioned somewhat this morning, there's a long history of geothermal development, as Brian has noted, in the United States and in New Zealand and in the Philippines and in Indonesia. Let me not exclude my fellow countries who I love because they do geothermal. But I would say that what we have maybe somewhat uniquely in our company is we have a long history of helping people to do things the right way. And while I agree with Tony that a lot has happened in the way of technology, and I think we're really evolving the technology, we all need to remember the basics as well. And I'm finding that in my own company, in GeothermEx, we have, obviously, we're very busy, we're hiring more people, and we find that some of the basics are being a little bit looked over. So I think it's important, and I'll tell you that I spent my early years at GeothermEx looking at temperature profiles and trying to figure out how they told us not about what's happening inside the well, but what's happening in the formation. And that is kind of a little bit of a lost art, maybe. It's somewhat not techie, but it's a thought exercise that we do. So things like that are very basic. But sort of moving forward and thinking about Taiwan, I do think you have a willing and informed community at your service. And I think that's what we should do. We should help each other in any way we can. If there's a resource problem, maybe GeothermEx can help. If there's a power plant problem, maybe, or Matt, or Baker Hughes, sorry, because you have GE turbines, right? I don't know that there are any geothermal ones, but there might be. I think so. Okay. In any case, you know, in the spirit of cooperation, I think we have things we can help each other with like that. Also, I would say that we think that EGS has huge promise. It's something that I believe for a long time, but it's just taken a while to sort of come up to speed. And as we speak today, there are operators doing EGS projects in a commercial sense. And this, to me, is a really extraordinary technology that helps with geothermal everywhere. Now, is geothermal really going to be everywhere? I don't think so. I'm a pretty practical person. I think you have to have some decent conditions, as usual, some temperature, and then a way to fracture the rock effectively so that you can actually extract the heat out of it. But this is a technology that SLB is strongly leaning towards and is developing a new technology portfolio around. So I would say to you that as we go forward, we'll share that technology and we'll do the best to ensure that, let's say you're drilling in metamorphic rocks and getting fluid out of them. That's not an easy task. Those such rocks are usually pretty darn tight. So we think that, you know, even in a more conventional geothermal sense where some wells are nice and permeable, there are always some, and we're working on a project about these wells, there are always a few that don't come through. And so EGS helps you sort of recover from an incidence of a very tight rock that you can't really produce on an economic level. So I think the future lies in EGS, and we'll see how we go. But there's a lot of technology coming out in this field that is really leveraging the shale technology quite fully. But you know, our goal is not only for the United States. I mean, we've worked in 72 countries, and we'll be glad to work with you.
Okay, 谢谢我们
Thank you. Thank you, Anne, for giving us those words. So through this conference, through this platform, we can have domestic businesses work with international businesses. So I'd like to ask Omar, MB Century, and Ovi the same question. When you are choosing to work with Taiwan businesses, what are the factors to consider for you?
What's your evaluation about Taiwan's company? What point? Okay. 那我首先是不是我们先请
So maybe I'd like to ask Mr. Remy Sharvit from Omart to tell us, how do you choose which Taiwan businesses to work with?
Thank you very much. It reminds me that about 10 years ago, I started to work in Taiwan, trying to put Taiwan on the map, business map of Ormat. It was not so easy. Actually, it was, I'm encountered with, let's say, the early pumper stage of geothermal here, where the regulation and the policy was not ready. Even feed-in tariff was not so attractive. And
you know, let me tell you a secret. To sell inside the organization sometimes is more harder than outside to the client. So I was strongly believed that there is a huge potential in Taiwan, and my main objective was to be IPP here for a plant above 15 megawatt. Till then, I convinced the decision maker in OMA, the management of OMA, to invest. It's not only just to supply equipment, because we need to educate, we need to escort, we need to help the local developer during the construction and after the sale. So it's a huge manpower that you need to invest. And really speaking, it's a few megawatt. It's not something that justified it, but we are looking for long run. And for long run, we do believe that there is a big and huge potential here in Taiwan. And we're starting with the phase or the method or business approach of supplying of equipment. But as I say, the suppliers' equipment, we are not only supplying the equipment, we are cherishing, we are, let's say, embarrassing the client, the local developer, with all our experience worldwide. As I mentioned in my presentation, is more than 1.1 gigawatt fleet of power plant worldwide. So I came ready for this session, and I put something on paper that just not miss it, because I was ready for this question. If the target here is to reach to 1 gigawatt by 2035, okay, we have already experienced as a witness for Qinshui, Taiwan Cogeneration, and Fabulous as a developer, Liangzepin, and on the way in the construction is Shuangzepin. Shuangzepin is 1.2, and Liangzepin on the way of construction. We have to learn lesson from the difficulties that encounter so far of developing of this power plant. So we are not, practically speaking, it's not theoretical and imagination. We have actual effect of what was difficult, with what we struggle with. The best will be to consult with the developer, which already constructed and inserted to the grid their power plant. So we need to improve and ease the process, definitely, by interviewing this developer. The policy reform to improve administration efficiency, this is very important. Just practically speaking, importing a power plant to Taiwan, we are encountered with a lot of difficulties in the custom clearance, which is delaying the construction of the power plant, and we would like to ease it. So there is a lot of things can be improved in this part as well. Is the regulation on achieving the required permits? This is also issue that taking time, too much time, and delaying development, and also delaying the COD, which damage the business model of the developer. Taiwan government to invest on the exploration program. Most of the exploration data is quite old, so developer need to see something not 30 years ago, because there is a lot of changes in the reservoir that need to be validated. Encourage development of power plant bigger than 10 megawatt, thus it will be more commercial viable and attract more investor. So I think these things can be significantly, if they will accomplish, we will see different geothermal result here. Thank you.
OK， 谢谢。
Thank you. So I think we will take it one step by step, one step at a time to tackle these issues. And you can see that our learning curve is quite steep. We need to go faster and faster, just as the Deputy Minister said. And next, I'd like to go to MB Century.
So, through the introduction by the New Zealand Commerce and Industry Office, MB Century came to Taiwan to assist AU Optronics in constructing the CPC Chang geothermal power plant. Could you share your experience and key considerations for collaborating with Taiwanese companies, please?
Thank you very much for the question. I suppose we've been through a significant learning curve as we've worked through the Chang project with Turbodin and AUO and CPC as the local partner here to actually develop this geothermal power plant. And I think for us, the learning there is really the big challenges that's facing Taiwan, not just on geology and the reservoirs, but also a whole bunch of rafts around getting access to engineering, getting access to EPC providers and contractors. And I think we have experienced a little bit of delays, but also from an environmental impact. The typhoon that hit here a few months ago has really delayed the project quite a bit. So trying to work through all those complexities and working on with a local partner, as well as with Turbodin, the ORC provider, has really helped us understand the landscape of how to go about developing geothermal power plants here in Taiwan. Coming back to the question around what are the key things we need to look to collaborate with people, and I think we need to find partners inside the economy that can really leverage capability, and right across the spectrum, how do we actually drive that capability to leverage what we've learned through the years of geothermal power plant development, but also reservoir and drilling, so that Taiwan's learning curve can really grow and actually expedite the development, especially if we want to reach gigawatts in the future. I think as well, regulatory environment, so looking for partners that can help expedite that regulatory in partnering and making sure that in that space we're able to be compliant through that development phase. I suppose for us, innovation with MB Century, that's a key part for us. So looking for partners that are not only looking for an end of a project, but through that project to really innovate and see how we can do things smarter, but also faster, and that help expedite that process to getting to the point of development, getting to the point of construction, and getting to a point of commercial operations of power plants. The other things that we hold quite dear to us is cultural compatibility, and fully understand what we do in New Zealand doesn't always work around the world. So understanding those cultural nuances and how we might work with that partner to leverage what we do so well in Indonesia or the Philippines or New Zealand, but how do we bring that to Taiwan? How do we make that work in the Taiwan community? And then market accessibility for us as well. So looking for a partner that's got deep connections in the geothermal market, but also maybe the construction market, in drilling environments, or even the geosciences, which will help us with our well targeting, well drilling, when we come to look to develop these projects.
Okay, thank you, Thompson.
Thank you. Now, the same question also goes to NOV Garcia. Your company is a globally renowned drilling equipment provider. You have had projects around the world. So the same question goes to you. Please talk about your experience in providing services in different countries, specifically how you collaborate with the local companies.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and it's a very thought-provoking question because, like Greg said, every culture varies, you know. So every country has their own way of doing things and ways of executing. And I think right now Taiwan is in a pivotal point for growing the geothermal industry. And it's an opportunity to grow it at a rapid pace. And I think the key word here is alignment. There needs to be alignment between the different players. And in that regard, there needs to be openness for innovation, openness for embracing new technologies, and openness to consider risk, and also to value with anticipation some of the risks that could take place with different projects, with different depths, with different well arrangements, and also the rock. Once we understand the rock, I think that makes things a little bit easier. Also, the people needs to be trained. That's going to be key. So the local executors need to be properly trained, competent, knowledgeable, to be doing the right things on the spot, and I think that's going to be really key for that. So I think that's point number one. I think point number two is to be able to do easy business. So it's easy to do business with, not only from the contractual terms in T&Cs and the contracts, but also on the transactional side. And I think this will translate into even quicker adoption for new technologies and faster iterations, because there are some T&Cs and some contracts that limit the introduction of new things, and that will limit the ability to do things better. So I think if there are some ways to streamline some of the T&Cs transactionally and with the contracts, I think that will be a step ahead for speed in the process. And I think lastly is more on the mutual trust and transparency. And I think this goes from just starting a conversation. You just have to start a conversation and measure the risk with anticipation, measure what could come in, and then build this trust. And I think this trust will be really important to jump obstacles ahead. And that's going to be through the right partnerships, through the right people talking to each other, and really be transparent in things that are going to be in the execution phase. You will be naive to not expect, or to expect no problems. There's going to be problems coming in. You just have to anticipate how they're going to be coming in and how to deal with those as a team, as a partnership, and I think that's going to make a difference.
Okay, also I think the trust is very important. Sometimes because of the different culture, so it's difficult to trust each other. Yeah. 接下来我想要来请教。
Next, we would like to move on and to pivot and bring up another topic. This year, Taiwan has made efforts to accelerate the application process for geothermal development investments, with the expectation that the government will offer various investments. So maybe this question goes to baseload, maybe UT Austin professor. So in addition to what Taiwan has already done, what kind of incentives do you think the government should also provide to support geothermal development? This question first, I think, goes to Mr. Huang from Baseload, the very first foreign company to set foot in Taiwan. Maybe Mr. Huang, maybe you would like to address this question.
First of all, I think MOEA, EA of course, and other government bodies have done an amazing job just for the last year with very limited resources. What have you done on drafting the new Geothermal Act to improve the permitting process? So I think it's extremely good. It shows that you prioritize the industry, and I think the private sector appreciate a lot. And also what we heard this morning, what you've done, and the new ambitions that you have for Taiwan by 2050. I still think that this is the start, of course, with the Act. There are a lot of things to do on the regulation part to put the Act into a geothermal law, because the law can further simplify the permitting process, really making industry to become scalable and to thrive. Yeah. This we've seen in other mature markets to become very successful within the geothermal industry. So they have, first of all, a geothermal law. So the law will make it simple with the permitting process. I think some of you mentioned about that administration processes are lengthy. I think that part will help a lot, especially for the developers and also investors, to know the regulations, to know the opportunities, to know the risk, and also reduces uncertainties. So I think it's a really good work. Just continue to do that, to further make further improvements. Yeah, I think that the second thing is what we've seen in other countries, mature geothermal development markets. It's that government developers are taking the lead in the geothermal development in the early stage, and public raw data is shared. So I know that Taiwan, you mentioned 9 areas that you're doing exploration. If some of the, or all of them, of course, public raw data could be shared, it will help a lot for the private sector to understand the subsurface circumstances and also to de-risk the projects. Of course, we have suggestions that it could be a good way to government cooperate with the private sector within this public exploration project. So we can together plan for the exploration program and also what data that we think are useful for geothermal power development. Because we mentioned today about knowledge and technology transfer. There are a lot of knowledge around the world on this stage, of course, that we can work closer together with Taiwan. To bring the latest knowledge of how to develop geothermal. I think the third one is the financial support. So government funding, you have different financial instruments like incentive program you have already, tax cuts, provincial loans, all these to de-risk projects. I think it will help a lot to accelerate the growth of the industry. So I think these 3 are the major things that we can learn from other markets that have been successful in geothermal development that really accelerate the growth. But for us that being here in Taiwan, I think 2 additional things that we would like to raise that we think we need more support from the government, beside these 3, of course, yeah. One is the local stakeholder management, if we can set up a platform for that to help with local communication towards the local community and also the local government. Since the awareness in Taiwan is still relatively low within geothermal, so the support from you to communicate, to show that you support an industry is important. The second thing is that from the prospective area that we've been screened through in Taiwan, quite a few, there are many areas here, a lot of potential, is that we found a lot of land parcels or public forestry land which cannot be developed for geothermal. So if you can recategorize this to land type that can be developed for geothermal, I think that would be great, yeah. And since you have a high ambition of 6 gigawatt by 2050, I think finally, I think it's also needed that EA and other government bodies should have more funding and resources to be able to fill up the needs that we have from the private sector. Because I know we have a lot of questions, a lot of support that are needed to resolve all of the administrative issues. So if you can hire more people, I think it will help a lot to speed up the industry here. Yeah. Thank you.
OK， 谢谢。我想那个我们经济部地调，我们这个我们现在叫地矿中心。The
Geological Survey and Mining Management Agency's data will be made public. I think after compilation and further analysis, we would definitely make the data more available to the public. During Deputy Minister's talk this morning, he did mention that we will reevaluate the zoning or district zoning policies here in Taiwan, making forestry land that is currently not available for exploration open for further geothermal exploration. So that would be a director that will be the direction will be headed in the future. Now we would like to ask our friends from the Texas University, the incentives. What kind of incentives do you think that Taiwan could offer to attract more international developers to invest?
谢谢主持人。我是以学界的观点来回答，而不是以业界哦。那么其实呢 ，Ben 刚刚已经讲得很清楚哦。那么这个论坛呢，就是很重要的一个面向，就是说我们是一个政府跟业界彼此之间对谈的平台，不只是政府说啊我们想要这样子，而是业界也讲说啊要怎么样子让你可以去投入做到这些。那么如果说再补充一下刚刚。
Thermal Anywhere, which is in the prototyping phase or just into the early commercial phase, there's still unknowns there. So that sharing of risk is an important thing to get that technology launched and over the hump. There's, in the United States, significant tax credits that have kicked in the last couple of years, as well as something that even a lot of industry folks aren't aware of, substantial low or zero interest loans for projects. So there's a lot of that going on at the federal level. At the state level, in Texas, energy is a very political topic, unfortunately. But one of the things the academics have done, myself and others, is be the trusted, impartial advisors to the elected officials on energy policy and suggesting things. And that's worked very well, along with an industry association in Texas, the Texas Geothermal Energy Alliance, which was shown on a slide earlier. They worked with our state legislature to really simplify and clarify the legal issues around developing geothermal this year. Among other things, who owns the heat? But one important aspect that was mentioned earlier is the permitting and the regulations. Texas has a very business-friendly environment, but we accelerated even further with changing who regulates and permits geothermal wells. And in this case, now under what's called our Railroad Commission, approval for a geothermal well should be in the 3 to 6 week range. Very, very fast approval. Other states in the US, it may be 3 to 6 years to get approval. So that time factor is a major part of the cost of development. So that's one area. Now let me come back to just my academic expertise in this area. And that is, we have found great demand and are very busy right now working with local governments, local municipalities, municipal development, Chamber of Commerce type organizations. And what we're doing is we're very deeply analyzing the resource base and doing techno-economic modeling, and then giving a report to the local government, say a city or a province. They then have a base of knowledge to where they can understand industry proposals that come to them. But the other side of that is a major investment by us using state monies and local monies to buy down risk for developers and provide them also with a substantial amount of baseline science research that they then don't have to do. And Taiwan is already engaged in doing substantial fundamental research on the resource. But the more you do and make public, the more interest the developers will have because they can get a clearer picture of what's going on. So that's our insight from my perspective. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. OK， 谢谢我们 Professor 所提供的这一些宝贵的意见。那我想这些都值得我们台湾政府来值得互相的借鉴。
Important for Taiwan to learn from. We have about 10 more minutes, so I'm wondering whether there are any questions or comments. If you have any comments or questions.
There. I think one thing that we haven't discussed is the social compact. And I think this is a really, really important part of geothermal development. Yes, we're all nerdy, technical people thinking about technology, but there's also human beings involved. And so I would just encourage Taiwan to, and I know you are because you're very active in this area, pay attention to what people think and what they know. And I love the educational aspects that were discussed today by these panel members. including Bryant at the end there. You know, we have a lot of informing to do, and we haven't always been very good at it, but we have to do it in a way that is understood by ordinary people, and so they can understand the benefits and the situation that we as a planet basically are in. So I would just encourage more support to that kind of activity so that the people feel comfortable with it.
So, can I add to what Anne said? Anne's right on point there. And what's really interesting today, when you saw through all the presentations, nearly all of us showed power plants spitting out huge amounts of steam and drilling rigs covered in mud. Yeah. The one person who didn't do that was Mr. Garcia, and he showed pictures of warm things and cold things. And really, we had a really good discussion in a previous conference about how do we project ourselves to the public. And really, we have to think about the end game, you know. How does geothermal make a Taiwanese person feel nice and cool in the summer? How do they feel warm in the winter? How is this green energy going to make, you know, reduce the pollution? What's the impact on them? It's not all about us. It's about what effect it has on them. And where that's been done properly, you can see geothermal projects. They fit into the community, and they're really loved. I'm partly involved in the Eden Geothermal in UK, which is where we took geothermal energy to heat and cool the biosphere domes that are in an old China clay pit. And the Cornish people absolutely love geothermal energy. The rest of UK hasn't got a clue about geothermal energy, but the Cornish really understand it. So how you manage that going forward, I think, is really important, how the people feel about it.
And I can keep building on that if it's okay, because Tony hit on it perfectly there. And to build on what Anne said, like, you know, you do need to focus on the end user, and it's okay to have multiple narratives. That's not a problem. You can have a narrative for internal to our own industry, and then you have a narrative to external audiences. And that external narrative is critical in communicating the merits of geothermal. You know, I talked a little bit about how geothermal hasn't gotten enough subsidies in the United States compared to all the other energy technologies that are out there. But that's not what we should lead with. We should lead with the merits, because we have a really strong story for geothermal, and those merits stand for themselves. So the public health benefits of geothermal ground source heat pumps, for example, you know, you're not eliminating the heat, you're just moving it from one place to another. So while air source heat pumps are very efficient, they're just moving the hot air from inside your house or office building right to the street, instead of geothermal putting it underground where it's then stored and you can then take it out in the cooler temperatures, the cooler seasons. So thinking about that end user is really critical. Like, you know, I always like to picture the family eating at dinner at night as the sun is setting and it's warm, there's a nice glow in the house, and you know, maybe the snow is falling, but they're able to turn their lights on and have a warm meal because of geothermal. And then just to also build on what Tony said, marketing and branding is really important. Geothermal, the misconception is that it's associated with Iceland and volcanoes, and that is not the case at all. So please don't use those images in marketing. Show that family eating around the dinner table instead.
Thank you so much for your insights. Actually, for the government, it is true to communicate with the general public. It is quite challenging because the government often uses quite technical ways or language to communicate. And in Taiwan, we need to use simple language to keep it simple to be able to communicate with the general public. So we will take your words to heart. And we need to continue to learn. Any final comments or remarks?
Just building on for that, it's such a great topic, and I think from Māori in New Zealand, they have a fantastic word called katiakitanga, which meaning that you're there for the guardianship of the resource. and it's used for intergenerational use. It's not used for today. You've got to make sure you've got the resource for intergenerations. And as the people sitting here today, we are just guardians of that resource, and how do we harness it, not for today, but for future generations as well. So we've found that way to actually connect with Māori and with the tribes who are on those resources to allow them to benefit and prosper going forward. So there are models out there where it's been done really, really well, and that's where I encourage Taiwan to actually leverage that New Zealand connection, find out what are those philosophies and how do you actually make the local people prosper going forward.
I think in Hawaii, you know, the session that Brian's talking about, actually a 2-day sort of event before the Geothermal Rising Conference, will be a fantastic opportunity to hone your people skills, let's say. And I will say that in our business, we communicate a lot of technical things to people in the finance community. And honestly, it's not all that different. Yes, they're very smart about money, but maybe not so smart about what we're doing, you know, 2,000 meters underground. So, and why that power plant has to be built in that place. So but it's a great topic, and I think the ending with it here is, you know, is really good, but maybe somebody else has something to say too.
Actually, we encounter with the information of shortage in electricity, even reached to summertime to 8 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, Taiwan is shutting down 3 nuclear power plants. So this is a really heavy bottleneck. However, the most potential area is north of Taipei, or north of Taiwan, which has to do with the forest agency. So the forest agency needs to be eased with their permits and approvals. The potential there can reach to 100 megawatts, even more. So this is something that we need to work on from the government perspective internally. So this could be a big jump from a capacity perspective.
Thank you so much to all the experts for those insights. This is the second International Geothermal Conference, and we learned a lot about international trends. And all of that is quite important to us. And I'd like to thank all the experts and all the participants for coming today. This concludes the panel discussion. So thank you so much. There will be an on-site visit and also a workshop tomorrow. So you're more than welcome. And we hope that geothermal energy in Taiwan by 2050, we can reach 6 gigawatt or even more. And that requires us working together. So thank you once again.
再次感谢各位专家的精彩分享。敬请立法委员洪申翰委员上台，跟尤署长及台上的嘉宾合影。
Thanks all the esteemed guests for the insightful speech. We would like to invite legislator Mr. Hong Seung-han and Director You and our panelists to the front of the stage for a picture. Thank you.
再次感谢各位专家的精彩分享。接下来我们是商谈的时间，希望为今天的会议达成具体的成果。
Thank you, and please return to your seat. Next, we would like to encourage face-to-face discussion among our guests in the hope that today's conference cultivated the practical outcome.
2024台湾国际第2论坛将在此告一段落。非常谢谢您今日的参与。
That's the end of the Taiwan International Geothermal Conference 2024. Thank you for your participation, and we hope you find the seminar informative and useful.
在此也提醒各位来宾，在商务交流前，请国内及国外来宾将口译设备关闭并归还到报道区。
We would like to kindly remind you that before the face-to-face discussion, please turn off the translation receivers and return them at the registration area.
我们商谈媒合总共有27桌，敬请参加的来宾到会场居进行报道，并留意媒合时段。在海报区也有国内及国外厂商展现的成果，也欢迎参观，把握交流的机会。
There will be 27 tables for the face-to-face discussions. Guests participating in the session are kindly requested to register at area outside the venue and take note of your scheduled time slots. Please feel free to visit and make the most of the networking opportunities. If you haven't joined, please scan the QR code on the screen for the business negotiation as soon as possible.
离开时，请记得您随身携带的物品。
Please take your personal belongings with you, and thank you again.
最后，谢谢各位的莅临，请大家用掌声来迎接台湾地热的蓬勃发展。我们台湾国际地热论坛明年再见。
Thank you very much for your participation. Please give a round of applause to everyone who's contributing today, and we hope to see you next year.